Oh yeah, black sun in the hizzle, oh for shizzle dizzle. We got an excellent show here today. As y'all know by the thumbnails, when I have these wild thumbnails, when I have these wild thumbnails, that means somebody's in trouble. When I have these wild thumbnails, that means somebody's in trouble. Oh man, shout out to Galaxy. Shout out to Twin. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. The name of the title is Don't Run That Light, Mister. Don't do that. The name of the title is Mr. 40 Channels. We're showing mercy on you. We are showing mercy on you. This is a second response to Angel's Nup Nup 7. Now, Angel, I haven't watched any more videos. I did watch a response video this morning of someone who is on your heels. There was somebody who was on your heels. Somebody whose name I cannot mention because, Blackson did a covenant, but this person is on your heels. But let me say this. Let me say this. That person is being very merciful upon you, Angel. Being very merciful. Very, very merciful. Oh yeah, the little grasshopper still hanging on my rearview mirror. Yep, yep. How's my mic? How's my mic? Check, testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Y'all give me a 1 in the chat if my mic is good. Testing 1 2. So yeah, I got to do the mic check this morning. 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing. Check 1 2. How is my mic? Oh, that sun is horrible, but how's my mic? You get a 1 in the chat if a mic is good. As you can see, I got my old school headset back on. I don't have the other one on. I'm going to need a mic check. Gynoxy, if you're there, let me know if my mic sounds good. Twin, let me get a mic check. So I'm assuming my mic is not good. So yeah, I'm gonna wait until I get a mic check, or let me know if my mic. If I'm not, let me know if my mic is good. If you can hear me. If you can hear me, press 1. If you can't hear me, press 2. I don't know. Uh-oh. I think I have a delay, and I think my mic is not working. Can I get a mic check? Can I get a mic check? All right, y'all, I might have to cancel the show because I'm not getting a mic check. Oh, J-Cal. Oh, okay. Now, J-Cal, does it sound nice and crispy? Let me know. Oh, J-Cal, hit the like button, too. Hit the like button, too. 1 2. Okay, cool. So it must be a delay. Okay, so I need 2 thumbs up for the video. Okay, so it must be a delay. It must be a delay, huh? Let me see how much of a delay I got. Just for the sake of, let me just see how long this delay takes. Y'all hit 5 in the chat right now. 5 in the chat right now. See how long this late delay takes. I think I'm getting a delay. Oh yeah, this is a big delay. Wow. Wow. And if there's a delay, that means YouTube and your StreamYard, they're going to try to censor what I say before I say it, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, it's taking y'all too long to respond. Oh wow, yeah, it's taking y'all way too long to respond. Damn, y'all. Hmm. Yeah, this is weird, y'all. Having a delay here. Having a delay, yeah, this is a long delay. Damn. This is a really long delay. So it's been, let's see how many minutes now. Damn. Either they can't hear me or this is a really long delay. I said, I'm trying to see how long the delay is. Press 5. Okay, I got a good mic, but I have a delay. So I might have to cancel the show here, y'all. I might have to cancel the show. Damn, it's sad I would have to cancel the show with that fire thumbnail. Y'all know last time I had a fire thumbnail like that, the show was fire. 5. Okay, Ben Cat. I'm going to say it again. Hit 5 again. Let me see how long it takes. Yeah, this is a bad delay. Damn. Okay. Hit 3. See how long this takes. This is weird. Okay, so we got Ben Cat in the house. Okay, so damn. Ben, I'm just doing a test right now. Okay. So thank you, Ben Cat. I don't know why everybody else is not responding. I don't like that. I don't like how I need some assistance. Ben Cat had to come in and assist me. Oh gosh. Okay, thank you, Ben Cat. Okay, we can get to it. All right, Ben Cat, I'm gonna take your word that I sound good. I hope I sound good. I'm gonna take your word for it because I can't. Damn, I can't get no cooperation from nobody except for Ben Cat. Thanks, J Cal. I don't know. Maybe J Cal's delay. Maybe people having delays, but shout out to Ben Cat with the nice equipment. So, since Ben Cat is here, you guys go check out Wrestling Wednesday. Oh, that show was awesome yesterday. Oh man, we had somebody. Shout out to EJ. EJ was so excited. He was so hyped to be on there. Imagine, Ben Cat, you're gonna have to be ready because you see how excited EJ was. When people get more wind of that, you're gonna have a slew of people coming in on that show. So shout out to Ben Cat. Shout out to MD. Shout out to Trevor. Man, Trevor, y'all gonna oh man, y'all about to have the floodgates come on you on Wrestling Wednesdays. You guys are about to have the floodgates come on Wrestling Wednesdays for show. For show. Okay, y'all. So y'all want to check that out. They did a show on women in wrestling, which was fire. And next week they're gonna do part 2 of, black people. And I think people of color, because I think they're going to do the Hispanic community also in wrestling. So that's going to be, it's going to be a good show. Good show, man. Like I said, Ben Cat, just be ready for more people like EJ to come in because, yeah, imagine how excited he was when people find out there's a wrestling show like that. It's gonna spread like wildfire. Especially people over in the UK, they are going to be excited. They are going to be excited when they find out about a Wrestling Wednesday. So yeah, be prepared. Be prepared. Anocracy. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, sister. You sound slightly better than my phone. Oh, That means my shit sounds like shit again. Okay, I'm gonna have to cancel the show. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do a truck show. Trevor says the thing is bad, so damn. Because what I have to say is very pertinent. But tonight I have a show on Malcolm X, so I kind of wanted to get this in. This was kind of a warning, but if you're not able to hear me, Angel's not going to be able to heed my warning, and I don't want it breaking up. Don't cancel. I don't know. I'm trying to work with this. I'm trying to work with this mic, but I don't want to give y'all a shitty quality. I want you guys to hear this loud and clear. Let me check the. Let me check the thing. Let me see what I can do. Let me see what I can do. Ah, I don't know. I don't know what I can do. I don't want to cancel it because this is very important information. Very, 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 very important information. And by the thumbnail, you guys are excited. But this goddamn microphone, this damn mic. Oh, it's very sad. Very sad. Go out and come in. It's going to be better. Okay, let me try that. Hold on, hold on. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Um, if I do the thumbnail, I'll be able to see my levels. Go out and come back in, and it's going to be better. It's going to be better. Okay. Let me check and see if I can adjust my mic here. Because you can't adjust your mic while doing it. Oh, here it is. Settings. Okay. Audio. Let me turn it up slightly, just a little bit. Boom. Okay, let me try that. 129. Echo cancellation. Let me. That's okay. How's the audio now? I did the cancellation on the thing. Push your phone screen, then push your StreamYard. Okay, StreamYard give you about 5 minutes to come back in your stream. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So, um, got you, guy. No, so you said you can leave. You sound great. Okay, now she says I sound great. So, okay, remind me from now on when I do a truck show, don't turn on the cancellation. Okay, the exit cancellation. Okay. So Gyno says I'm good. I hope I'm good on Trevor's end. Trevor, if it's not good at this point, if Gyno says it's good, everybody says it's good, then that means then that would mean it's your phone. So sound is much better. Okay, great. You sound great. Yes. All right, we can move on with the show. Oh man. This is one of those shows. This is one of those shows, y'all, that is not for the faint of heart. This is one of those shows that can be very brutal. And I am responding to Angel because he's poking, he's poking, he's poking, he's poking, he's poking. You're poking right now, Angel. And right now, you don't want to poke at certain individuals. You don't want to poke on the woman that is at your heels right now. Again, I can't mention this woman's name because I have a covenant with MD and I have a covenant with gynocracy. But let me tell you right now, because you did a video the other day responding or making a statement about me and her. And let me tell you something. You know, as well as I know, just like everybody knows, when I said it was a particular person that flashed a boobie at me, we all know it wasn't the woman at your heels. We all know that. We all know that. Now she knows that. I didn't say nothing because this particular person, um, I didn't want to open up more doors. Well then, who flashed the titty at you? I don't want to get all into that. So that we'll say that for another day. So the woman who flashed the titty at me is not the one at your heels. Okay, so now the woman at your heels, now she knows. Now, let me say this. The woman at your heels and her handler both has said, we want to dance on your grave. Dance on your grave when he dies. Y'all don't want to dance on his grave. Y'all don't even, y'all are being merciful. You guys are being very merciful. You know, Black Sun is not going to be so merciful, but I'm going to let Angel off with a warning. I'm going to let you off with a warning. Because if you know the woman that's on your heels right now, if she flashed the titty at me, it would be over. You know that, right? However, there's some things that could be said by her, true things that could be said by her, that'll crush you. That will crush you, Angel, if she decides to tell it. She'll crush you. So, I say that to say this. I say that to say this. And I already know people are going to allege me to be this warlock again and blah, blah, blah. For the woman that is at your heels, Angel, I'm going to say this. Angel is not suffering. He's not suffering. That's why he's boasting and bragging, because he's not suffering. However, Angel, if you press my buttons, I know how to accelerate them cancer cells. I know how to do it. You know I know how to do it. Now imagine the ones at your heels thought like I did. See, now that's why I say there was a period in time where we had alchemists like myself that deal with the sciences, that deal with botany, that deals with the human body, that deals with chemistry. See, this is why gynocracy. This is why I said women are spiritual. That spirituality belongs to y'all, and I stand by that 100%. And this is why the infant mind calls Black Sun a warlock when I'm talking pure science. If that woman at your heel thought like I did, she would know how to accelerate those cancer cells. She would really know how to make you suffer. Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me. And see, that's why I use the initium, that thumbnail. Y'all don't, the one. See, that's why I'm gonna have gynocracy be my apprentice. Because one thing about gynocracy, she lives in Baltimore, which is not too far from DC, which is where the Smithsonian is. Now, all I have to do is take gynocracy to the Smithsonian, and I can show her all the magic work and spells inside the paintings, inside the artifacts. See, everybody on YouTube are what I call TV casualties. The only spell work and all the hoodoo voodoo, all you guys know is what you've been taught from TV and the movies. You've never been to a museum in your lives. You don't know how to read the art of the museums. You don't know how to read the artifacts. I do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at them eyes light up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because gynocracy knows the art of music. She knows the art of music. Because if you guys are familiar with I'm gonna come on y'all level. I'm gonna come to y'all level. Let's take Lord of the Rings, right? You had different tribes that had different rings, and they all had different spell works and all that. So you guys would only represent one tribe. See, I could take gynocracy here, and I could take her to many tribes just alone with the music, just alone with the genres. We can tap into all of that. So I say that to say this. She will get an understanding from a woman's point of view, and she will understand the alchemy work. Go on, Mr. Dome. And with that being said, the alchemy work involves, in this particular case, called Angel's number 7, being that he has cancer. The host is there. It's dormant right now. Where's number 7's? He has the cancer, right? And y'all know I do two things. I can heal you, or I can accelerate your ailment. I can do that. But it's not hocus pocus in the way the infant mind thinks of it, because the infant minds, they think of, voodoo, spookism, black magic, and all. It's like they don't have an understanding of it. It's just a simple science. When you raise the stress levels, oh yeah, look at all them eyes, look at all the eyes. Oh, but this is for gynocracy, because she's taking notes. So I got to make sure she gets a clear understanding of what's going on. She knows what's going on. She knows what's going on. She knows what's going on. But I'm a further giving her education. Like I said, by the time we get to the Smithsonian, she's going to be greater than Mordred. That was Merlin's pupil. For those y'all know who Mordred is. For those y'all know about the mandrake. For those of y'all know about the botany work and all that. But let's get back down to business with Mr. Angel. Let's get back down to business, because I'm not going to take long. This is going to be a very short commentary. Angel, stop poking around. Stop poking around. Stop poking around, because you're going to find out, you're going to keep poking around. You're going to keep looking around, and the one is at your heels is going to tell the story, and that story is going to crush you. That story was stopped by the other one who wanted to see you in the grave, Aaliyah Muhammad. Aaliyah Muhammad stopped that. The one on your heels was about to really go in and tell all the details, and she stopped. I don't want to hear it. Just that little bit will crush you, and it will start accelerating those cells, those cancer cells. See, people don't really understand. See, people get so caught up in like voodoo dolls and all that shit, and oh, that that's a symbolism. You know what really crushes a man? I know what will crush you as a man. The women, some women get it, some women don't get it. The ones on your heels, I don't think she gets it, but uh, I really don't think she gets it. And her handler, I don't think she gets it either, because when you're steeped in Christianity and Islam, you have a veil over it, and then you don't understand the sciences. It's a real simple science. To activate those cancer cells and accelerate them, you have to bring the stress levels up. And when you bring the stress levels up, when you tap into what worries Angel the most, I know what worries Angel. I know what keeps him up at night. Everything starts with the mind, and knowing law of assumption is real. Oh gosh, you know what? See, that's why I said I'm gonna have to take gynocracy to the Smithsonian. I'm gonna have to take it to several museums, because yeah, she is like a sponge. She is a sponge, man. Woo, man, she's a sponge. She's a sponge, and I'm going to bring her into the realm of science. And when she comes into the realm of science, she's not only going to be able to, and I'm sure she heals people, but it works two ways. And like I said, your own, look at what she's saying. Everything starts with the mind, and knowing the law of assumption is real. So if the one at your heels just gets on and just tells the truth about just all she got to do is just tell the story, and that a law of assumption is going to eat you up. It's going to eat you alive because you're going to assume a lot of things. You're going to make a lot of assumptions, and it's going to accelerate the cancer cells and begin to make you sick and again to break you down. Now, if the woman at your heels and the handler really wants to see you in the grave, if they catch it like gynocracy just caught it, then it'll be over for you. Meaning, you will start suffering. You're relaxed because that same law of assumption, you're at ease. But all I have to do is just click on that law of assumption, and your mind is going to go fucking crazy, fucking ballistic. Okay? And the worst part about it is I'm not going to tell the story. The woman at your heels is going to tell the story once she figures it out. Once she put down them damn Christian glasses, God knows I'm still within the covenant, right? Let me know. Please press one if I'm still in the covenant. I want to break the covenant because I say Christian, and there ain't too many Christians on YouTube. So I just want to make sure I'm not breaking the covenant. God actually press that one so I can keep going. I need a one. I need a one. She's one of the ones I made the covenant with. One, 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 one. I can keep going. So the woman, if she takes off the glasses and put on the glasses of, if she put on the same spectacles that me and Gynocracy have on right now, and just understand the science, and understand she can destroy you with just with the law of assumption based on her words, your cancer is going to accelerate, and you will not make it past 2023. Kind of hocus pocus, hoodoo, voodoo, shoodoo, shoodoo. I don't even get, but I have to break it down in their language because women understand things in the spiritual realm. We understand in the scientific realm. You know, and yeah, when I've been accused of being a warlock, it's not by men, it's by women. Women. That's why these women get upset with Black Sun. Black Sun is a start because they give Black Sun the power. Black Sun has all the power. And that's why the imps and all the other people study Black Sun. Like, how is he so powerful? Because y'all give me the power. But I'm giving the woman on your heels, I'm giving her a little game here. I'm giving her a little game. It's not even a game. It's actually a real science. Because that law of assumption, oh, here comes my sister. Woo! Oh yeah, she's about to get on. What's going on? Yeah, man, y'all just don't know. Gynocracy's right next to the damn Smithsonian, DC. Learning to drive ain't gonna be the only thing she learns from me. She's gonna. They don't get it. They don't get it. What's going on, Gynocracy? What's going on, baby?
Hey, I had to come up here to let you know that you is breaking up a little bit, but
I
listen,
know.
the
That's
way
why they want.
StreamYard is, right?
Yeah.
You like what I know you on your phone, like
Right.
your home screen. I know
Okay.
you scared to jump off while you by yourself, but I guarantee
Oh,
you, StreamYard give you a whole at least like 3 to 5 minutes to come back because sometimes your sound might be messed up. Like, okay, even if you unmute it, sometimes you'll just be
okay.
talking, and for some reason, even though you unmuted, for some reason StreamYard just won't pick up the audio, and you might have to just push your home screen. And then don't you know how you go to your little tabs, go back to
Yeah.
your other tab, your StreamYard tab on whatever you was using, and then come back in. Even if I'm not here, you can do that. Even if you by yourself. And I know that's weird. Like people be scared, like you scared to do that. But sometimes your audio might just be choppy because the StreamYard is ghetto. Listen, I
Damn.
have this whole theory because I looked around and I realized the other live streaming services. I'm not trying to get you to change live streams,
No,
but
I'm gonna
I'm
change. I'm gonna
saying
change. This is bullshit. This is some bullshit. I'm changing this shit.
no. I'm telling you, I use this thing called Melon app. It works just like StreamYard. The only difference is when people go on
Oh my
your back stage, they have to be cammed up unless they got a piece of tape on their webcam or something. So
okay.
I use that. That's nice. The only thing is you can't use gifts on there. Like all of
Okay.
them different. EveMux lets you use gifts, but oh my god, it's so hard to use. It's a lot going on. And I used EveMux one time with the gifts.
Okay.
I don't know if Melon had updated, but all of the other ones, Zoom lets you do the gifts. And all these other platforms is way cheaper than StreamYard. And
Okay.
StreamYard just have so many sound issues. Now with EveMux, I didn't get to use it enough to see if I had sound issues. But Melon app, as far as sound is concerned, is way better. And Zoom is too.
There
But
you
I
go.
mean, all of
You
them have
sound
technical
good.
difficulties, but Zoom is way better though. I will say that. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
And they do let you do the gifts and you can put the videos in there, and it's actually way more versatile with your phone. Cause you
Okay.
like on StreamYard, if you on your phone, you can really barely work it like how you really want to on Zoom.
Yeah,
You be able
exactly.
to
Right.
share from your phone and stuff like that, and
Right.
you can have way more people on your panel. You can have way more admins for
Okay.
cheaper. You can actually have 1,000 people on
Wow.
your open panel if you want it.
Wow. That's
You never
crazy.
used
Damn.
Zoom before. Y'all really old as dirt. Y'all get on my
I zoom.
nerves.
I have Zoom before. I don't like. I don't like the. I don't like the control panel. I don't like the control panel on it. I don't like the way. I don't like the setup.
I think you just gotta get used to it. Cause even I don't know. Cause even on the
Yeah,
other
I gotta
side,
get
I
used to
think
it.
the whole thing about it is I think they let you pay it monthly, but I believe you gotta pay it for the year. I think it's not the same as StreamYard. I think
Okay.
you just gotta go in and pay it for the year.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Damn.
but yeah, I never end up using Zoom. I don't know why I end up using it. That's what I need to fucking use anyway. I mean, use anything,
Okay.
but yeah, StreamYard, I feel like it's an oppression on black people because it's the most expensive and we so pressed to use it. And
Right.
whole time Zoom is better. You could do way more. I'm like, and that's why I
Okay.
was also trying to show you Brother Sanchez too, because I think he used Zoom if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And I like his little setup or whatever. And you can still share the screen,
Right.
and share. It's the same thing.
I'm gonna switch today. I'm gonna switch today,
Not
man. I'm
to
gonna make sure.
stick out.
I mean, but I don't know. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this shit, man. I'm sick of
Oh, it
goddamn.
don't take much for you to get tired, huh?
It don't. No, no. I have little patience, man. And especially if I'm paying for something, I don't play that shit.
No,
I
I
don't play
feel
that
you.
shit, Dino. If I'm paying you money, I want top notch shit. I don't want shit goddamn popping and going in and out and can't hear me. That's bullshit. That's
Because
bullshit.
I don't believe it's your headset because I'm like sometimes StreamYard just do that and you'll just have to go in and
Yeah.
out or whatever. Like I did I don't know and it depends on what you're using because I think it's really made for you to use like a computer, a laptop, because when you're on your phone,
Right.
it be choppy sometimes. And I'd be like, why is it choppy? And I'd be like, damn, I
Yeah.
use my phone. Or
Yeah.
like one time I did a whole stream and I was so choppy, but when I listened to the playback, I sounded fine. I don't know. It was StreamYard is strange, yo. I'm
Right.
not
Yeah.
gonna
I don't
lie
like
to
it.
you, okay? I'm just gonna
Yeah.
be
I don't like it.
honest.
Yeah. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. And especially when I'm paying money every damn month for this bullshit. I don't like it. I just
Right.
don't like it. Yeah. How do I sound now?
You sound okay, but
Sound
you still
okay?
ain't coming out because I'm right here. You can drop off and then come
Okay,
back
so
in. I'm right
how
here.
do I do that? How do I do that?
What? You gotta push your home button, okay? And
Oh,
you
okay.
ever okay? You ever been on and you dropped off by mistake, pushed the wrong button, and you see the little camera still at the top of your screen on your
Yeah.
phone?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, so when you fully drop off, that little camera will disappear. But when you push
Okay.
your home screen again and you go to your go back to the stream yard and you press it again, that tab,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
you could go back on there and your sound should be good. Because sometimes you come in, it's just gonna be scratchy.
Okay, let me try it. Let me try it. Okay,
Okay,
let's do this. Boom.
okay. Yeah, so Blackson trying to do this sound test. He's so scared to leave the live stream. He think the live stream going in. And I'm trying to tell him like, no, StreamYard give you a couple more minutes. If you don't end that live stream, okay, and you just go to another tab or make a mistake and push the home screen, y'all. StreamYard give you at least 5 minutes to come back on a live stream because you could just have fucked up sound. StreamYard know this. That's why they have you test your speakers and stuff like that. And you push this thing and the lady starts singing like testing your speakers and StreamYard sound like they're working. You know, but yeah, that's how it is. And even if you're up here by yourself, the live stream is not gonna end. It's gonna give you 5 minutes. Thank you. That bitch really be singing. I'm like, okay, that's how you test your mic. Okay. What else about StreamYard? Y'all dirty head asses probably don't know. Yeah, that's it. I don't really like StreamYard, y'all. I really don't. Because for some reason, and this is what I was telling Black Son, like for some reason on my laptop, if I share the screen for StreamYard and I want to share like a video or something, it do not work at all. But if I use anything else like Melon app, for some reason it work on my laptop. I don't get it. It's so strange. It's so weird to me. Like I just hate it. I don't know why I don't work for my laptop. I paid $72 for my laptop on
That's
Amazon, y'all.
better. I
I
think
really
that's
did.
better.
Like,
I
but
think
I
that's
don't know. I like
better.
my
Is
little
that better?
laptop.
Is that better?
Okay, he did.
Is that better? Oh, it's a
Yeah, you
delay
sound better.
too. Okay, okay.
I
All
told
right.
you.
So, okay, okay. I hope it, because I got a lot to say. Got a lot to say. Thank you so
All
much,
right, let me get off
Gynocracy.
of here because my son is gonna start acting crazy. I'm trying to put him on the pot. All
Oh, okay, okay.
right.
All right. All right, all right. So shout out to Gynocracy. Oh, we got another guest. Oh shit, MD, MD, in the house. What's going
What's
on, MD?
top of the morning, y'all? What's going on, man? I'm just checking in, see what
Hey,
y'all talking about.
man, just Angel in these videos, man. Angel in these videos. Oh man, he's in his feelings. He's in his feelings, man.
What did he make another video?
So apparently, there was a video made. Let me check and see. You know what? I can't check it right now, but I was actually responding to actually another video. Um, and I'm just gonna say this. I was trying to just let him know, man. Don't get caught up. Don't do it because it could if it excels, it's not gonna be good for him. You know, because he's the one with the cancer. And right now, because he's calm, things are calm with his body. If he gets excited, that shit's going to accelerate. I'm just trying to break some damn science down to it, and I'm letting him know that we're sparing him. And if he gets hit from both sides, meaning Team Arena and the one that's on its heels, it's not going to be good for his health. It's not going to be good for his health. So I'm trying to spare him.
Yeah, yeah, I get that, and that's an unfortunate situation, and that's the type of stuff that we go through in life. But at the same time, you're choosing to go this route. You know what I mean?
Right?
When it don't have to be like that.
It don't have to be at all.
You know. So I mean, it is what it is on that.
Right?
But again, again. he's still on that wanted list. So
Oh,
you know,
absolutely, absolutely. But that's yeah, but that's something dealing like say with Mississippi campaign. But he needs to come as a man and deal with that as a man. Don't do this damn feminine shit. Don't do this. I get he's a beta male. I get that, but you need to come out of that beta male mode and be a man and goddamn stop this cowardice shit and goddamn talk to us like men because he doing this feminine shit. It's really feminine right now, and he needs
yeah,
to
no
come out of
doubt,
that, man. Yeah, he needs to
no
come
doubt.
out of that shit, man. He's
And
really yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say, you would think that if he was that passionate about it, that he would be able to at least stand on his square and come to the table and defend his position, but he's not even willing to do that. And on top of that, you don't have a concise plan, or you don't have an instillment within yourself to compromise on anything. That's the sad part about it.
Right.
But I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, with me, I'm gonna still continue to do what I do
Absolutely.
because it's important to me. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And
So
it's in the right
so the
hands
question
because
would be,
yeah.
right? The question would be how important is it to you? You know what I mean?
Right, right. And that's what I don't want to expose right now. I don't want to expose that he's acting like a woman. He's very emotional about it. He's not taking something and building on it because he's not a nation builder. He is exposing him as being this weak beta male right now. Because men, we know how to build, The arena's a living example of that. We as men know how to take a platform and build on it. So we could definitely build a nation, especially on a platform like YouTube. It's just like, you know, it's really all about working with people and sharing ideas and having constructive criticism. It's just like, I don't know, an example. I made a covenant with, oh, what's my boy? What up, mate? I made a covenant. What's up? Give me a second, y'all. What up, mate? Good say, man. Good to see you. What you working with HH? Oh, that's what's up, man. Yeah, man. Shit. Well, it's good to see you, brother, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. Man, you were past me. Man, you done passed me, man. Goddamn. Goddamn, boy. Okay. Sorry about that, man. One of my roster brethrens, man. Dreadlocks longer than mine, man. Goddamn. Okay, anywho. Sorry about that, y'all, man. One of my buddies I ain't seen in years. But anyway, I'm back, y'all. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that, man. Uh, Blackson is a celebrity. No, man, that's one of my buddies, man. One of my buddies. The trucking community, especially the dump truck, man, it's a whole nother family, man. We all know each other, man. It's funny. But anywho, uh, back to the topic, y'all. I'm sorry about that. You know, sorry about that. I ain't seen that brother in a long time. But yeah, man, Angel needs to come out of his feelings, man. He really needs to come out of his feelings and really focus on the mission at hand, which is Operation Mississippi, and sit down at the table with this and stop being a little child. Stop being a little child. Stop being a Lex. Oh no! Take away my GI Joes. No. Do I sound okay? Do I sound okay?
Yeah, yeah. It's starting to pop a
Starting
little
to
bit, but
get.
it ain't bad. You know what I mean?
Oh shit! Is it too loud or is it too?
No, no, it's not too loud. No,
It's just
man.
popping. Yeah, I don't know why
Yeah.
it pops like that, man. Damn. And I don't trust these other headsets, man. Damn, I don't trust them at all. Fuck.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean, it ain't like distracting or it's like I can't hear you. Good,
Okay,
I can
okay,
hear you.
okay. All right. Play the Jimi Hendrix Voodoo Child Hollywood Black Son. Oh Lord. Y'all still don't get that damn debate. Y'all still don't get it. Y'all still don't get it. Tony Iommi is a better guitarist, but let me stop. Tony Iommi has way more powerful music than Jimi Hendrix. Way more powerful music. Jimi Hendrix is cool, but he ain't got nothing on Tony Iommi. Y'all need to listen. That whole debate was so that y'all can listen, listen
So
to his music.
so I'm interested in that. So like I said, when it comes to like Black Sabbath and that era of rock, but now you into like the more like death metal type. I mean, do you
Yes.
correlate the two genres? Do you correlate them?
Um, I correlate them only because now it's funny. I correlate them because if it wasn't for Tony, that sound, that heavy sound, wouldn't be there. That's why I have to give homage to Tony Iommi. But Tony Iommi would never consider himself death metal, or he doesn't even consider himself metal. He just considered himself as a rock and roll. And actually, when they started, they considered themselves a rhythm and blues band. But because rhythm and blues here is different than rhythm and blues in England, and remember, England has that folk, that old school folk, and when they added that folk to it, folk music in England is dark. So they thought they were doing uh, R and rhythm and blues when they were mixing in folk with Ozzy. And then when he had the Down to the Car, they just created this whole new genre, which birthed the death metals and the heavy metals and all these other genres out here. And that's why I said he's a better guitarist because Jimmy, um, the lane he was in died out. Jimmy was still in the rock and roll era. Once
Right.
heavy metal was birthed, that killed rock and roll. That killed it. The last rock
Yeah.
and roll band was Led Zeppelin. That was the last rock and roll, and then it started to venture
Transition into
off.
like punk.
Okay, so punk comes from the heavy stuff. So your punk, your heavy metal, all that comes from Tony Iommi. The
But I'm saying punk was a distinct sound
Yeah,
in it, like your Billy Idols and stuff like that. Like when I think
right,
of punk, like I think of like people that originated, people like Billy Idol
right. Which good,
and
good
and,
point, good
and,
point.
and stuff like that. So I see what you're saying, but I also see the distinction.
So your rock and roll morphed into like your spring, band in the USA. That's your rock and roll. Or like, oh yeah, life goes on, Jungle Kunga Metal Camp. That's the stuff that Jimmy, that would be his children. And really, it did the top 40s, but it didn't go nowhere like how the heavy metal and the death metals. Now, that dominates now. Everything that Iommi did dominated after the 90s, the 2000s. So the 80s, you would say that, okay, that kind of, I mean, you got the biggest influence that Jimi Hendrix had was Prince. That was a direct correlation of Jimmy's style. But after Prince, man, that was it. But if you look at the heavy metal genres, it just kept going and 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 going. And then you had subgenres produced. Like it's so many spawns of different types of heavy metal that happened. So that's why I say he was a greater influence because you look at the works now. Does that make any sense, Venkat? I'm gonna call you Venkat. I don't know why I get Venkat in my mind. The last night's show, man. Does that make sense, MD?
I mean, yeah, sort of, kind of, but then, like I said, I still see where you got you got links within the
Yeah.
chain what originated different styles. I do see that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I said,
Right.
me, I can only take it from the style of a rock that I was privy to at the time, which was considered new wave, like new metal. You know what I mean? But
Right.
a lot of the stuff they considered new metal wasn't metal at all. I mean, it was instruments and rock, but a lot of it was like hip hop based. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
A lot of new metal stuff was like rap. You know what I'm saying? Mixed
Right.
in.
Right. Right. So
Like
let me ask.
new metal would be like corn. That's new
Right, yeah,
metal.
that's right, that's right. Okay, so let me ask you a question, MD, because you're from Atlanta. I always ask people from the ATL this question: was Metallica your first introduction to really just hard metal?
I mean, again, rock and roll period. My introduction was grunge era.
Oh
But
shit.
would you
Okay,
consider? But
okay.
would you consider that hard metal?
Ah, damn. See, because I'm an older person, MD. Ah, I would say no, but you got to
I
look
would
at
say
the
that
era
too.
that I'm in, right? But only because of the era that I'm from. There, and I say that to say this, MD.
I mean, Metallica was going on at the time, but
Right,
my introduction to rock was the grunge style.
right. So you like your Nirvana.
Yeah, your Nirvanas and your
Stone Temple
Stone Temple
Pilots.
Pilots.
Yeah,
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 you know what I
yeah.
mean,
Which
and
is
all
good.
those
I love.
people.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Now the hardest group to me was Stone Temple Pilots. That was the hardest group in that era. But I could take somebody older than them that's much harder. I could take like a Slayer. You ever heard of Slayer?
Yeah,
They're way more harder than damn Stone Temple Pilots. But that's why I say grunge is a whole different era. I think grunge was actually a more radio friendly genre than some of the stuff that I grew up with. Like Slayer didn't get their recognition until like way after the grunge era. Actually, they started getting their recognition because I guess people started realizing, man, there's some stuff that's hard. Like, okay, so grunge was the introduction to hard music on the mainstream. Does that make any sense?
yeah. That's where I heard it from, the mainstream.
Right. So you had people that were introduced to that, and if they wanted something harder, then they were introduced to a whole genre that was much harder than the grunge. So yeah, to answer your question, I would say it was not harder, but it just depends on who's introduced to it. So
Okay, so all
uh,
right, so like I said, I was younger at the time. I was real young at the time when
okay,
grunge was going on.
right,
But as I grew and like grunge started to fade out, a lot of your underground stuff was the more harder shit, like your Panteras
yeah,
and stuff like that. I wasn't listening to no stuff like that. But then
right,
when I got into high school, like I said, new metal was the thing. You had your Deftones, you had your Incubus, you had
yeah,
your Papa Roaches, you had your let me think of. I think one of the hardest bands at that time was maybe Godsmack, but Godsmack was too like that wasn't nobody listening to Godsmack like that. You know what I mean?
right,
They were out, but wasn't nobody listening to Godsmack like that. Your
okay.
Seven Dust, you know what I mean? Groups like that.
Oh, I like Seven Dust. Yeah, Seven. I remember them. Yep.
That all that's considered new metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Seven Dust is probably hell out of all the new metal bands was probably one of the hard because I mean Seven Dust was like hard riffs, hard rock. A lot of
Right,
the new
right.
metal stuff was like it was centered in hip hop. It just was. That was the
Well,
thing. Your
that's why I
corn.
tell. Right, right. Well, that's why bands like Seven Dust and Sepultura had a whole nother paradigm to it because number one, both of those singers are black. So black people, and I always make fun of damn metalheads when I tell them this, is that yeah, they y'all gonna come to a point where it's gonna have to be a compromise where black people gonna have to start listening to metal and they're gonna have to start hiring us as singers because a lot of white boys when they do that kind of stuff they lose their voice. Whereas the guy from Seven Dust and the guys from Sepultura, they just do it naturally. You know what I'm saying? The dude,
But it's
you know,
rhythmic to them though. A lot of
yeah,
it's rhythmic. You know what I'm saying? They sing it in actuality.
right. Well, yeah, they're saying right, right, but they don't have to strain their voice. It's like the guy from Sepultura, he don't have to strain his voice. You know what I'm saying? The original singer of Sepultura can't even sing no more. A lot of them had to get throat surgery, but the guy from, I forgot his name. He's from Detroit, but like I said, Sepultura is a Brazilian band. They came all the way to the United States, all the way to Detroit, and hired this guy because they liked his voice, and he auditioned and they hired him on the spot. And he's like the new singer, and his
Yeah.
voice has not cracked since. Man, it's just because black people, brothers, we have a naturally deep voice, and for that type of music, a lot of white guys when they try to strain that shit, they be having issues. Even with your not so hard. There was a guy, Cinderella man. His voice is jacked up. Axl Rose, his voice is jacked up. The guy from ACDC, his voice is jacked up. So yeah, but brothers, man, it's like we can do that shit naturally, but a lot of brothers ain't trying to be in these bands. You know what I'm saying? So but if brothers want to, be part of a band and get paid millions of dollars, become a metal singer.
Right. So
But
so so right now, like, do you listen to anything like modern death metal right now that's out?
yeah, I do.
Because I only know a couple. I know like I'm talking about like growling type shit. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let me see. Let me see if I can name one. Um, Lorna Shore is one of them.
I never
Uh,
heard of them.
yeah, I like I
That's what I'm
said, I
saying.
got
There's
a
so
friend,
many.
man.
Yeah.
He's still doing it. He's
Okay.
been doing it for years. He's been doing it for years now. He do stage light.
Okay.
So every now and again, if I can catch up with him, I'll go to a show that he doing stage, and he do a lot of stage light for Masquerade. He do a lot of stage
Okay.
light for like
Okay.
Center Stage and stuff like that. So he do
Right.
the venues. He do like pretty much all the venues.
Yeah.
So it
That's
was
why
a
I want
couple
to take.
times. The last, go ahead, go ahead.
No, that's the masquerade. That's where I want to take Godocracy to the masquerade. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they moved though.
Yeah, they did.
They
Yep.
they
Yep.
um they yeah they in underground now.
Yep. Yep.
They used to be on North Avenue, but they
Yeah.
moved to the underground because they ain't shit in the underground, so they just
Right.
moved to the underground.
That's
I
right.
think that was like shit, maybe 6 7 years ago.
Yeah. Yep.
But on any event, yeah, he do a lot of the stage light for a lot of the events and shit. And
Oh.
yeah, I
Okay.
done been to some crazy ass concerts. I went to one
Yes, sir.
concert. He did the stage lighting for. I don't know if you ever heard of Guar.
Oh yeah, I know Guar.
That's some crazy shit, man.
That's a great. Yeah. Yeah. Guar is crazy, man. Guar. Let me type this for Godocracy in the chat.
Yeah, he did the stage lighting
Guar.
for them.
Yep. Did
Um,
I type it right? Oh,
what
I
o-
didn't
what
type
other
it
con?
right.
I done been to so many What other concert? I'm trying to think what would be within your genre.
Guar. That's for you,
Uh,
Godocracy. Guar. Oh God damn.
yeah,
Yeah,
them,
Guar. Yeah,
that's some crazy shit, man.
that's crazy
Man, they
shit.
was on
Yeah.
the stage. They came on the stage with a big ass like a dude in a dick costume, basically,
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
and he sprayed some shit out onto the crowd,
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
out the dick.
Yeah.
Said it was AIDS infested. Blah. I'm like, what in the fuck is going
Yeah.
on? And I ain't never heard of Guar at the time.
Yeah. Guar is crazy, bro.
I'm like, what in the fuck? But
Yeah.
yeah,
Guar is
that was
crazy,
probably
bro.
the craziest
Yeah.
concert I've been to. But
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
done been
Yeah.
to a few rock concerts. Like I said, Deftones.
Yeah.
My other side of me. If I was a rock person, Deftones is like that's me. I don't
Well,
think there's no
Deftones.
better
That's
rock band like ever. Deftones is it.
okay. 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 So Deftones. That's ska. If I'm talking
Well,
about
but
if we're
but
talking
in
about
the
the same
genre they
group,
consider it
yeah,
new wave.
that's right. Right. Well. Okay. Well. What I'm trying to. Okay. So let me explain ska. Ska is it comes from England, but it's a mixture of punk rock and Caribbean music. So they came together and they formed what they call ska. So it's a mixture. So yeah, a lot of black people are drawn towards ska because a lot of the roots are in like Jamaica, So which is funny because ska started at the same time as damn hip hop because they say hip hop came from Jamaica. So yeah, giving you a little history on your lineage there, Trevor.
Well, De-
Yeah,
Deftones is the shit. That's why I
yeah,
like.
yeah. Hmm.
If I was if I was another person that was into it like that,
Hmm. Yeah,
I still would consider Deftones like I don't know.
yeah.
It's just something like I said, like Chino's his voice
Frequency.
with the rock. You know what I mean? With the riffs in it,
Yeah,
man, it's tight.
right,
It's tight. And when I introduce other people, because like most black folks, they ain't. It ain't the fact that they not into rock. They just ain't never been exposed to it. You know what I mean?
right. That's right, right.
But a
You
lot
know,
of folks, when they get exposed to them Deftones, they're like, "Oh,
yeah,
this shit is fire."
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's just the frequency, like you said.
It is frequency, man. It's all about a frequency, man. You gotta. It's just something that you feel, and that's why I was telling Angel Food, about house music. I said, man, she, just her personality, and being that she's been around all that Beanie Siegel and all that, all that penitentiary music, she come to Atlanta, boy, she gonna lose her damn mind. She gonna lose her damn mind.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Atlanta, man. Like a
Yeah,
lot of other regions in the country, they focused more on, or they isolate themselves
right.
within one style, or with like
Exactly.
Atlanta ain't never been like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
As a matter of
Exactly.
fact, we'll take shit from other people and make it better. You know what I mean? Hell,
Right.
that's
Right.
how
Right.
Atlanta hip hop started. We took the Miami bass style and made our own shit out of it
That's right.
to the
Yep.
point where we exceeded Miami bass. You know what I mean?
Sure did. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that, man. I remember shit. I remember, man. Shit,
So
man.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing about Atlanta. Like we don't have a distinct style. We take shit from other people and like
Yep.
refine it. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right. That's right. That's right.
And that's
Yeah.
with all. That's not just with rap. That's with like everything. You
Everything.
know what
Right.
I mean?
Right. That's why. That's why. Outkast blew up so much because when they traveled and started touring, they were taking in different musics and they just pushed it back out and they just they tuned into so many frequencies, man. Especially when they started touring because when Outkast toured, they toured with like rock bands like Gene Loves Jezebel and Jane's Addiction. So they took in that damn frequency and they goddamn filtered it out and they just blew up. Shout out to Outkast, man. So yeah, you're right, man. And that, but
Yo,
Atlanta,
remember, Big Boy. Remember, Big Boy. He said, "Can you hear me? Or am I breaking
yeah,
up?"
yeah, no, I can hear you. You good. You sound real good, man. You must be in the city because you sound real good
Okay,
tonight,
all right.
man.
Yeah. Remember, I'm in Charlotte right now.
Oh,
Remember,
okay.
Big Boy said, "Oh, now I'm breaking up."
Yeah. Now, is that my phone though? It might be my phone. Shit. See, I can't tell if it's my phone or your phone
No,
at
I
this
mean
point
it's
now,
a
man.
it's a delay. I can hear you.
Okay. Say something again. Oh shit. That might be
Yeah,
me,
mic
man, because
mic
I'm
check.
down in this quarry. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you good. You good. You good. That might be me. I'm
Okay,
down in
all
this
right.
quarry
So yeah,
right
remember.
now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think you got a delay.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, but remember, Big Boy said that they went on tour with Wu Tang, and you remember, like he said, like Wu Tang, like they didn't understand like to position the Outcast when the Dungeon Family came about. It was a direct correlation on the Wu Tang.
Right.
They took the mass group style and made it their own. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yep. I remember that.
So yeah,
Okay, Gyno, she said I sound like a submarine again. Gyno, man, we did your method, man, and apparently, I don't know. I'm gonna have to get rid of this damn StreamYard, get another service, because this shit is not cool. Damn, I wish you could jump back on, because oh man, gosh,
yeah.
always
I
jumping
don't
in
know
and
nothing
out.
about nothing else. Like hell, I barely
Yeah,
know
yeah.
about Streamyard.
Right, right, right. And I was just getting familiar with and comfortable with StreamYard, but man, I can't keep paying for some shit doing this dumb shit, man. This is not cool.
What's the other one that people get on? What is it called? OBS, I think it's called.
OBS, I don't know. Shit, I need, yeah, I need
Yeah,
God. I
I
ask
don't, I
God.
don't know either.
Right. But and then she's mentioned she mentioned another one, so I might have to write all this stuff down. I'm gonna have to write it all down. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to write it all down because I'm a man. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this StreamYard, man. I don't like this shit at all. I don't like it.
Well, okay.
You
Yeah, I
know. Oh,
mean, it's simple enough.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess you know. I guess because I'm in the truck. Okay, Zoom.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Me and you, we moving a lot, so
That's
you
true.
know,
Yeah, yeah.
our connection gonna be jacked either way. You know what I mean?
Okay, okay. Got you, got you, got you. That's
I
why I
don't
be
necessarily
trying.
think it's the StreamYard thing. I think it's just us. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, okay. That's why I be trying not to do truck yard shows, but it seems like all my ideas be coming when I'm driving. Damn.
Yeah. And I'm
And then
always driving, so
yeah, yeah. That's why I'm like, damn, man. I wanted something good while I'm driving because, man, all my ideas come when I'm driving, man. And then, you know, when I get to the house, like, okay, so tonight, me and Yanga got a pre-show set for Inyame because Inyame wanted us to do a show on Black nationalism. So y'all gonna hear from y'all gonna hear from Malcolm tonight. You know,
yeah,
y'all
no
gonna hear it
doubt.
straight from Malcolm's mouth. Yeah, I got two clips I'm gonna play with Malcolm saying it, and then after that point, that's it. Malcolm X is gonna define it, and that's it. And that's what I roll with. And then hopefully, you know what? I wish I could share that shit right. I wish I could share it right now. But yeah, Malcolm, I'm gonna I'm gonna play it tonight with his own words, man. So
Yeah.
y'all can get it straight from him, man. And then you too, MD. You'll hear it from Malcolm, man, and you'll be able to, you know, you'll hear it from him because he
Yeah,
makes it
and
plain.
I
Yeah.
understand the concept. Yeah, I understand the concept. And like you said the other night, you know, the more and more I think about it and the stuff that I stand on,
Hmm.
then I guess I am a black nationalist. You know what I mean? I just never called myself a black nationalist because a lot of the stuff that I've researched through my reparations stick, you know what I mean? Like
Right.
it's black nationalism. I mean, we
Right. Right.
talking about Charlie House, we talking about RNA, Republic for New Africa. All these ideologies, all these concepts are rooted in black nationalism. But the thing is, it never took the focus away from the virtues as us as Americans. It never did. You know what I mean?
No, it doesn't.
So,
That's
so I'm
that.
trying to yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand the disconnect when it comes to all the historical records of black nationalism in this country
Right.
versus the dark side ideology of black nationalism and why it's disconnected from America. That's where we gotta dig in. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. I can tell you, but I wanted to wait till tonight. But I mean, I can tell you real quick. But I'm gonna go over it
No,
tonight
no,
again.
we'll yeah. Just break it
Okay.
down for
Okay.
me tonight, man.
I
I
will.
should
I
be there.
will. I'll be man. In fact, yeah, I want you to jump on the panel tonight, man, because I know you're gonna have questions, and everybody can jump on the panel tonight, man, because we gonna settle this black nationalism thing once and for all. After Malcolm says it, y'all know my stance, and then that's it. After that, that's it. After that, so if anybody come with some extra stuff, y'all heard it straight from Malcolm tonight. I don't care who it comes from. Y'all gonna hear it straight from Malcolm tonight. What black nationalism is, and me and Yanga, we joked about it because you know Malcolm X is in front of American flag. So I was like, yeah, I did that especially for a reason. But y'all will see why once he defines it, and then y'all take it from there. So anything extra, y'all recognize it because Malcolm X kept it very plain. Kept it very plain when he defined it. I got two videos, and both of those clips are less than 2 minutes. So yeah, you know. So yeah, I definitely want you on there tonight, MD, because it don't get no more plain than Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? Because you got all these people giving their spin and their twists on it. No, man, Malcolm X keeps it plain. He keeps it plain and simple. You know, but I'm gonna let y'all hear from him.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Yep.
And again, you know, like I said, the ultimate discussion is the disconnect between America and the diaspora when it comes to black nationalism. How can we separate the two? And I
Right.
think y'all gonna have to explain that. You know what I mean?
Right, right, right.
You know, if he wants to make his point valid, he'll have to explain it.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I look forward to. I definitely want to hear Inyame's explanation. I think what Inyame's going to do, he's going to veer off into Pan Africanism. That's what I think he's going to do.
But I mean, again, like I said, we have examples or instances in this country where even Pan Africanists understood the importance of the Black American as it pertains to the policies in this country.
Right, right, right.
We have examples of that.
Well,
So
I'm not saying,
don't
like I say, I want to hear Inyame's thing tonight. I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I anticipate Inyame coming in. Now, I'm going to give my stance, and then I definitely want to hear his stance on it. But like I said, because people, and that's why I always, if you hear me or Yanga say, he Malcolm X is the father of modern day black nationalists. So when people start going back to Delaney and Marcus Garvey and all these other people,
yeah, and Callie House and Frederick Douglass, which would
right,
also be
right,
considered black. So yeah, I
right,
get it.
right, right, right.
I
But
get it,
see,
but in a more modern sense, we're talking about
right,
your Malcolm X's, your Mary Baracus, people like that.
all right, 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 right. Malcolm X, he. You know what? I'm gonna just let him explain it tonight because a lot of people actually Yanga was going to explain this, but I didn't even realize. Y'all do know Malcolm X had two different funerals, right?
You want to save it for the night, or you want to break it down?
Uh, shit, I can I can do both.
I said, well, go ahead.
Okay, so Malcolm X, if y'all look it up, when he had a funeral, he had one picture of him in his suits, and then he had another funeral with him in his Muslim gear. So a lot of people didn't know that, and Yanga brought that to my attention. I'm like, I didn't even know that. And all this whole time, I kept seeing Malcolm in a suit in the casket and another picture of him in his Muslim garb, and it never clicked to me. He said, "Yeah, man, they had two different funerals. He had one for the religious people, and he had one for the black nationalists." I was like, "Oh shit, I never knew that." So yeah, that's very significant. So that's why I'm glad I'm explaining it now and I'm explaining it again. So some people's going to click right away, and then some people, I don't know. It may not click because, like I said, I've always grown up seeing both of those pictures, and it never dawned on me that he had two separate funerals. He had two different funerals. It never dawned on me until now. And Malcolm X, basically, he is the modern day black nationalist because he understood separation of church and state. That's why the people who follow Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, and all these other people, especially like Lex, they don't get it. They don't get when we say he's the father of modern day black nationalism. He is the one that brought separation of the religion and your political social. He separated those two. He basically brought black people up to speed when it came to separation of church and state. But people who don't want to separate their religion, they're not gonna get it.
So you don't give that to Garvey, because didn't Garvey also say leave your religion at the door? You ain't gonna get that to Garvey. Even though a lot of the followers of Garvey came from Callie House's movement, but that's a separate that's a separate story. But then
Some
you gonna say that?
I don't take nothing away from Garvey, but somehow I guess because Malcolm X is more in our time. I don't know. You know what? I don't.
No, to the fact, I agree with you, because Marcus Garvey wasn't he didn't realize the political viewpoint of the society as a whole. Malcolm
Right,
X did.
right,
And it wasn't for Marcus Garvey to realize that, because he wasn't a focal point in politics when it comes to America.
okay.
So I wouldn't expect him to be that far deep in the political aspect of it when it came to the UNIA.
Right, right, right,
So to your point, I agree with what you're saying.
right. And so Malcolm X, he recognized it right away. He recognized it when he left the nation. He recognized that's when, boom, that's where a lot of people from the Nation of Islam don't get. When he left the nation, that's when he became a true black nationalist. And they don't get that part. They don't get that atheists, we don't want to be bothered with the Nation of Islam. Like, we don't want to be bothered with the, there's a speech where, I'm not going to play that speech tonight, where he said, you can be an atheist and be a black nationalist. That right there woke up a whole bunch of people on the goddamn West Coast, including the Black Panther parties, because a lot of them were atheists. A lot of people didn't know that either. Your UB Newtons, your Bobby, yeah, they're all atheists. They don't believe in no God. Bunchy Carter, shit, the Steiner brothers, all of them were atheists.
No doubt, no doubt. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
so
I get completely what you're saying. But like I said, going back to the Marcus Garvey aspect, Marcus Garvey wasn't dealing with the socio-political in terms of fighting to change any policy. Like it was more socio-economical
right,
with Garvey. You know what I mean? So to that aspect, yeah, I agree with you.
yeah,
And Marcus Garvey, as a totality, he was trying to conform to a worldwide process of social economic standing for all African people, which is commendable. I ain't saying it ain't, but
actually,
when you have, go ahead.
oh, go ahead, no, go ahead. No, no, you're right. I just remembered something. You just gave me an epiphany. Before, then this is what the people of the Nation of Islam don't understand. Before Malcolm X joined the Nation of Islam, his parents were Garveyites. So yeah, you right on point, brother. So
And to the NOI's aspect, NOI wasn't necessarily socio-political either.
right, no, no, they were
What
religious.
was the NOI doing socio-political? Last I checked, Elijah Muhammad didn't give a damn about vote
Right,
or dealing with politics. Didn't he say that the black man has no deal in politics in this country?
booyah. That's right.
So
He
from
sure
that
did.
aspect, what was the nation? Were they a religious
They were
institution,
religious.
or were they dealing with socioeconomics? I
They were
could pretty much
religious.
say they were dealing with socioeconomics because they were selling shit to black folks.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
from a more wide scale standpoint, yeah, they were a religious institution.
Yeah. Yeah. Their teachings and tenets were all religious based. Because in order to benefit off anything that the nation offered, you had to be a Muslim.
There you go.
Yep. And that's why when Malcolm X, remember Malcolm X was from the streets. When he left the nation, he had to understand in order to unite all black people, because remember he's still dealing with, like said, a lot of the cats from the streets and all that who weren't trying to hear all that religious shit. That's when he understood black nationalism and how religion can't be a part of it, because the religion is a big turnoff, especially areas of, like I said, in the country, like I said, your Oklahomas, your Texases, your Californians. You got a large population of black men that are not down with no religion shit. We're not down with religion. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he incorporated that. And so yeah, that's why he said yeah, you could be an atheist. He emphasized putting your religion in your pocket. Don't proselytize. That's not and that's why so many cats. I say, if you want to study me and debate me, study Malcolm X, because Malcolm X told you that you cannot use religion to unite people. You just can't. And people miss that. And that's why your Lexus, he don't understand. That's why he was like, oh, Elijah Muhammad was the greatest. No, he fucking wasn't. Malcolm was the greatest because he understood he had the key to unity right there. You can't use religion. It has to be your social, political, economical, and he's going to break it down to what black nationalism is tonight. Y'all going to hear it straight from Malcolm X. Elijah wasn't doing none of that. People argue, oh, Elijah made Malcolm. I don't give a fuck how long Malcolm was in the nation, because I don't listen to Malcolm when he's in it. I listen to after he left the nation when he became a black nationalist. That's when my ears perked up. And when he
Right.
redefined it, that was all Malcolm. When he said, keep your religion in your pocket, that's Malcolm X. That definitely wasn't no Elijah Muhammad. But people, especially from
Right.
the Nation of Islam, they miss that. They miss that lesson. They miss it. I say they miss it
Yeah.
because they're goddamn, in my opinion, they're retarded. That's why they missed the lesson. Same with the Hebrew Israelites. They're like, oh, we got to have a religion to unite. No, we don't. If you think we need a religion to unite, you're fucking retarded.
Yeah. At some point, your socio-political message transcends the religious aspect. Hell, you saw that with Dr. Khaled.
Right? Yeah,
Like his message transcend Nation of Islam.
absolutely.
You know what I mean? Where it was reaching people that weren't within the nation.
Right?
So yeah, from that, yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. But yeah, it has to be. Yeah, it can't be religious because religion will be in here all day talking about religion. We'll be like a puppy dog chasing its tail with religion. And you got so many religions, so many interpretations. We ain't got time for all that shit. So
So
keep your
with that
religion in
being
your
said,
pocket.
Black Son, is Stemia a religion?
Yeah, Stimia is definitely a religion. Yeah, it's a cult.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Stimia is a
That's
religious cult.
yeah.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
If it's certain tenets and principles that I must follow
right.
in order to follow Stemia, then yeah, that will be considered a religion.
Anytime you try to modify someone else's behavior, that is a cult. There's no way around it. If you try to modify anybody's behavior and especially beliefs, that's a cult. That is a cult.
Yeah, I see what you're
Anytime
saying.
you proselytize, it is a cult. Yeah, like Blue couldn't understand. I said, Blue, when Malcolm X said put your religion in pocket, all he's saying is don't proselytize it. He didn't say get rid of it. He means don't proselytize it. I've known Yanga for I don't know how many years. Yanga has never proselytized Islam to me. Never. I don't know why that's so hard for people to get. I've never tried to make a Yang an atheist. I've never tried, you know what I'm saying? We ain't never tried to do that because we understood black nationalism from the get go.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. Like I said, my whole thing is when it comes to STEM, even though STEM should be the focal point of us moving forward from a socio-economic level based on what the world is doing right now, it's
Uh,
impossible for every single person to incorporate STEM in their everyday life. It's impossible.
I don't see the purpose in it.
That's my only contention.
Right.
You don't see the purpose of STEM?
I'm sorry. I thought you meant STEMI. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, no, STEM. Yeah, yeah. I'm my bad. I'm sorry, MD. My bad. My bad. My bad. I'm thinking of. I got STEMI on the brain. MD, you there? Uh-oh, I think I'm breaking up
I
again.
thought that was me. I
MD,
didn't know if that was me or you. Yeah, can you hear me?
hello? Yeah, no, that was me. I went underneath the bridge. Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear you.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah. That
thought
was
that
me.
was
I went
me.
underneath
My
the
bad.
bridge. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I got STEM mixed up with STEMI. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. STEM. I'm just talking about STEM. STEM is I
Okay,
understand
okay.
science,
I'm my bad.
technology,
Yeah,
engineering, and math should be a focal point
right,
with us moving forward as a people, no doubt.
right.
But everybody can't be a part of STEM. It's impossible. The world doesn't allow everybody to be part of STEM. If that makes any sense.
That's right. That makes perfect sense.
So when you try to incorporate a set of rules and regulations behind it, and everybody in the nation should follow by, no, because we know, just like I said, like everybody's not going to be part of STEM.
Right,
That I mean, it's the same principle that Stalin used to create the
yeah,
industrialist Russia.
That's
It's
right.
the same. It's the same exact principle. He forced
That's right.
everybody into industrialization, and it didn't work. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Same with Mao. Same with Mao. Mao didn't. His revolutionary didn't. What was it? The Cultural Revolution or whatever it was. It didn't work for Mao either, man. It didn't work for. It didn't work for Fidel, man. That shit, man. And so that's why I be like, man, these cats talking about socialism. What the hell? What are y'all studying? Because it's been shown time and time and time and time and time and time again. It don't work.
And I'll challenge Yanga, more,
Right.
most importantly, Yanga. I'll challenge it. Name me any socialist movement that has been multifaceted. What I mean by multifaceted, name me a socialist movement where there's all different moving pieces going around with different sectors of society. I haven't seen one. The only socialist movements that I've seen always been linear. Linear
That's
being
right.
everybody doing the same shit.
Right.
So you would have to show me an example of a socialist movement that's multifaceted in terms of how the society is operating on the socio-economic level. I've never seen an example of one.
I don't think you will because I think that, like you said, because it's so linear, it'll man, it'll wipe itself out of existence if you get multifaceted. That'll eradicate socialism right there because again, I was trying to explain like we were trying to explain to Lex, you have supply and demand number one, and you have different fields of jobs. Whereas you might pay a person more money to go on that tower to maintain that antenna. He's risking his life. So of course he needs to ask for more money. He's going goddamn miles up in the sky. You mean to tell me he should make the same money as a burger flipper? Are you kidding, man? That's no, bro. That's why I can't even have them conversations with Lex, man. There's only so far I can
Right,
go with Lex, man, until reality sets in. You be like, man, this dude, he tripping. He tripping.
right,
He acting like a small
and that
child,
goes back to Angel Snubnut Up. That goes back to Angel Snubnut Up.
right?
He believes those same tenets. Hell, as a matter of fact, I'm to the position that way. I don't think that he believes that you should be making any money at all. That everything should be afforded to you from
By
the
the
state.
state. Yeah,
You
that
know what I
sounds like
mean?
some, yeah. Nah, I'm with you on that, brother. I don't think Angel has enough experience. He really doesn't know governance, man. I think he's been fed religion all his life. You know, he's been around NOI, and he has this la la land mentality of what governhood is. He don't understand economics 101. He doesn't understand freedom 101. He doesn't understand oppression. Again, it goes back to that, Angel. And again, that's why I'm doing this video because he got in his feelings. You can't get in your feelings when it comes to governing. Hell, people gonna be on you day and night and day and night and day. Look at the goddamn Ukraine war. Look at goddamn what's going on in Ukraine right now. I love using the Ukraine Russia conflict because right now NATO is running out of ammunition. They're running out of stockpile. This is a big problem. While Russia is still getting supplies from China, they still got factories running 24/7. They still getting supplies from Iran. But see, this kind of talk, Angel, it'll go over his head. But this is the type of stuff you need when that's why I said when you talk about succession and you don't ever mention Russia and Ukraine in depth, but you talk about succession because that's what the Donbass did, succeeded. Angel, they succeeded, and look what happened. But see over your head, Angel. That's how I know you don't know. Because that's what goddamn the Dunbass did. They succeeded. Let me say that again for Angel. Angel snuffed up 7. The Dunbass succeeded. And that was the result. That's why I said you just talking, bro. You're just talking.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. He just talking. But he in his feelings, and that's why I said don't get in your feelings, bro. Don't let your feelings get you in trouble. Man up and be a man. Don't let goddamn the women at your heels cause you for me to go in. Don't cause that, Angel. Look at what's
Well,
going on. Look at both sides. Don't do
well,
it. Don't do it.
I mean, well, hell, at this point, man, hell, he's been subpoenaed. So
Yeah, that's true.
goddamn,
Yeah,
like, bro, like, if you want to ignore the subpoena, like I said again, you want it under the law. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So it is. You can keep running, but eventually you'll get caught, just
yep.
like everybody else. You know what I mean?
Absolutely,
You'll
absolutely,
slip up one of these days, and you just gonna have to feel the wrath of justice at that point.
absolutely, absolutely.
That's all gonna happen with that. So it's cool. Like I said, I mean, you continue to spew your rhetoric, and I'm gonna continue to give facts. And
Right, because what's
that's
going to
just what it
happen?
is with that.
Right, because what's going to happen is that the arena is going to get bigger and bigger because we cover so many fields. We cover so many fields. He's going to get engulfed. He's going to fall right in the goddamn downtown center square of the arena because that's how large the arena is going to be. So yeah,
No,
you can
no,
keep
with no
running.
question,
Yeah, yeah.
no
It's just gonna
question. Like,
yeah. That's why I want to establish this whole thing with Black nationalism tonight, and that way people know what it is from Malcolm's. And like you said, MD, once Malcolm tells you it, it'll solidify. You be like, well, hell, that's what I've been doing. It just yeah, it's always had a label to it. But as I said, I don't try to push it on nobody. It's just a name. Like it, you know what? I'm gonna let Malcolm speak. I'm gonna let him speak because he's a better spokesman than I am.
yeah. I
Way
was
better
just
spokesman
saying.
than
I
I
was
am.
just
Right.
saying. I can understand how I could be labeled as a black nationalist. I just
Right.
choose not to label myself as that.
And
But
that's
like I
cool.
said,
Right. Right.
the stuff that I've researched, the stuff that I go by with my reparations conversation is rooted in black nationalism. It is.
Reparations alone makes you a black nationalist.
There it is.
That makes you more of a black nationalist than anybody, actually. That's why I was just like, me and Yayo, we kind of giggle. We like, I'm not black nationalist, but I'm for reparations. We just like, okay, because yeah, that makes you a starch black nationalist right there. But you'll see tonight, once Malcolm says it, you'll be like, oh, I'm gonna let Malcolm define it, man, because it's like you'll be like, oh, okay, and it won't be like no Operation Mississippi, because when he said, oh, just go to the video, because I'm gonna be right there with you and we can discuss it. And I hope Inyami is there, because I know he's chomping at the bits for the show tonight. I know he is. I know he's ready. I know he's geared up and go, ready to go. And I hope. Yeah, Trevor, I'm about to say it, Trevor. I hope and pray. I hope and pray. Yeah, Trevor, I just said that. I hope and pray Lex falls through. Because I want to see what he got to say about it. I want to see what he got to say about it. He'll probably, Malcolm X is a coon. I want to hear you say that. I want to hear him say that. That's the only thing Lex can say tonight is Malcolm X is a coon. Once he says that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to wash my hands and I'm done.
Right.
I want to
Yeah.
hear
I
because
mean,
he,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's the only going thing be left for him to say. And then I already know because I know. First of all, I know that Inyami doesn't agree with Malcolm X being a coon. So if Lex comes tonight and he says that, that pretty much finishes that. That severs that ties. That means at this point, Lex, you just a madman running around here, just a sensationalist, just saying shit. Because I can guarantee you, and y'all may don't think Malcolm X is a coon. I will put money on that. I will bet anybody money that Yanyame don't think Malcolm X is a coon. But if Lex and I'm saying my prediction if he shows up and Lex get caught up in his feelings and start acting like a spoiled child, he's gonna call Malcolm X a coon tonight. That's what I predict if he shows up. Because that's what Lex does. That's his MO. He resorts to calling people coons and shit. You get one leg up on the goddamn you get a hand up on Lex, you're a coon. That's his go to. So I want to see what he got to say when Malcolm X explains black nationalism. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we all know what a coon is. A coon is a
Right.
black American that goes against the advancement of his own people. You know what I mean?
Ah, okay.
I mean,
Oh, okay.
we can pretty much self-define what a coon is. Like we don't need no Oxford dictionary for that. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
he's gonna be hard pressed to try to put Malcolm X in the coon box. He's gonna be very hard pressed. And if he does that, he's gonna make himself look like a coon. I guarantee that. Lex don't want that smoke. I guarantee if he try to put Malcolm X in a goon, it's gonna be the end of Lex, metaphorically speaking.
I don't see how you could do it, but if he wants to double down on his position, he would be put in a compromised situation where he wouldn't have a choice
Yes,
but to do it.
exactly. Right, right. That's why I can't. That's why I'm excited tonight, man. That's why I'm excited, man. And man, we got two of the shortest clips that you can find on Malcolm X. They got straight to the point, and I love it. Yeah, I love both of those clips. And yeah, um, as a matter of fact, damn, I don't have time to cut one more clip. That extra clip would be nice, but these clips it'll pretty much explain it. But it's an extra clip that I personally would want where he said you could be an atheist and be a black nationalist because people won't believe me that he said that. He actually said that. But he understood black nationalism. But you know, um, and when he said that, that opened up the door for the Panther Party. If he never said that in his speech, you could be an atheist and black nationalist, there would be no Black Panthers. Because that message would have never got to the goddamn Huey P. Newtons and all the people on the West Coast. The Bunchy Carters, they would have never got to them because they weren't trying to hear none of that church shit. They weren't trying to hear that Islam stuff. They weren't trying to hear none of that religious shit. That's where I come from. That's my lineage. And we, as men, we were not trying to hear that religious shit. We weren't, you know. So yeah,
Yeah, like I said, bro, like you'll be hard pressed to not call Malcolm X a coon just based on your position. You know what I mean?
right, absolutely.
And the Black Panthers, you bring up the Black Panthers again. You can't get around the political implications in which the Black Panthers showed as far as Americanism
Hmm.
being a Black American.
Right.
I mean, who exemplified Second Amendment rights for Black people more than the Black Panther? Who
Booyah! There
exemplified it?
you go. Right. Not only did they exemplified it, they were hell. I'm going to go outright and say both the Panthers and Malcolm X were constitutionalists. I say that all the time, but somehow, sometimes really, it goes over a lot of people's heads when I say that. No, he was one of the best constitutionalists. In fact, I will, I'll say this because Yang gets uncomfortable.
I,
A lot
I
of
mean, check. Hold up, Black Son. The Black Panther Party were literally citing word for word the Constitution to the police when they pulled up on it.
to the T, right? Yeah, they were constitutionalists. They were constitutionalists. There's no way around it. They were constitutionalists, right? That's why they were able to, like you said, bear arms and goddamn walk around loaded in front of the police because they knew their rights. And they just, I mean, shit. Police were scratching their head because a lot of the police were operating on white supremacy. They weren't operating on that Constitution. They didn't even know the Constitution. But when they did, they were like, "Oh shit! Well, what do we do now? Well, I don't know, Bob. Well, let's call Sergeant. What we do here? Not damn Constitution." They were confused.
No doubt. Even to the point where California state legislature had to change some laws to try to
Exactly.
stop them
Yeah,
when it came to gun rights in California.
that's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Man, so white school too. Oh, I didn't know that gynecology. Okay, okay. I did not know that. Okay. Actually, you know what? It don't surprise me. It don't surprise me because
In
you're strong.
Baltimore,
Yeah, that's all I was like, huh?
is it white folks in Baltimore?
Yeah. God, actually, if you can jump back on the pedal, you got. We can't do the text on this one. You got to jump on the pedal if you can, because I didn't know there was white folks in Baltimore either. We being silly, but no, really, you got to jump on the pedal.
Man, I'm telling you, man, as a truck driver, and I'm glad when I used to be over the road, like going all over,
Uh, yeah.
Baltimore was one of the worst places. I hated Baltimore,
Oh
man.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Going to them damn ports, man.
Hmm.
I was
Oh
like,
yeah.
damn, I want to go to no goddamn Baltimore.
Yeah. Okay, she coming up. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, you gotta come on for this one. We trying to give you mommy break, but no, no, you gotta come on for this one. You got to come back home for this one. Got accuracy. You got to come home for this one. You got white. No, no. She said it's white people in Baltimore.
I think somebody, yeah, there you go.
There she go. Yep, yep. Now you said it was white people in Baltimore.
Well, I thought the only white people in Baltimore was one going to the damn to baseball
Right.
and the football game,
Damn.
and then they
Yeah, 'cause
take their ass on up wherever they live at.
Yeah, yeah. We can hear you guys actually.
oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say okay, so I was born and raised in Baltimore, right, for the most
Yep.
part. But when I had went to high school, I did 1 year as a freshman in Baltimore, and my mom, she was so scared because yeah, it's mostly just black people. I went to an all black school at first when I in my freshman year. But my mother moved me to Columbia because she just got tired of me leaving school and stuff like that. Like I wouldn't show up for class and stuff like that. Like I was one of them type people in high school. So if when she moved me out to Columbia out in when we moved there, it was all white. It's all white there. That's outside of Baltimore.
Oh,
That's
okay.
like in between DC and all that other stuff, like in Laurel. That part is like rich, but my mother was able to get out there on a program or whatever. But when I was there, like it was mostly white people. It was some black people, but it was so bad that the only time I seen a lot of black faces is when I took theater arts one, because you had to take your arts credit or whatever, and
Okay.
that was the easiest credit because I tried to take regular art and that shit was fucking me up. I was like, what the fuck? But anyway, it threw me off. I thought, I said, nigga, we drawing, we supposed to have fun. What is all this? It was intense. So I took my as the theater arts and it was cool, but other
Right.
than that, like being in that environment, it made me study all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Right.
was actually obsessed with Huey P. Newton and Malcolm X and stuff like that because uh, even though black people like it's weird because when you in an all black school, like you can have the variety of friendships. Like you can afford to dip off into different groups, but it's like in Colombia, it's just like we didn't give a fuck about our differences. The black people were sitting together. That's how deep it was. We was like, hold on, a black face? I don't give a fuck. No, you sit with us. Even if we would just sit there and roast each other, like we would just like, all geeking. Like, it would be fun. Cause I never seen that type of, unity in an all black school. You know what I'm saying? Like when
Right.
you put black children in a space where they don't have a choice and they feel like, damn, like it's all these white people. Trust me, they band together real quick.
Right.
Like
Right.
that
Yep.
shit is cool to see. Yeah, so yeah, I was then he was like, hold on, what? I meant to say in Columbia, Maryland. That's where I went to high
Oh,
school.
Okay,
okay.
okay. I was about to say,
Yeah.
yeah, Blair. You white school, and I
And
thought
my
maybe
mother
you was
knew.
in Hagerstown or something.
No, and my mother, she knew I wasn't going to have sex with no white boy. Like she, so that's another thing. She was scared that because the type of boys that I was into like nerdy black boys, and she seen that I had that option. Whereas, in Columbia, Maryland, it was just like no, or I was going to see. Well, it just wasn't a lot of options. I just kept to myself anyway. 'Cause, yeah, I just always like black men.
Yeah, I see
So.
what you're saying. But it's
Hmm.
a different dynamic. Like most of the schools down here is black. But like I said, I
Yeah.
was in a unique position where I like we were segregated from elementary school to middle school, but then it was only one high school because in Decatur we only had the one high school.
Right.
So when we all linked up in Decatur, but we was all together, like black people and white people, like
Hmm.
we found common ground through music and culture, and we was all getting high together at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So they were different folk, because I mean, Atlanta is so multicultural at that
Yeah.
time to where like it was cool. You know what I mean? And we
Yeah, because
all share different
it's
different
it's
aspects of
so
culture.
black in Baltimore. Like it's so black in Baltimore and them schools. Like it was always. I remember seeing the one white person that was there. They was always like dirty and got made fun of real bad. That was the only white person that was there. Dirty ass tennis, dirty ass kid, dirty ass white kid. You know what I'm saying? But what I
Right.
will say is what I seen a lot in high school, it was always a dirty ass white girl that got passed around, and she they would fight over the dirty ass white girl, freak ass white girl. You know what I'm talking about, Black Son?
Ah,
That
yeah, I
one
know. I'm
dirty
like,
white girl.
yeah.
That one dirty white girl, they fight over her. Everybody fighting over her, but everybody fucking her. And it's like, why is y'all still fucking this dirty white girl? It's always one bitch. Like sometimes, and then sometimes she gotta move away because she get pregnant. Then there's another dirty white bitch. Rinse, wash, repeat. I got tired of that. You
Yeah,
Black Son,
like
I know you seen it.
when, when you where you live, it depends on your education at the end of the day, where you live at. Like I said, I was
I'm in
fortunate.
Columbia, Maryland. It's just not in Baltimore.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I was
Yo.
fortunate to where I live because I
Hmm.
happen to live on the white, not the white side, because I lived in a black neighborhood. But
Right.
because we only had one high school, it was different side of the tracks. You know what I mean? It was white folks on one side and black folks on the other side. Now, Yanga, I'll tell you, being Kirkwood is that's the black part of town. You know what I'm saying? So kids that lived across the street from me, because I stayed in Atlanta, Decatur line, like literally across the street was Atlanta. Kids who stayed across the street from me went to Crim. You ain't gonna know about Crim High School.
Yeah.
I ain't want
Mm.
no smoke with Crim. I'm like, boy, I'm glad I'm going to the Decatur. Cause why they ain't play no games at Crim. You ain't gonna know what I'm talking about.
Mm.
So yeah, it's that dynamic too, where you live at. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. Like I remember this one girl. She took my homeboy went in my homeboy like trash basket and took a condom and like a turkey baster and tried to get herself pregnant with it. But then she ended up
Oh man.
giving herself an abortion because she threw her body down the stairs. She kept trying to say her mother did it. Like it's crazy. Then she got caught with a black teacher later on. The black teacher got in trouble, and everybody was still mad at her because they was like she probably initiated it. It was just a mess. But yeah, that was my high school scandal. What was your high school scandal, y'all? Y'all don't have
I
one?
don't think hell no. I ain't got no damn high school.
What?
Hell no. Wasn't nobody doing no crazy shit like that.
Wait a minute.
Like I said, we were so geek during high school. Like we ain't had time. Like
Had
half that
sex with
shit
the
just went
teachers.
by. You know what I mean?
Right, I'm just
That
dead.
was the advantage of the having white friends. Like I stayed high. I ain't had to pay for nothing.
Right. No, I had a black. No, I will tell y'all this. I had a black gay homeboy. Right. he was raised by white parents because his mother that grew up in a like that was in the Caribbean was bipolar. So, she had put him in the system, made sure he got like with this rich white family. And I mean, he was so spoiled rotten. I mean, he treated his mother like shit. I ain't never seen that. Like, she was so scared of him because he was tall and black. And like he would
Yeah.
always get his way. But he always was like dressed in designer. But he was real dirty. Like, and he tried to have sex with me one day. I'll never forget. And he was gay as hell. I mean, he would wear assless um jeans with his ass out. His ass used to be ashy. His breath used to stink all the time. Like his knees used to be ashy, and like he really tried like kiss me one day. Like it was weird because he would always try to play like with my like he would always grab onto like my boobs, right? And I would like stop. Like I would always be like stop. And somebody said like it's crazy because one person always said, like, I think Abel really like you, even though he gayer than the $6 bill, right? Man, one day we was in his basement, we was chilling, and like he was drinking. I was drinking a little bit, but he was twerking and twerking all on me. I said, Abel, come on now, get your dirty ass off of me, right? Man, he tried to kiss me, man. My whole body hit the matrix like Neo and shit like that. Like Like I just did not. I said, "Nigga, you don't brush your teeth," and then I wasn't having sex with nobody. I ain't lose my virginity until I was 19. So I'm just sitting here like, "What you doing?" Excuse you, sir. I never knew that gay men do shit like that, bro. The one that dress like a women and stuff like that, they'll really try to fuck y'all. Y'all women gotta be careful, yo. That shit happened to me. I
That's
was
because a
16.
lot of it ain't got nothing to do with them identifying it. None. A lot of that shit got to do because they just freaky as hell. We know that now because of social media. Like real talk.
Yep.
Back before social media, we didn't have the inside look on what it was to be gay. But now we do because they put that shit on the internet.
And that's
And,
why
and,
that's
and
what I
gay
was
and
trying to
gay and
tell
gay
Trevor.
dudes
Like
is,
it's
is
a
gay
new
dudes
day.
is hitting like women. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
ain't the point that they gay. It's the point that they so sexualized where if it got a hole, they'll hit it. You know, they don't give a shit what it is.
Right.
And that's the reality of homosexuality. I don't give a damn what nobody say. You could try to claim that, oh, I'm gay and I only like black men all you want to, but at the end of the day, when everybody in one room and it's going down, it's gonna go down with everybody because that's what type of shit you want.
Exactly.
You
A
know what I
lot
mean?
of the
Like they,
shit.
they
That's
can
why I
kill they
said
can
it
kill
wasn't
that.
like this before. Okay, y'all wasn't, yeah, and a lot of y'all, you can find back in the day, you used to be able to find men that was like real athletic and shit like that, and you just didn't know was gay as hell, and he dressed like a dude, and he dressed like everybody else, and you have a whole conversation with him, and he won't slur his words or nothing, and sound like one of these, like these new niggas out here. But every nigga that's gay now just gotta be feminine. I'm like, you don't have to talk like that. Like that that women voice they always try to do. Like, yeah, girl, I'm tired of that now. I'm like, it's too many of y'all doing that shit
Let
too.
me
Like,
let
y'all
me be
got
real with you. The reason, and society will show you this. Society is a great example. The reason why we got so many trannies, we got so many film boys and all that, is because society is moving that way. Back then, society was about masculinity.
Right.
So if you was gay, chances are you was gonna be masculine in your gayness.
hmm
Now, now it's black girl magic. Now it's women rule the world. So shit, if that's the flavor of the day, let me run with that. And it's better for me because then I can be out with my gayness and can't nobody tell me shit about it.
Yeah, I used to call like in the social justice warrior space. It used to be these type of niggas we used to call flower crown niggas, right? And they used to try to get in women's spaces by start first. Okay, so when they first would go online, they would be very masculine and stuff like that. But then after a while, they'll start parenting the talking points of black women, like they feminists and shit like that. Then what they'll do, they'll start off with that flower crown filter. on Snapchat or whatever, on Instagram or whatever, they'll start doing that. Like they so progressive and shit. Then they'll start polishing their nails. Then they'll start trying to get close to the gay men in the space. Then they'll try to act like they'll have sex with a man, and then behind the scenes, whole time they racking up money behind the scenes from women, and they also end up raping these women, uh, putting their hands on these women. But you acted like you was better, like you was a male feminist, though. We call them flower crown niggas. They act
Yeah,
like
yeah, that,
they gender fluid and shit. They so that way if anybody try to hold them accountable, like, oh, you did this, you did that, all you is a fucking man and you sorry ass nigga. He no, I'm not a woman and I'm not a man. I'm non-binary and my pronouns is they them and you misgendered me, and they'll derail the conversation from the fact that he just got caught up beating the shit out of a woman and it's
yeah,
receipts. You know, that so yeah, it gets deep.
yeah. The myth is back then gay people had to hide their sexuality. That's a damn lie. Back in the 80s, in the late 70s, 80s, that's when you had the most damn what they used to call them shits, black something bathhouses and all. You
Yeah.
don't see
Oh
that
yeah.
shit around no more.
Mm-mm.
So what are you talking about? That's a myth. When people say they had to hide they that's bullshit. You wasn't hiding the goddamn thing. You'll leisurely take your ass in the bathhouse, handle your business, and then go home. So that's bullshit. Now
Not
again, like I said,
usually.
the
And
dynamics have changed it socially.
hmm and you
That's
want to
all
know
that
what's
is.
so crazy, MD? What's happening? The depictions of what's happening on the TV between gay people and what's happening in real life between gay people is just not accurate. Like if you pay attention to what's going on in media, uh, like it's so romantic, and then they'll try to be smart and make the relationships of the straight people so hard, and even in the bedroom, but the gay scenes all soft and sensual. And it's just like no, it's a whole bunch of madness going on. If you asked me before this new gay and this whole gender fluidity came out, gay people was more happy in their relationships because they was less sexualized and exploited.
There you go. You got a point.
They
Got
actually
a point.
you actually had more romance and they relationships seemed like they was more successful. Okay, and if you go into their actual community and they had their own separate depictions of what's happening in their own gay relationship, that shit was real. This shit that they got out now is fake. It's just they trying to have representation, but in the actual community, they suffering. They don't know what the fuck to do.
You're right because it's so over sexualized now.
Yeah,
Where
because they
where
think
where's the
being gay is
stigma
about
put
being
on it?
sexual, being nasty, and having orgies. They say that the gay men complain about the gay men and the gay women complain about it.
Yeah, and because it's a stigma put on. Now I ain't and that's not to say, like I said, that is some decent like gay and lesbian. I'm not saying that. What I'm telling you is, from a
Y-
sexual standpoint, we didn't know what was going on sexually until the society changed and made it acceptable. Now we can see everything.
Yeah, and
So
I
when you
liked it
tell
better
me,
when it was before.
right,
It's
so when
getting
you tell me that it's like gay people are only like you, a goddamn lie, because I see every day gay people over sexualize themselves to the point where even though they gay, they'll still like a gay dude will still screw a chick because at the end of the day it's about over sexualization. That's what I'm telling
right. And even in the even when I'm trying to find a girlfriend, on a date apps, I don't be on there no more. But when I was, it was worse. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. The women was worse than the men because they'll come into the bisexual or gay community and be like, "Oh, I'm just a pillow princess" or whatever. It's like, motherfucker, you gonna put your mouth on me too, bitch? Ain't no experimenting over here. You better be a real. You know what I'm saying? And it's like back in the day, you wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, we talked about it, but it was just like it was more realness there and stuff like that. And I also blame a lot of these studs that just let these women get away with it. It's like you'll turn away somebody that's bisexual, but you'll try to chase somebody that's straight and pay all their bills and try to prove
But
that you're a man. That shit phony. You
but
just
studs
you just
getting fucked too.
and that's why it's phony. Like child, listen, like yeah, it's not good. That's why I said, Trevor, say what you want or whatever, ain't nobody holding you back. Just don't say the FAG because that shit can get your whole channel taken down. YouTube don't play that, but you can say you can express yourself. Right, Black Son?
Right, it's just the verbiage. Right, right. It's all about the verbiage. You know what I'm saying?
Just don't say that's the one word you cannot say on YouTube. You cannot say FAG.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, and even like I said, even places where we was just roasting and gagging, people thought they can come on the panel and say that, and then we was like, hold on, like it's not that. It's just that YouTube is not playing. Them people not playing, and people. I think black people get mad because policies had changed for gay people, and they don't realize that it's policy. They like, you know what I'm saying, they act like it's a conspiracy theory or whatever. They put on their little cats and get on my nerves. We're
Yep.
we're on from if you came out open gay bay, you got your ass kicked. Well, listen, Kofi, it was a lot of men wearing them goddamn crop tops and stuff like that, and the skinny jeans, the heels and stuff like that. Like heels was originally meant for men. Makeup was originally meant for men. You know.
Wait, I thought
And that's
makeup
not to
started.
say that. Now, what you finna say, Black Son?
No, I said I thought makeup started with the geishas in Japan. I thought that's what I thought, but I could be wrong.
Did it not? Did it not? I thought it started in Kemet. I could be wrong. Or
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. Okay,
The men
okay.
wore the makeup too. They put the coal under their eyes and stuff. You know.
The Persians did it.
Yeah.
We also wasn't we dyeing our hair first too and wearing wigs. I know the Egyptians definitely wore the wigs. The wigs was important, child. They said the wigs was the best part, child, because the Egyptians they took all the hair off their body. Okay, and heels was originally worn for men to get up on the horses. And then don't even get me started on y'all wearing a dress because that was meant to
The
honor the
hieroglyphics.
mother,
Okay.
honor the woman. So I don't even know why y'all even do that. Y'all do too much.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm
We
saying. At
talking
the end of
about
the
how we
day,
tired of the new gay, how it's not making gay people happy. The new
I
gay
mean,
is
but
too sexualized.
that ain't to say that dudes weren't flamboyant like way back then, because they was. I mean, yeah, dudes were flamboyant.
That's another
You know
thing,
what I'm
Kofi. You
saying?
gotta address that. Yeah, you gotta address that flamboyantness. You gotta address the Jerry curls. Like, no, ain't like the Jerry
I
curls.
mean, what was the dude name in the '70s? Black Son, you make me feel. What was that dude name?
It feels
Shit.
like a natural. Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot.
the dude
Damn.
that the disco song.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I know
Damn, what was
exactly.
his name?
Yeah.
He had just one name. He ain't had no last name or nothing. Damn, what was his name?
Ah, damn.
Oh,
Shit.
what y'all singing?
I'm trying to think of what his name is. Sylvester.
You ain't gonna bring your ass up here. Drop the
Yes,
link,
yes,
Black
Sylvester.
Sun, because my phone
You
be acting
make me
stupid.
feel mighty real. That was a disco song, like one of the
I
biggest
probably gotta
disco
hear it.
songs. Yeah,
I
his name
probably
was
gotta hear it.
Sylvester, and he wore drag. But again, when we talk about drag, drag was an industry. Drag was like a almost like a minstrel show. You know what I'm saying? It was an industry for
Right,
that.
right. You're right.
Fuck
You're right.
gay men, no doubt.
Number
It
seven.
was fuck gay people,
Oh, seven,
but
seven.
it was an industry. It wasn't like dude like Sylvester. I seen the documentary on Sylvester on Netflix. He didn't walk around like that. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the
See,
crazy thing. They don't walk
Liberace didn't walk
around like
around.
that. Them men,
Yeah,
they be the most manly men. If you look at RuPaul's Drag Race, they walk around, in regular clothes and with beards and shit. Some of them go to drag. Now we got beard drag. You got they wear the beards now. You know.
like I said again, drag is an industry. Like
But can we be
that's an
honest
actual
and
show.
say? Can we be honest and say that if anybody with a pedophilic background was reading anything to some kids in the library, that the parents can sue the fuck out that library?
I would think, but no, not necessarily because now the policy doesn't change.
What
The
policy for
po-
what?
the policy is changing as far as
The
gay
pedophile?
rights.
No, I'm talking about pedophile. Like he had a
I don't know nothing
pedophile
about no
background, and
pedophile now.
he beating the kids. Now that's what I'm hearing. But I'm
Well,
saying
if you're a
if something like
pedophile, then
that was
you have
to
to be
happen
registered
though.
as a pedophile. If you
Okay,
register as
if
a
it
pedophile,
was registered and you doing that, you can sue as a parent
but
though, if something like that
that's
happen.
that's illegal though.
Okay, just making sure because people make that argument, and I'm like, okay, well, them parents can sue the fuck out that goddamn library if that drag queen was really registered as a sex offender, like y'all saying.
I don't even I know about the drag story time. I do know about that. I don't
Yeah,
know nothing about the pedophile. I don't know nothing about
okay.
that.
They said something about something like that happened, and I'm like, okay, that's money in retribution for them parents for emotional damage. Because no, we ain't going, and that's on that library. Like a lot of people don't understand stuff like that because a lot of people throw that out there, like, well, look what they're doing to our kids. I'm like, drag queen or no drag queen show, they shouldn't have did that. Period. If they was registered, you know what I'm saying?
That's illegal. You can't do that. If you're a registered sex offender, you can't even be around no kid.
Hey, thank
If you're a
you.
registered sex offender, but yeah, I don't know about that, but
I'm
I
just
do know
glad
about
you
the
did. Thank
reason.
you, MD. I'm glad you cleared that up, MD, because I think that's got to be a lie now that we talking about it, and
Yeah, yeah, I don't think that's
'cause,
true.
yeah, I think that might be like what Black Son said. Keep people drinking the Kool Aid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, again, like I said, when it comes to policy though, policy has changed to where it's not necessarily gay rights. It's more or less taking rights away, even from parents. You know what I mean? Like you can't sit and tell me that my child can basically run away from home just to go get hormone therapy. You know what I mean?
I think that's sick too. Yeah, I don't like that for the little kids. I feel like let them make their own decision when they grown, because they might, regret it.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Trevor said we're in this lane. I've been wanting to check Trevor on this a long time, Trevor. How the hell you anti this and anti this in your lane, but you registered as a Democrat? I've always wanted to ask you that, bro. Like, yo, you more damn Trump than the mega Republicans are. You're more Trump than I am. You more
Oh,
right wing than I am, and I'm a registered goddamn Republican. How the hell
Uh,
did you register as a Democrat, bro?
because
How the
he's a
fuck?
hyper selective descendant of immigrants. That's why. We all know
Thank you.
this. We all know this. He
Right.
not he not he not talking about society as a whole. He talking about you niggas. That's what he talking about. You niggas is crazy as hell. I'm over here doing my thing. My parents came over here with quote unquote nothing, and y'all niggas running around talking about gay stuff. You niggas is crazy. That's what he really want to say.
Right.
Hyper
Okay.
select, hyper selective immigrant. And I'm gonna break that down to you too, Trevor. It ain't over. We had a great conversation the other night. It ain't over with.
Yo, I can't.
It ain't over by a long shot.
See now,
That's BS.
Trevor want to ignore my question though. You want to ignore my question? How? No. You said, how the hell are you registered as a Democrat, but you anti? I mean, your values, man. Your values fit with the damn Republican Party. And I'm a registered Republican. How the hell am I checking a Democrat? And you sit up here talking about values and then I not say I'm not disagreeing, but how you register as a Democrat, Trevor? What the hell? But like you said, I think MD right. You just hyper, man. You hyper, man. Like how the hell? Because if you
Hyper
weren't,
selective immigrant is what you are.
yeah,
Hyper selective.
yeah, right. There's no way he should have
You
been registered as a Democrat. Ain't no way. No
Hey, let
way
me
he
ask
should
you
have
a
been
question.
registered.
Let me ask you a question,
Okay.
Trevor, and you can say it in the comments. I know you're at work. You ain't got to jump on. Did your parents or your grandparents own land in Jamaica? Yes or no? And I'll eagerly await your response. But anyway, yeah. Again, when we talk about the dynamics of homosexuality in this country, I get it. People been gay. That ain't never changed. But now we just get to see it from a different lens. You know what I'm saying? Now again, why is this all happening? It's because from a demographic, I keep telling people this, from a demographic, homosexuals, despite whether they white or black, homosexuals are some of the richest in demographic
That's a fact. Yeah,
in this
that's a fact.
country.
Yep.
Me as a politician, how can I appease this demographic so they can vote for me? But you can swing your dick out in the street. I don't care. I'll even sign a bill on it. Oh well, okay, that's cool. Yeah, we'll vote for you. That's how you do it. So on the other side of the coin, all you're doing is exposing your debauchery to everybody else. So basically, you confirming what other people already thought of you. You know what I'm saying? Which is cool. I got no problem. You want to swing your dick out in the street? Cool. That's on you. I ain't got to look. You know what I'm saying? All I'm telling you is, from the outside, a certain view of homosexual, and the homosexuals are confirming the view because nasty. Oh, I'm getting a call.
Okay, okay. Oh, Yanga, MD said he gonna join us tonight. He said, he said, damn, maybe I am becoming a black nationalist. Hey, but I said, MD, he's a starch black nationalist. He's a starch black nationalist. Then reparationist. Oh shit, we got straight talk. No, no, we about to have a light debate right now, Trevor. How the hell you got all these values and you registered as a Democrat? That's all I want to know, bro. I'm not saying you wrong or right.
You can you hear me or I'm choppy again?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, brother.
You act like you didn't see my comment in the chat. I said this before when I turned 18 and it was time for me to register. They brought they had the people out there, and I didn't know anything about Republican Democrat because they never taught us that in school at the time.
Right,
This is
right.
1998. The black lady that was working the registration booth told me, "You're black, you might as well be a Democrat." And that's why I'm a registered Democrat. I've said
But
this on 100 different streams that we had.
but but
Hey,
Trevor,
real quick, you said this happened when you were 18 or 17.
When when I was 18
How old are you now,
is
sir?
when
yeah, how old are
I'm
you? Yeah.
42.
Okay, so now at any
Just,
point in time, see, registration worked different in Georgia. I don't know how registration worked different in Florida. At any point in time, you know you could have changed your affiliation, sir.
you don't have to. You could, just because you're registered one thing don't mean that's what you have to rock with, right? You believe that,
Yeah,
right?
I get it. In Georgia, that's why I said it's different in Georgia. When you go to it, like let's say the primaries, when you go to the primaries, you're given a choice. Do you want to vote on the Democratic ticket or the Republican ticket? Once you choose which ticket you want to vote on, you are now registered as that ticket. So if I choose to vote on the Republican side, the Republicans will view me as a registered Republican. They're gonna start sending me shit in the mail. If I vote on the
And
Democratic side, go ahead.
again, I'm starting to realize you guys don't listen to anything I say. Y'all just like to argue with me. I told y'all it's not until I came on the arena that I start realizing, like, hell, I might be a Republican. I
You are a
told
Okay,
y'all
Republican.
that
okay,
on
okay. I got you.
on a
I got
You
it.
million
No
are a
different
problem.
Republican.
streams. It's like all y'all do though is y'all try to bash me. Like I'm the most I'm the nigga on this panel that sticks to what I say the most. Like I don't like certain things, and I'm like, damn, you know what? Those ideals match up with more Republican. That's why when I say to me, and I know Red Cat in the chat, so I know you're gonna talk shit. To me, Republican morals are better because of what they stand on, what they're against. So yeah, if Trump is on the ballot in 2024, you goddamn right I'm probably gonna pick him. You
And
damn right I am
we
because
don't know we don't know if Biden we don't know if he gonna go out or not. So I won't say that yet because I don't know what Biden gonna do.
Biden
Biden might
Biden
say,
is
"Hey, I just
Biden
want the
is
one
gonna
term."
be one term. Yeah, Biden is one term. I mean, Biden's gonna be one term. But yeah,
Yo, yeah, Biden's
when I say
washed.
that this
Biden's washing, B. Biden's gonna be washed,
when,
bro.
when,
Them balloons
No,
is
what I'm
jello.
saying is Biden may say he doesn't want to run for that second term. That's what I'm saying.
but am I still popping because I did something I went and did the noise cancellation thing that Blackson did earlier. So I'm wondering if it helps some. Did it
I
help at
mean,
all?
to me, you coming in and out. I don't know if that's me or not though.
Oh, but you guys can hear me though. I'm not popping like I was.
It ain't popping. It's breaking in and out. Is it
Oh,
breaking in and
okay.
out to
Yeah,
you, Black Son?
No, but I can make out what Trevor's saying though. I can make out what he's saying.
well, I just wanted to come on and say that because I'm getting ready to leave work in about an hour, and when I get home, I'm firing up my own stream because y'all not gonna keep talking shit about me when I can't defend myself. So y'all welcome to come on there, but I'm doing that when I get home.
Oh.
All right, I'm coming.
So,
I'm coming.
yeah, I see you want the proverbial smoke. I see. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
because
coming.
I'm telling y'all not gonna keep talking shit to me when all I can do is type. Y'all know I'm at work and I don't keep my phone on me. My phone is always in my office. So it's like whenever I hear my name, I gotta run back to my office and type something. Nah, I ain't feeling too great today. I'm gonna leave work. When I get home and get settled, I'm firing up a stream and y'all just come on.
Y'all
Hey,
heard it. We got another
the
stream
straight
fired up.
the straight talk session is coming early today. God damn it! I'm not even gonna wait till tomorrow night. We're gonna do it today. And,
There it
and
is.
with
I
and with
love
that
it.
I'll
and
be
with
there.
that with that I'm out with. Oh, hey, one thing I wanted to ask you though, Black Son. This whole stream
Yeah.
started. Is this all because Angel's response of OEM, or did he do another video?
No. I'm just no because I know. First of all, this is his original stream. I went back and watched it again. He says a lot of personal stuff, and I'm just like, and then now, I can't mention the person's name. That person's at his heels now. So Angel being I'm doing a preemptive vague. I'm letting him know, don't go there, because he
Okay,
is run on emotions, and if anybody will run his emotion, it's not MD. It's the woman at his heels. That woman at his heel know how to push his buttons. So no, I'm letting them know, don't do that, because you fight. You're gonna be fighting on two fronts. You're gonna be fighting on
all
two
right, because
fronts. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do
I'm
that.
cool. Like I like Angel, and I'm pretty sure all of us do. But
I like Angel
his
too.
stream was his stream. You could tell was he was just hurt, like a guy that's hurt. So
Right, and I'm
I
telling
get it.
them,
I didn't.
I'm telling him as a man, get out of that hurtness. Goddamn, toughen up and get out of that goddamn hurtness.
Yeah,
I'm getting him out of being a beta into a goddamn alpha. Cut that shit out.
that's what I want
Cut
y'all to
that
do.
shit
That's
out.
what I want y'all to do. Don't talk shit when I'm not on the stream. Y'all should never have anything to say until I get on. So luckily, I'm
Okay,
leaving work early today, and I'm firing it up at probably about 1:30. So because I know
Trevor.
y'all got one scheduled for later.
Trevor, all I'm asking is when you do, I want you to do a live and go register as a Republican. That's all I'm asking you, bro. You're a Republican. You're a Republican, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
Tell your
my,
wife
my
that you're
wife
a
tells
Republican.
my wife tells me that all the time. 'Cause
Yeah, you are.
she
You're a
hates the fact
Republican.
she hates the fact
Yeah,
that I like Ron DeSantis. But you know why I like Ron DeSantis? I'm the guy.
Andrew.
I don't have to settle. I don't have to like everything you do. I like Ron DeSantis because of certain shit he does. But then other shit he does, I'm like, boy. But I could
Bro,
pick. You know what I'm saying? I
your
like the
core
shit that he does
beliefs,
about
your core
not
beliefs,
pushing his
all
Republican.
I'm saying, yeah, your core beliefs and values are Republican, bro. You're to the right. That's all I'm saying, bro.
yeah.
You,
But what I'm telling you is mainstream Republicanism doesn't always reflect those values. That's the thin line.
Well, I agree, MD. That's why you got your MAGAs and you got your GOP. I don't agree with the GOP. I'm
Ron
100%
DeSantis is
MAGA.
the damn devil.
Yeah,
Ron
I'm
DeSantis is
I'm
trying to
with
be
you.
I mean,
I
preemptive.
agree with that.
He's trying to be preemptive on the fact that this reparations push is coming to his state. He's being preemptive by trying to erase Black American history out of Florida. And I ain't going for it.
yeah, I'm gonna send it because I'm getting ready to leave soon, so I'm gonna I'll send it before I leave. Yeah, he like I say, he does good things and he does bad things. So I mean, but that's everybody in life. I'm pretty sure y'all do good shit and then y'all do bad shit. So I mean, that's everybody in life. You know, like people will say, hell, after that wrestling show last night, I bet you any woman that heard that thinks that I'm like the worst person in the world. Like I'm just a misogynist and I'm all this. No, I just say what people want to say, but they don't want to say it because they don't want to ruffle any feathers. But I don't care about ruffling feathers, so I'll just say it. So that's how I am. But I'm about to jump off though because I know my sound probably sound like shit. So I'll see y'all about 1, 2 o'clock. But I'll be
That's what's
listening
up.
back.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Hey, we'll be there, man. I think Blackson stepped away. We'll definitely be there. And like I said, I got some more things I want to bring to the table with you. You know what I mean? And again, that we're talking about hyper selective immigration talking points. Now, that's not to say that doesn't correlate with traditional Republican talking points because a lot of it does. But we're bringing it in an emphasis talking about black folks at the end of the day because you won't come to the table and generalize homosexuality. You'll just only bring it when it comes to black folks. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, and that's cool. I ain't got no problem with that. But I also stand the no bati boy, whole dynamic of it too. You know what I mean? I get it. But
I just
again,
want to see him. I just
no, I
want
was
to
gonna
see
say,
him register. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I mean,
no, I'm just gonna say real quick, that's the dynamic of America
yeah,
that
yeah.
you've been living in since your inception.
Agreed.
Who was that? Somebody else coming in?
Oh, King Kofi. Oh shit, King Kofi. Oh, I got a bone to pick with King Kofi. Hold on.
I
I got a
got him.
bone to pick with him. Oh, thank you, man. I got a bone to pick with his brother,
What's going on, y'all?
Kofi. What's
Yeah,
going
Peace. What's
on,
up?
man?
ain't nothing much.
Got a bone to pick with you, bro.
What's going on?
Denmark and what's the other country? I think Denmark and oh shit, it's another country that goddamn saying they not supplying goddamn they're unraveling. They not gonna supply goddamn Ukraine. They saying fuck that. We not supplying them
Or they ain't gonna send them weapons and shit.
tanks. Nope,
Yeah,
nope.
but everybody else is.
It's going more. It's going to unravel, bro. Watch what I tell you.
Yeah,
It's unraveling. It's
yeah,
unraveling at the
it's
seams.
coming, bro. Like ain't no stopping it. It's coming. Like
Well,
it's
first
gonna
of
be
all,
on. Go ahead.
the truth of the matter, and I don't mean to cut you off. Goddamn, they're running out of stockpile for goddamn Ukraine.
Yeah,
That's the real truth.
yeah. Nigga, we sacrificing our own weaponry for this damn proxy war, which we shouldn't be doing at all, bro. We should really be trying to hold hands with Russia.
I'm glad you said that. 'Cause that's what Trump is running. They're already setting up the stage. And I sent you a video, MD. They're already setting it up. They're already setting up. This is going to be goddamn Trump's platform.
But then you know what? He got Ron DeSantos running too, so that's what. Because I looked at a lot of these pages
Trump going to
where
smoke his boots.
man, but
Trump going to smoke his boots,
a
man.
lot of them his supporters is saying DeSantos is a better choice.
Mm-mm.
They don't like how radical Trump is.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
I'm listening.
I didn't have my ear to the streets, so you know
No,
that's what
I,
some of them are saying. I ain't saying all of them, but some of them are saying he's a better, not a better choice, but lesser of the two evils.
oh Lord, yeah, God, that's nah, man. That
DeSantis
don't.
is the GOP's choice.
And I can't stand that dude DeSantos. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause like he's a real racist, bro. And I don't know.
I ain't had no problem with him until he tried to come with this AP study ban.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
ain't had no problem with him until then.
How are you a minority and you're a racist?
Oh, you got him.
I don't get it.
That you, I tell you, well,
They
DeSantis
call
is
Spaniard.
what he of a Cuban descent? What is he?
Cubans and
Cuban.
Spaniards. Yeah, he Cuban, but they come. Yeah, they racist hell in Cuba. Yeah, they come from
No,
Spaniards.
listen. This is the dynamic, and this is what we got to understand. And this goes back to what I told Trevor. Black is a specific ethnic group in the United States of America. Despite what you do, despite what the worldwide view is on it, you can only identify black with us here in America. Point blank, period. Now, with saying that, the same goes for who? The white folk.
Yeah.
Even to the point where you got uh, 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 folks of Spanish descent coming over here and being what?
White.
White.
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis is a white man.
Yeah. That's what
Why is he a white man? Because from his status here in America, he's a white man.
I
It's
agree.
only a certain group of Hispanics that can do that, and he's one of them.
I agree. I agree. I can't stand that fucker. You, them motherfuckers, you know that over there, they saying Martin Luther King was a trash man. That's what they teaching them kids.
King, I like I
Uh,
said, when it comes to that whole CRT and banning the AP studies, that's what
Uh,
got me off DeSantis. I can't, like, bro, you trying to deny our very existence in this country, and you do it. I know why you're doing it, because
yeah.
you see the reparation train running, and you
Uh
trying to stop it in its track. I
huh.
ain't going for it.
Uh huh.
That was the whole thing with CRT.
Which I don't know.
I'm not going for it at all.
I don't understand his psychology because look what the Tainos and all of those Dominic, well, they wasn't even called Dominicans back then, but look how they got wiped out, bruh. Same as us. And he don't think nothing about his culture, his history, nothing. Just sweep that under the rug. That's crazy to me.
I'll give me a second, man. I gotta stop real quick. Give me a second. All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, like I was saying, man, it what DeSantis is doing is preemptive. He trying to stop something that's already pretty much begun.
Yeah.
When it comes to all these states having these claims and you know from a state level when it comes to hurry up, Carl. When it comes to state acts of atonement,
Mm-hmm.
Ron DeSantis wants to stop that in his state. He
Yeah.
don't want it to happen. And it's just not him. A lot of these southern states gonna do the same thing. They're gonna
Yeah.
follow suit.
Yeah.
They're
What's
gonna
up?
follow suit.
What's up with this separate court in Mississippi?
Yeah, you were breaking up. What you say?
I said, what's up with this separate court in Mississippi? Like they,
Yeah. So what they trying to do is basically essentially they trying to have two municipalities within within. Well, it's starting in Jackson, but
Yeah.
they want to have two municipalities, one for black folk, one for white folk.
Yeah. What the fuck is that?
I mean, that again, they what they trying to do is they trying to alleviate any blame to be put on them going forward,
Yeah.
and that's gonna be the next move for all the white folks so they can get they guilt party and out of them basically and get the guilt off of them.
So,
That's gonna be the next move
but
moving forward for a lot of southern states.
they not allowed to elect their own officials. Like you ain't gonna appoint.
They say it's gonna be state appointed.
Yeah, you ain't
That's the
gonna appoint.
bullshit.
Like if we gonna have our own officials, we gonna elect them. Well, you ain't appointing nothing.
I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
and also, like I said, how you gonna segregate a municipality when
Right.
the land itself ain't segregated? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So if I'm and then what if I'm having a dispute with a white person? What
Uh-huh.
police gonna get called?
Right.
Oh, I'm finna call the black police on your ass, and then the cracker say, "Oh, I'm calling the white police."
Right.
Then what's gonna happen?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. But I didn't know all they elected positions in Mississippi. They all are white people. They
Yeah,
don't have.
pretty much.
They don't want. They don't have one black representative.
Yeah, but that's more or less tells you the dynamic of us as a people politically. First of
Yeah.
all, we're not running for these institutions. That's first and foremost. Second of all, we so politically ignorant where we just go along to get along. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you don't think Mississippi is still Jim Crow?
I mean, I go to Jackson, man, maybe 2-3 times a month.
Yeah.
Ain't number of niggas there, and I'm telling you, the mentality of black folks in Jackson ain't good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You talking about crab in the barrel?
Yeah.
Go to Jackson, you'll see crab in the barrel because they gonna try to downplay you every chance. I even get downplayed as a truck driver going there based off the load I get from another black person. So
Yeah.
it's a mentality, and the reason it's like that because shit is so scarce
Yeah. That's what I
in
was about to
Mississippi.
say.
You know what I
Survival.
mean?
Yeah.
hmm Well, let me jump in
Like,
because I'm peace, man. Oh, pardon.
go ahead. What's up, Yang? I didn't even know you was on.
What's
What's
up?
up?
What's up, man? Peace,
What
peace.
up, Jay?
I want to jump in here about Jackson, man, because and it speaks to my point with the attitude. That's why what Inyame is talking about a lot of times, that cultural aspect, changing the dynamic. But Jackson is the heart of and the capital of the Republic, the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa. Jackson is, that's why I said, shouts out to Snub Nub. I didn't get a chance to check y'all live out, so I had to check that out. I'm behind the game. But that's not a new, we already know the Republic want the 5 to 6 states, right? So Mississippi is one of them, and Jackson is the hub. The mayor of Jackson now is Chokwe Lumumba's son. So you have to study the experiment. That is an experiment of Blackstein, if people want to call it, but the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa. That's why it's not surprising to me everything Jackson is going through.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's intentional. Jackson is being targeted because there is a black nationalist nation proud to shout out, I am definitely a card-carrying member of, with a constitution called the Code of Umoja. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole thing really in process. So that's what I would encourage everybody to check out, Jackson, Mississippi. Check out all the way to Chokwe Lumumba, his son carrying on the process, people that are participating in it, and what Jackson means to the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa. With that being said, to all my New Africans, free the land. Look, I'm
Hold on,
taking
wait a minute.
chances.
Don't go nowhere, Yang. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere.
Yeah.
Real quick before you leave.
Okay.
I know the history of RNA, right? So here's the
Right.
thing. So just from a systematic standpoint, would it not been more I guess advantageous to white society not to just gentrify it if they truly wanted to get rid of it?
No, especially if you make it a stronghold. If it's like Jackson, is a little stronghold. When you own the institutions, you have to understand why they may be fearful of outsiders a little bit. When you have a foothold as strong as you do in Jackson, in the institutions, in the potential, because you really have a foothold on the resources, the import export, it's like Haiti's on a smaller scale. You know, gentrification will be hard because it's not appealing to gentrify, especially the attitude. They're not going to be welcome. It's not going to be, yeah,
Yeah,
they're
you're right.
struggling, but you see what I'm
And
saying?
the
So,
industry ain't there to gentrify for one damn thing.
right, exactly. The industry
Yeah,
is
the
not there.
industry ain't
So,
there at all.
right. So we got raw, right. So we got just this raw opportunity, but we don't have the backers, the investors. We don't, but you know, we don't haven't bought into it enough to invest in ourselves, believe in ourselves. Many people don't even know about the RNA. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that type of thing. But yeah, I listen, I can't wait till I have a little more time to go into it. But that's to me what's happening with Jackson. I think it's deliberate and intentional. I think almost the same thing could be said semi of Detroit and a lot of these Midwestern cities, Cleveland and stuff, where we have the potential to do something with, but without the lack of industry and intentional neglect and deliberate wanton, not wanton. What's the word I'm looking for? Just neglect and ignorance. You know what I'm saying? Shit, how long has Detroit been without water? I mean, when you look at Jackson, I mean, there's humanitarian issues. They send more water to Africa than they do to Jackson, Mississippi, and Detroit.
Hey, what potential you see in Cleveland?
No, man, nostalgia. I'm just being nostalgic. I'm being nostalgic in a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Yaga, you
I
know,
ain't gonna front, man.
hey,
Shout out to
Yaga,
10-5, man.
you
Yeah.
know, you know, I'm from the AK.
No, I
Yeah,
did know. I
yeah,
did know. Man,
yeah,
shouts out to that shouts out to the Agri, man. Shouts out to all of Ohio is the crazy. Shouts out to them crazy cats in Youngstown. They know they sick.
Oh, you
Man,
know,
So
I got lost in Akron one time, man. I was driving my big ass truck through downtown Akron, scared as a motherfucker. Because it was so tight.
yeah, yeah,
Downtown Akron. I said,
yeah,
God damn.
hey,
hell yeah,
Lost as hell.
hell
yeah.
yeah.
There's a tight squeeze through there, ain't it?
Yeah, it's tight as hell. Shouts
Yeah,
out to Cleveland too. That Cuyahoga Heights, man. I hated that goddamn place too, man.
Yeah,
Tioga.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. I always, when you go to Cleveland, the funniest thing to me, and then I got to get out, is it's reverse. Like in Atlanta, the East Side to me has better homes, and it's the West Side more towards the city that is a little more gritty and grimy. In Cleveland, it's the opposite. It's the East Side that
Mm-hmm.
is, where the grit is, and it's the West Side with the better, in my opinion, of course, have the better homes and stuff. So that always,
Nigga,
just
when
that
I was
comparison and
time I,
contrast.
last time I was in Cleveland, it was a whole shootout right in the front yard.
Man, it goes,
Didn't even know the nothing. Like they just happened to be coming by.
man, it goes down. But see, in Cleveland, the biggest industry is black people.
Yeah,
Somehow they find a way to make it. What they do, they end up working for Cleveland Clinic. Cleveland Clinic is buying up Cleveland. They
yeah,
Cleveland
yeah,
Clinic is its own city, and
yeah.
so they have people from around the world that go there. So you got the biggest industry in Cleveland is at healthcare. You got home. Everybody's a nurse. Home
Hey,
healthcare,
what was
home
the
aid.
what was the real reason they closed the flats?
In the land, in the land.
Yeah,
Man, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to talk to the brothers up there. They've been
is that
involved with the politics.
when the football team left? They closed the flats right after that, didn't they?
When the team left, yeah,
Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah,
yeah. That's
yeah.
yeah.
So
But it
it's
used
it's
to
it's
pop.
it's it's a beast.
Yeah, it used to pop though.
I mean, it did. It had its time. I lived on right on a spot called 10-5, was called the Gold Coast. So in a certain time era, it used to jump. After, like you said, the end of industrialization and
Mm,
industry, a lot of those Midwestern towns, a lot of that river transport,
yeah,
any of those towns on that river and stuff like that, it was the end of industrialization.
yeah.
And
The
and those
decline
cities
of the
took
Rust Belt killed black folks.
I still go
yes.
to I still
Yep.
go to Putin Bay every year though. I go to Putin Bay to hit them walleyes.
Oh, okay. I
Uh,
already know. I know
yeah,
a lot of people spend big money to go every year.
yeah.
I just go, man, I go to Cleveland and lay low. That's it. If I want to disappear, that's where I go, man. I know because by the time you get to me, it's like my stronghold. By the time you really get to disturb me, I done had a million messages. You probably been stuck up 4 or 5 times. Police done pulled you over 8 times. Prostitutes
Yeah.
just solicited. You done got tired by the time you're trying to get to me, man. So
Yeah, I used to go up there
definitely.
and get steel from Cleveland Cliffs up there.
Uh-huh.
Go
Uh
get
huh.
steel from
Uh
Cleveland
huh.
Cliff,
What you driving?
and
Semi? You driving semi?
yeah, I drive flatbed, yeah,
Okay, yeah. But
and go get steel from
Blackson,
Cleveland Cliff. But it's only like 4 or 5 people working, and all of them
yeah.
black folk.
Yeah.
But like I
But
said,
Yeah.
when at a time it used to be damn near 1,000 folks working at that damn plant.
uh-huh.
Not
Hmm.
no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, it's
see,
all
like I
closed.
said, the industry is black folks. If it ain't Cleveland Clinic, work for Cleveland Clinic, them Arabs have taken over because they got all the corner stores, the
Mm.
family die. They got everything them Negroes gonna spend on.
Nigga, they even got a Mr.
You
Hero.
man, they got it all in the store. Mr. Habibi. Let me
You
get a
know what?
Habibi, Habibi.
I went
You
to Mr.
know, they got
Heroes and they was Arabs.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I
They
said,
gonna
God,
serve you, man. They serve you. They have moved into the Midwest and put that thing on lock. I remember when the brothers was hitting the Arab stores. They was robbing them.
mm-hmm.
And them Arabs, man, them Arabs sent out. I don't know what they did. The affirmation. I used to go to this store called Mandingo's. It was the like a black on. You know, in Cleveland, you know, it's staunch black now. You know how you get down, man. You talking about
Yeah,
Harlell Jones. You talking
yeah.
about the Prime Minister. Cleveland don't play. So you know, we go to black store. So we're in a store named Mandingo's, and the Arabs rolled up in there, and they asked him, "Let us speak to your boss." And he said, "For what?" They said, "He hasn't he heard that we're shutting down the stores until
Uh,
they find out who the hell robbing these stores."
uh,
And Mandingo told us, "Said, man, get the hell out of here. I own this store." But that was just really some insight into how they just lock shit down. One of
yeah,
theirs, you know, it was a string of robberies. They said we squeezed the whole neighborhood. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And two things are going to happen. They're going to stop robbing, or the neighborhood's going to turn those guys in because they cut off the food supply, cut
yeah.
off the convenience, cut off the, you know.
And that's where
And
niggas got to
mhm.
get rid of that convenience. Get the fuck out of here, nigga.
Yeah, yeah. Or
Uh,
we need to get them right. We need to do two things. First, we need to stop the banditry. We need to get the niggas robbing because if you robbing and not giving back, you ain't benefiting us. You really just making it hard. Then we need to own the food supply. See, but first we got to stop the banditry. We can't give motherfuckers passes because they black.
no,
We gotta stop. Yeah,
I, I think we need the banditry in the beginning because we need all of them niggas to go hit these stores and get them up out of here, out of the neighborhood, so we can start over. So
well, if you
Mad,
working in
Mad Max.
conjunction,
them is
yeah,
payroll.
man. But listen, Kobe. If you working in conjunction, that's where you need the capitalists. See, if they gonna hit the stores, it's gonna make insurance go up. It's gonna make everything go up. It's gonna be a bad investment. So they'll pull out, but then our black capitalists can pull in because it's all part of it. Then them niggas know not to hit this store. The problem
Right,
is, do they know not to hit this store?
right,
Like,
yeah,
yo, homie, that was part of the plan.
yeah.
We
That's
ran
what.
the insurance up, we ran the prices up so we could get the property dirt fucking cheap because it's
Mm-hmm.
high risk, but y'all really on that. That's how mafia and shit do. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So
that's
that's what
it.
I mean. That's the end. That's guerrilla warfare. That's not banditry.
Mm.
Banditry is for self gratification. You hit the store and it ain't part of a strategy. You ain't giving back to the movement. You just a criminal in the community. It's banditry. You making it hot. You know what I'm saying? You making prices go up because now they got to cover theft and lossage because it ain't a part of a plan. You know what I'm saying? We got this
Yeah,
shit. This shit got to work in conjunction.
yeah. I mean, that's what
Black
I'm
son, they
saying.
go in Yami in the chat. They go in Yami for you in the chat, Black
These
son.
niggas, these niggas don't have a example of guerrilla warfare. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
that's
niggas,
real shit.
you know what I'm saying? Like, shit. I know when black men see opportunity, they take it.
Hmm.
So if you
Hmm.
saw an example of guerrilla warfare and family in the neighborhood, they all be down.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
be beautiful.
Yeah.
A
Well,
beautiful.
that's our fight though.
Yeah, but I had a.
You know,
I was thinking the other day on this. I got a debate topic, and I don't know if it's a good one or not, but I'm gonna let you know. Uh, who is the cause of the negative black woman today? white supremacy or the black man?
Wow. Where Trevor at? I know his radar just went straight off. Beep, 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 beep. Where is Trevor?
And
I'm gonna use both.
I would argue to point the black man.
It's both of them.
You say what?
Yeah.
It's both of them.
It's both of them.
Yeah.
I yeah,
Yeah.
and
I
I'm gonna
can't
have to
say
say
it's
this,
not
man.
one
I'm gonna
or
have to
the
say
other.
this
You
to
know, that's just
yeah.
me.
I agree. I'm in agreement with GTO on that. I don't think, because I think black man has to be defined. A lot of times that's why I like distinction. You talking about the black male or the
The
black
black,
man?
the black
You
male.
know, see, so that's why I said, because I think that a lot of our things, a lot of our behavior does come from white supremacy, from uh imitating it all the way to traumatic disorders that cause these weirdo ass reactions. Like, I really believe us being oppressed psychologically, physically, mentally through imagery and music and every other just way really causes us to sometimes have a bully mentality. This is why I don't spank. And this is, no, you have people raise their parents. I mean, people raise their children how they want to raise them. But I never got into spanking.
But
One,
would you define pimping as white supremacy?
yeah, a form of it. Yeah, yep, whatchamacallit from it.
Hmm?
Absolutely. Yep. I would define a lot of, but see, then that goes into my whole concept of niggerism. I believe that the nigger is a construct of conditions levied at him from the white man in America. Is a white is the reaction and response to a white American oppression and suppression and subjugation. Yep. That's what I believe a nigga is. I believe we had to rely on our wits and our guys. We would deny the opportunity to participate, what I'm saying, with equity with any other people. So we had to rely on what I call niggerisms, our wit, our gal. Sometimes that was cunning, sometimes it was treacherous, sometimes it showed extreme clever, but it always thought outside the box. You know what I'm saying? It was never conventional.
So would you say between the 70s and the late 80s?
What about when y'all was saying Negro? You will say Negro.
I'll
That's
say
the original,
Negro.
original. Like
Right.
you'll
Negro.
definitely say Negro though.
Yeah, I'll say Negro. And to avoid saying nigga Negro, the Negro, because that's up to me, Negro. You gotta understand why I use the word is a person stuck in a certain, it's not a nigga, but he's a Negro. This Negro. It's a
But
person that
you
was at a
use
time
it,
when we
Yanga. You like okay, so the old
yeah.
heads they'll use Negro, but that's the original nigga. We switched it around to be more endearing because they would hit us with the Negro to dehumanize us. And we said, well, no, well, sometimes
No,
they'll say nigga, but nigger, but we were saying nigga is just our shit.
no,
That's
Negro was a step up. You got to look at the time these words were introduced.
okay.
Negro was a step up. We were nigger. Then you was a Negro. The
Yeah.
Negroes. Then you was black. Then in between there, Afro American or a black man. Can we call him black now, Paul? So it's the ever. So Negro was a step up from nigger.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. That's not what we
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
saying.
Negro was a step up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why Elijah Muhammad said the so-called Negro. He started ushering in the black man. See, that
Okay.
was controversial at a time. Message to the black man, the so-called Negro, this and that. And that then Malcolm ushered in some and helped usher in some controversial shit. Afro-American. They was like, what the fuck? The niggers are what the hell? So we've always been in that thing to identify ourselves, to, find our niche and our lane to rally around. Now I say it's turned into a battle of semantics. So our rallying cry, in my opinion, of course, should be our survival and our continuity, our continuance. I don't think any black person can deny, man, that racism is systemic and a systematic problem. I mean, it's a bullshit, and we
Yeah.
on the blunt end of it.
I mean, it's one thing not to deny it, but uh it's right there in your face. Like, to me, the black man acquiesced to the white man as far as the psychological and economic war he has put on us to get us to sell our black women out. Like, I don't understand that. Like, okay, you would rather sell your black woman to this white man than fight back, and know this is a war.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm
What
saying,
you mean? What you don't get?
I don't get how psychologically we always find an excuse for not just confronting the white man head on. Like, we would pimp our women out not to confront him head on and get our economic just due, our respect, and all these things that we claim as black people. We recognize as a nation. All of this, we find excuses like pimping our women out, like selling drugs to our own community. Like, I'm trying to understand when it's gonna stop. We go from one year to the
Well,
next. Go ahead.
I think that we have to, our war. We understand that this war isn't just linear. It's a circle. We're attacked from all sides. So you're looking at when you talk about some of these things, you're looking at conditions that have been set in place. Then you're talking about a people. Not only have conditions been set in place for the criminalization of a people, like poverty's real. You know what I'm saying? Enticement and enticing someone is real. If you deprive them of the basic essentials of life and then give them something that not only can they have the basic essentials of life, but they can have the highest, expression of a motherfucking lifestyle. I go from broke to Benzes and penthouses and shit. That allure is very real. And if my life wasn't worth anything, then shit, it's worth a couple years. I give them a couple years to chase that dream. So they know what they're doing. That's one. Secondly, I think, like we said, as long as those conditions exist and it creates what's classism, this is what me, MD, Blackson, every guy, this is why I was like, Trevor, no. But Trevor might be in that social economic class to really lean towards going full out Republican. But the Santos, man, too far. Too far. Anyway, so when you have these classes that exist like that, all out revolution to that degree is not feasible for them. And then to end with the women, we have had brothers that have confronted those ills. You step up, touch his woman, this and that, and they've lost their life. Like I said, there again, the class system. All of us wasn't oppressed on the same level to see it really being worth that type of effort. All of us wanted to change, but I would like to believe, but some of us wanted to change it in our ways, hence civil rights versus revolution and reform and other things like that.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I'm just trying to, the psychology of the black man to me is just really,
Crazy.
yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
to acquiesce to a lot of stuff. Like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost a third nature now.
Mm-hmm.
Things that we disagree with in our hearts, we let our mind tell us it's okay because,
Mm-hmm.
like you said, status and all this other kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm just wondering when, we gonna decide to raise set of big boys.
Right. I think when we begin to redefine what manhood is, begin to redefine the more ways and no ways of our community. I was listening to the show a little earlier. I so disagree with some of the things MD was saying, some of the things Black Son was saying about, the homosexual community and everything. Some was laughable. Some I was shaking my head like, oh my Lord, fascism, is that fascism I smell?
I
But
was just
you say what? Uh-oh. Did I lose the brother or is it me? Okay. Okay, we
Um,
got you.
yeah, I don't know who just I can hear you, Yanga, but I don't know
Okay.
what in the world happened to Kofi and
Okay. Well,
Blackson just
listen,
took off. So
I am
I
so on longer than I should have been. But to say, um, we wanted to say, I think as men and women, but especially men leading the charge in this particular area, when we redefine what black manhood is, and then are ready to enforce that. See, there was a time when we came up with certain things was enforced. There were certain things you just didn't do. The hood would get on you. It was just certain things you didn't do. The hood was get on you. It was a code, and it was reinforced. I don't even think nobody actually spoke it. You just knew it. You knew certain things about your better, like you were talking about the sexualization or over sexualization of the homosexual community. I think of just human beings, period. When you take, just the over sexualization of society, period,
Yes.
the sanctity has been taken out of it. The
There's
things they
no
show on
shame.
tell, yeah, there's no shame. So I understand you talk about a homosexual agenda. Everybody wanted a homosexual agenda. I think letting these women come out half naked is a homosexual agenda. Because when you begin to become immune to the woman body, to her natural beauty, you need to add more perversities to stimulate yourself. When you get accustomed to seeing women naked, what happens when she get in the bedroom? Nigga, y'all gonna need hamsters and gerbils and billy goats. What happens to the natural attraction that comes with seeing your woman
But they were
begin to
saying, but
disrobe?
here's the thing. I think it's the way that they portray it because I mean we was okay. Because here's the thing. There's also a thing where women in countries where they dress from their head to their feet, they disrespected and there was
Yeah,
sexual certain things.
I
But
feel
I
like
mean,
that
so
that's latent homosexuality too. I
but
feel
but
like
but
they despise women.
so I think the extremism of both. I feel like there's really no balance, is what you mean.
Hmm.
Of
Yeah.
all these concepts and things. It's just like where did all this filth, it is a lot of filth. Like I was telling
It,
my spirit mother, I said, I'm happy. I said, this is fucked up, but I said, I'm kind of happy that, the Power series that 50 Cent have. I said, I'm kind of happy they took him out the writer's room because the sex scenes was like uncomfortable. Like it was just nasty. Like constantly, like it was no other way for him to try to express that this heterosexual couple was doing good except for just like each scene, and it got so bad to the point where whatever business that was happening with stars that was going wrong money wise, even if he was compensated, Omari was saying like my wife was ready to divorce
mhm.
me. It was too much.
Hmm. Well,
Society is disgusting. What you were
yeah,
saying,
but
Yankee.
yeah, one, we pay for it. Two, generational taste change. We've lost control of the community standard. We've lost control of what was acceptable, what we would watch, what we wouldn't patronize. That's really our dollars. So that's the first thing. Secondly, like I said, the taste buds of the next generation are bloodier than ours was. Trying to get them to go back to some of the ways we have is like trying to get these children to go from PlayStation to Pac-Man. They're not gonna do it. So we have to, not have to. I'd like to say one of the things I suggest is to begin to look in ways to take more control of our images. Even if but that's all of that really is just on what I don't even want to believe is to say fictional. I don't want to believe this is impossible for us really just to practice something simple as collective spending. We have to be able to enforce our image. But as long as our image doesn't mean anything to us, as long as you have people that will subscribe to black exploitation to a degree, then they will always have people out there pushing and always be a market for it. They're always going to give us dollars to be able to laugh at our pain, to get some type of insight into our community. And it is, it's hyper characterized. You know what I'm saying? So we just all of those type of things. So I could go on and on about it. I think it's because to me, a lot of solutions are just, damn, I done ran everybody off the panel. I didn't get on.
I'm
That's
dead.
why I don't get on here.
No, like what
That's
the
why I
hell
don't
happened
jump
to
on.
Blackson? Like why? Like what happened with Blackson? This is his
I don't
dream.
know. That's why I don't jump
They
on
weird
here.
as fuck, but
Everybody that
like.
jumped on, it made me feel all bad. Here he comes. This guy. Here comes Yanga. Man, y'all stop doing me like that, man. I wasn't even supposed to be on that long. I just heard some of the things, man. I have to come because I love it. Like I said, we all share black nationalism from the different perspectives. And I love to hear it from a very conservative perspective. You guys are very conservative. I'm always concerned about the masses, those people whom right now haven't achieved the economic status that you have. And yeah, I could go for some because maybe they don't aspire to, maybe they don't have the gumption, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. But I would always challenge: do you believe that systemic racism exists? Do you believe that there is an intentional, nefarious plot hatched against black people in America to regulate us to a certain class to be able to keep perpetuating in this machine of capitalism to keep it running because we are the consumer capitalists? We the ones buy, with no thought. I'm not saying we the only ones spend money. Yes, other people buy, but I'm talking about buy with no thought. Because the driftwood effect, we're not attached to anything. We will buy, people, you've heard me say this, we will buy the 100-inch rims or whatever, these big, humongous tires that got the rubber plant from the Congo, Firestone. We'll go get these big tires and not know about the exploitation, the murder, the juntas, the militias, brutalizing and just outright sometimes massacres that used to happen in the Congo, so we could ride around on these rims. The fucking irony was killing me. African people riding around on these rims. Same thing with gold. That's why I don't wear gold. Not knocking people who do, but that's why I don't wear gold and a lot of diamonds. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't know about the Boers and these other people that exploit, but everybody's African. Everybody's African until it comes to time really store it. And not all my Pan-African. I know some staunch ones out there. And shout out to y'all hardcore ones out there. But until it comes to time really start counting your dollars, making those efforts, really putting forth intellectual powers to study the people that you spend dollars with. And then after that, being bold enough to be considered crazy to go tell your friends. Warn your friends, man, we don't buy with them, man. They do this and that in Africa. You know Africa? You like Africa? That's my give back to Africa and my exercise of the limited consumer power that we possess. We are not totally helpless. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a victim. I'm a fighter. I'm not a victim. I'm a fighter. I can't lay down. We have to fight this shit. So I figure out which way I can fight this shit. I'm that motherfucker they put in the trunk. I just don't, oh my God, what I'm going to do? I'm trying to figure out how to make the blinker work. How to figure something got to be in here. I'm MacGyvering this much. Something we can do. We must fight shit to the end, man. I go down swinging. And we can do that as a people. It doesn't have to be based on what we like, who we like. It doesn't even have to be that intimate. It doesn't have to be that personal. You have to just have, first and foremost, a self-love. Yep. A self-love. When you have a self-love and look in that mirror and you say, I love you, self, your beautiful self. What are you going to say? Your beautiful what? Your beautiful black self. I love you, beautiful black self. And I want the best for you, beautiful black self. Therefore, and I want the best for your offsprings and your seeds and their seeds and my nieces and nephews. Amen. Therefore, I will be one who will walk in such a manner and perform actions that will begin to remove hindrances and obstacles out of the course of black freedom. I'm not going to be one that sits and says, like, look at that. That nigga never get over that obstacle. Look at them niggas still pushing. I'll never be that dude.
What? Wait, what?
Look at them niggas. Still pushing. Still pushing. You gotta still push. It might only move an inch. It's real shit. We can never give up on this struggle.
I don't like that shit.
Right. We can't give up on this struggle. You eating a banana.
No, you know what I'm talking about? On what's the name? On that movie. What's that movie Paid in Full? What was it?
Oh yeah. Paid here.
I'm probably getting it mixed up where he was like, I don't like that shit. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Somebody said, shut up, Yanga. We stayed telling you shut up for the last few days, Yanga.
Man, I heard.
Oh, you
I
listen to
heard.
that? How I
No, I ain't
snitched on
listened
you
to.
with Black Son like a little kid and shit.
No, I ain't heard that one yet.
I said, I
Peace,
said, I said.
Juju. I
I
heard.
came
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
I said, Black Son. I said, Black Son, Yanka was tripping. He was like, I don't know what he was tripping for. You know,
You know that. I heard. No, I'm funny. He didn't jumped off. He didn't jumped off his damn paddle. Now that took over his panel. Y'all making me feel bad, but y'all know I'm funny. Y'all know I'm funny about my panels. I be on a mission. I be on a mission. I had some questions for you too, Juju. But really though, GTO kind of explained, kind of helped me to see. We still got to do that show debunking the myth of sexism in the black community.
Oh yeah, we
You
we we
know,
was going to talk about that because that's still
yeah,
a good debate topic because I want to see how everybody chop it up. But right now, uh, Black Son going to do this stream on Black nationalism. I'm excited for that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna jump up there with him. I'm gonna jump up there with him.
Somebody said Younger was trolling us for 2 days. Hopefully, he got it out of his system. He surely
Yeah,
was
no.
trolling. That's just that was
Is
that's
that
definitely
trolling? Was
Younger
I trolling?
trolling.
Yeah, no, I had to, yeah, yeah. If
He
that's
wasn't
trolling, I sure
serious.
would. Under the
Yes,
bridge trolling. Y'all
yes.
were just going at it. I was like, no, no, no. No, no, no. Get a black man a band-aid.
Yes.
Get
First,
a black
first,
man a band-aid.
first. I said because once I started muling and you wasn't going, I said you definitely is trolling. The who said something about GI Joe? Who?
Let me see. I
That's Black
want the
Son.
fucking. Oh, that's Black Shine.
Oh yeah, I keep
That's
forgetting. I
Black
be
Shine.
tripping because I be
About
other people.
yeah, I'm gonna do a stream, man. Long live Blackestein. Fuck that. We're not we for real, man. I'm gonna start calling my segment Blackestein. I
Blackestein.
need you, Blackestein. I need you to find me a flag, GTO. Find me the flag of Blackestein. For real. I am the grand proof. I am dead ass serious. We're gonna have a Blackenstein stepping on this damn thing. We got to counterbalance them. They didn't pull Trevor.
You really would want to be the leader about if we had an independent black state, you would really want to be the president, Yanga.
Yep, Blackenstein. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure this shit get right.
Okay, so you
I
care
don't,
more about
I don't know. I would be, we'd have a grand council. I might be more of a chairman than a president. I'd be the, more of a chair. We have a grand council. Everybody have to run their department. But absolutely, absolutely, we have Blackenstein. You see, they didn't pull Trevor
what
over.
would your first law be?
Um, the first law of Blackenstein
Yes.
is the first law. It would be a code. Our first code is that we believe in the high moral character of our ancestors, and we pledge to solemnly strive to always promote and push Black excellence. That we wouldn't be above, yeah, we wouldn't be above any. Our motto would be by any means necessary, literally, meaning we're not above exploring any and all areas and avenues that we feel could possibly be useful for our advancement.
I like
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, yeah, Blackstein. We be,
Okay,
so
so yeah. I like that. Yeah,
uh,
that is a good law. The first law.
see,
Yeah.
one man vote, you get representatives, everybody get a representative. If you live in a sector community, if we had a council, the representative, the council, it'd be almost similar to like what they got set up. You have people to represent. But the difference would be there wouldn't be any hindrance on our cultural expression if you wanted, however we want to coach, because I do feel like that we're discriminated against, we're encouraged to still downplay our unique form of Africanism, our unique form of expressing our connectedness to Africa. So we would be able to do that, and you wouldn't have to worry about blatant racism, hindrance, and shit like that. So now I would run some budgeting classes because I don't want Negroes coming up in there with fucked up credit. I'm like, oh, y'all discriminating. No, you still gotta function. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Disneyland. You still got to function, but our systems are different. Like I don't just
They
have,
gonna end
you
up
know,
going. It's gonna be. You gonna have conflict with the lazy
every.
new cars. You know that, right? It's
Well,
gonna be a war with the
I would
lazy new
provide
cars. But
opportunity.
they
Yeah,
listen.
I would
They gonna
provide.
be like,
Go ahead.
oh, I know what. I know what Black Son trying to say. But yeah, they gonna want the GI Joe, like Black Son said in the chat.
Mhm.
All
Uh,
because they gotta go to work a little bit. They're gonna be like, they're gonna want to fight you even more, Yanga, because they would have thought that in Blackistan they was gonna be kicking their feet up,
hmm
smoking weed, eating weed out of a bag, and drinking
hmm
coconuts all day.
All day. That's what they. I tell them it's not Fantasy Island. What I would do is provide. I think though, I think if black men and women are given the opportunity to provide for themselves, that sense of self worth, man. There's nothing like someone being a man being able to provide for his family, a woman being able to provide for her family, and not have to worry where it's come from, or not have to worry about her man going out there taking penitentiary chances or being gone forever because he feels like she can do better without him, or the state has provided or pushed that incentive that you can do better without this man. In Blackistan, where we say, yeah, we got a socialization program. We understand the economic disparities, the class differences that exist within our nation. But our welfare program or our socialization program isn't an open-ended one. We would provide the training to get out there to be employable. That's the whole thing about what I
I
said.
think it should just be you know, for the women and children, just like just chilling. Is
No,
that?
no,
Do you agree
no.
with that?
Fantasy Island.
But there should be some type
No,
of work,
hell no. I
easy
don't.
work for the women.
Hell no. Hell no.
I'm not
Don't
going
build
to
nothing
your
there. You
state
ain't
because
gonna
I
say.
want to kick
They
my
try to,
feet up, Finger. I'm
yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
honest.
You would have that time, but I mean, it's not a queendom. If you don't plan on doing nothing but kicking your feet up, yeah, it probably wouldn't be the place for you.
Like, listen,
You
and
know.
I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this too, right?
hmm
What you have to
hmm
understand is a lot of our people. I really do feel like the government have like this mass experiment that they're trying to do and make all the people a little bit more slow, so that way
Mm,
so that way we can continue taking it too far working, or we can have a hard time in life. That's just my opinion, right? Because of these
hmm
new studies that came out. So I like, you have to understand it's a lot of neurodivergent people that's going to be born soon, even more. So with your Blackistan people, you're going to have a surplus of lazy people. Just like Black Son said, it's people that will want to shoot you and fight you just because they can't chill and kick their feet up. That's where we at now, because this is what a lot
that's
of
right.
people are saying, Ganga.
That's right.
Your society that you have is not good enough for people, black people, that want free shit. In their eyes, they're gonna look at you as a coon. You're gonna
Yeah, I
have
mean,
to
you
put
all.
together a military for like Black Son said, the motherfuckers who just want the fucking GI Joe.
Yeah, no, you always listen. You're always gonna have that element, but large part of that element comes from their being isolated and marginalized from society. Their inability to participate. They went to poor schools. They got felons early in the game, so they can't get certain jobs. Motherfucker can't aspire higher than a Burger King manager. You know what I'm saying? You're always when you have a capitalist system exists like it exists now, you're always going to have that element, and that needs that element. That's why in Georgia prisons are privatized. You know what I'm saying? It one thing fuels another. It funds the police. When crime goes up, the police get more funding. If we didn't learn nothing from Reaganomics, we learned that. How all of that goes hand in hand. You know, how the state benefits from the criminalization of a masses of a population of its people. What you're doing is providing an opportunity for people to buy into Blackistan. And believe me, I believe if someone can buy into a house in the neighborhood, he's less likely to criminalize other people if they have something to lose, or to tolerate a motherfucker coming around their neighborhood being criminal. You know what I'm saying? What you have a lot of times with these people is we don't have a buy-in. We got a fuck the
Right.
system attitude, and rightly so. But
Mhm.
my problem with that is it's not directed. It can't just be fuck the system. Fuck the system, yeah, but and then the system got his hands on you. It's like, and I'm gonna say
Right.
this, it's like my partner told me one time. He said we was watching a dude get pulled over, and he jumped out the car and he did a little run around the car. And my partner started laughing. He said, "That's all that nigga gonna do." And he said he gonna grab him, he gonna wiggle a little bit, and he gonna go with him because that's all he can do. He ain't got nowhere to run. And then he said, "Watch." That's what he did. Ran around the car a few times. Police finally caught up with him. He, snatched from the police and then put his ass in back of the car. So the system has its hands on you. We have to begin to participate. We have to get out of one of the things, not what we have to, what I suggest we do is get out of the fantasy, or not the fantasy, the very real immediate gratification sensational type of shit. We microwave as fuck. We want to push shit on 3 minutes. Boop, 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 boom. No, it's not gonna come overnight that quickly.
Yeah,
And
I
then the
definitely agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Yes.
And then
Mhm.
lastly, what I would say, these people that want free shit and don't want to do nothing, this and that, are not thinking about then, how they still making babies. Who's laying with these brothers or these sisters, because they're not thinking about generational wealth. They're not, I don't work to get rich. I work to knock the door down and create opportunities and provide a college fund for my baby so they don't have to do the same back-breaking type of labor, so that they can start buying in businesses and providing people who do
Yeah,
have to
but
do that type of labor the opportunity so their children don't have to do it.
okay, but Yanga, just get me my temple for your Blackistan. Okay.
Mandatory.
Give me
Mandatory.
and I will give free spiritual work to people. Because
Absolutely.
that's
You're
my
going to get
purpose.
you in a special tax bracket. You're
Okay,
going to get
thank
a
you.
tax, as long as we get part of that tithe that's
No,
coming
but
through the
that's
temple.
that
You
is
in a
what I want
special.
to do for like that's what I want to do. Like when
Okay.
I
I
get
mean,
older. Like that's my life purpose. Like I'm talking about in general.
see,
Like
I can't give
yeah.
you tax exemption though in Blackistan, because if I give you tax exemption, they're gonna swear your temple is an agency of the state. So I even think your temple should contribute to the maintenance and defense of Blackistan. There ain't no religious tax exemption. Tax exemption. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? Yep. They got to pay taxes too.
This shit is crazy. I say all this shit, but I'm doing it. Is it because I'm a foreigner?
What black son? What black
Trevor says
son have you,
it
bro?
because I'm a foreigner. I keep forgetting here, Trevor. Trevor, I really keep forgetting that that's how you is. You keep reminding us that that's who you is, that you're a foreigner. You give the
He
foreigner
said,
vibe.
I'm echoing his sentiment. Hey, I am not echoing your sentiments, Trey. You need to cut it out.
Dang it, you do
You
that
was
a lot.
straight.
You try to
You
remix
was
exactly what people said, and you be
I
saying this.
don't
You
how
be
it
saying the
listen,
same
listen,
thing.
GTO. I get it. I get where you coming from. I get where you come from. I'm the champion. You know what
I
I'm
think
saying?
you
I know
just
a
don't
lot of
like how
people. I
people.
know they know I like you, so they send you to pick at me. You don't know what you're talking about. You had no idea. Trevor just sit there and said he went for Ron DeSantos. Do you know who Ron DeSantos is?
Wait, I know I hear him say that. I thought he said somebody else, so I didn't
Okay.
know Van Cat
So
was
how you
addressing him.
so what you talking about? I echo Trevor's sentiment. I don't believe that the black man is solely
No, I'm just
responsible
saying
for the
I've
black
seen you do
woman's.
that, but I don't know
But
why
yeah,
Trevor going so
yeah.
hard.
You be picking, you picking, you
Fuck with
picking.
these
Trevor
people
can
who
go
say
hard. Y'all supposed to go hard because I'm gonna come up here. I'm gonna represent staunch black nationalism, and I'm gonna throw it out there. I mean, feel free to disagree. I don't think I'm echoing his sentiments. I like to see whose sentiment. Some sentiments are gonna be the same because we all nationalists in one way, form, or fashion. So some of them gonna be the same. But I don't know. Trevor and I got plenty we disagree on.
Wait, Juju, that's not a lie. That's the truth.
Okay. I might.
I
I
understand.
can't.
I didn't know that.
I can't say that I don't. I mean, we're gonna share, there's gonna be similarities. There's gonna be similarities. But I don't know. I don't know the last time I heard Trevor. I just heard Trevor say he likes Ron DeSantos. He did say all except for the African American program thing, this and that. So I will give him that. I've also heard Trevor be very critical of black men and their perceived power and authority over the social cultural condition of black women and their subjugation to oppression and suppression, all that. I think he gives way I think he overemphasizes that on black males. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where we echoing out. And then I just heard him join the damn Republican Party today. What the hell we at? What? Shouts out to Trevor. Y'all make me hold it down on this thing.
But people had to get to know Trevor. Don't pick with Trevor, okay? Don't pick with Trevor, okay? Let him do his stream first, okay?
I'm not mad, Juju. I'm not mad.
Whatever that Ron man name is. I don't know, cause being band cat, I'll just be aligning too. What band cat be standing for, so. I don't know. And then Yanga, he not going to tell me no lie for no reason. So that's a little bit problematic. So you're going to have to talk about that. You're going to have to lay out that man whole plan why you feel like, you're going to vote for him.
Exactly.
The racist.
And then Trump, that's
you can't
what
just say that and then dip off the panel, sir, and then expect us not to lean on you. That's another thing, Trevor. I think that's what Trevor don't understand. We not picking with you. We fuck with you. It's just that you just be like, with your Ice Cube looking eyebrows. You like say your little controversy shit and then you'll drop off and then like, hold on, nigga, come back and explain this shit. Okay, we know you're a family man. We know your wife fine as hell. Okay. Fuck you all. I spent time with my fine ass wife. Goodbye.
Hey man. Hey, he be holding his own. One thing I will say about he holds his own. Trevor, listen, you ain't the only one that's the villain. What do you think they do to me? They vilify me. I'm the villain. I'm the bad guy. Because I still hold to a staunch communalism.
Trevor, don't feel bad. I'm the messiest one over here. I'm a mess.
Right. Everybody at the arena got.
And I don't give a fuck. Trevor,
y'all don't know what we fighting against. Look what Black Son stare controversy. Me and Black Son had a controversy. Y'all see the picture Malcolm with the backdrop of an American flag. Black Son is controversial. That's some shit. These are the type of nationalists I'll be fighting. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I had to tell Trevor. I said, Trevor, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the haters. The last time he said, Jane Aquasi, please don't drag me. I said, nigga, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the haters because they watch hard.
Now I'm going to get on Trevor. Now I'm going to get on Trevor, though. I mean, I'm going to get off Trevor. I'm going to get on Trevor. No, brother. No. Where is that dude that was talking about he'll take on any goddamn body? He don't care if he win or lose. I'ma step in the ring. He was like Muhammad Ali. I'm knocking motherfuckers out. I'm kicking ass and taking names. I just came from Kick-Assville and I'm homesick. I'm looking for a sucker. Get him, I'ma chew him up and spit him out. Boy, Trevor was talking cash shit. So yeah, everybody looking to take it. Everybody want a chunk of that that white meat. They want to knock chunks in your skull. Yeah, man, it's part of the game, man. Welcome to the club. One thing I will say, man, shouts out to Blue. He told me at the debate, I was like, damn, Blue, everybody seemed like they coming at me. Blue says, sit back and learn to enjoy it. Sit back and learn to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Cause it's
I throw myself in the lake of fire. I don't give a fuck. I like the dramatization of everything. You feel what I'm saying?
There go my guy.
So that's why I said, Trevor, don't feel bad. Like I'm on here strictly for the mess. You feel what I'm saying?
I just want to know what did you say? I just want to know what he said about Trump. Trump said he gonna end the goddamn war there, boy. Gonna bring the gas prices back down. What do you mean about Trump? I heard you got the blood of Trump.
I gotta look. I haven't even been up on. I'm be honest, man. I'm so disappointed with national elections. Yeah, I'm so disappointed with national elections. I haven't even really been following it on that. I've been very closely paying attention to local, so I have to get out there and then we can discuss it. I just don't like the motherfucker. I don't like his tan.
Oh, so you're emotional. You're emotional like Angel Stuck Up 7. You're emotional.
I am going to allow my spidey senses to tingle. I just don't like him. So it's warranted looking into. Now, I don't vote emotional politics, but I sure will look into I don't vote emotional politics.
Yeah,
I sure will look into it. Yeah, no, you gotta, See, I love about the Republicans because they're not. I like that non-emotional standpoint. They like fuck them all, fuck them all, fuck them all. In the socialism, in midnight basketball, fuck the niggers. That's the Republic. See what I was trying to tell Trevor. You got to look at all the program that block. What they just did, get you that blind the lynches. They cut the social programs like midnight basketball. What did they do with that money that was keeping the young men off the streets, that were giving them a place safe to go do something and exert their energy? They give it to the police. Cut the midnight basketball, increase police funding. That's the type of shit that you're dealing with, huh?
No, actually, they gave it to the Ukrainians.
Or give it to the damn Ukrainians. Or give it to the damn Ukrainians. Either way, it's always at our expense. When they funded the Contra over there in whatchamacallit was at our expense for crack cocaine. Now we just, it's always at our expense.
Mm.
Yeah. So we got to look at the problem with us. One of our problems is I think that the majority of black people don't participate in politics, and the majority of those people that don't participate in politics are the people that need the socialization programs the most. Did you lose me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, what's going on, like? Oh no, that was mine. I'm sorry, I was muted. My bad.
Yeah. What you
How
think
do I
about
sound?
that, GTO? Yeah, you sound clear.
Okay, cool.
No, what you
GTO?
say, yeah, I'm sorry. The last part, I didn't hear you.
He was talking about the politics. I said, unfortunately for us,
Yeah, we
the
don't
majority
get
of
involved. That's what you were saying. I'm sorry. Like,
right, we don't get, but we needed to, but the majority of the people don't get involved need it the most.
yeah, my fault. Yeah, I just had an auditory
That's a
process, a delay moment. But yeah, I heard exactly what you said. That's our biggest problem, and that's the most weirdest thing is that when black people we don't participate as a whole. We don't know if it really worked, but we just be the main one to say it don't work. But I'm like, okay,
We
if we all participated, and then maybe we could at least make that complaint. But golly, y'all just
you
hell
don't
bent
well,
not participating.
absolutely, and so you got the Black Suns and the other versions of Black Suns. Shouts out to MD. I'm gonna take a shot in the MDs. You got them voting. You got them voting, and then you wonder why it don't. Oh, see, politics don't work. Them niggas went down there and voted. They didn't get nothing for black people. See, politics don't work because they didn't vote your way, fool. You just saw some black people going to the polls, and then were Negroes for Trump or Negroes for black Republicans. This.
You gotta be more clear on that. Yang.
Well,
You're
I'm
kind
just
of.
saying we don't. Okay, what I'm saying is this: we don't know the politics that we address, so we don't know the power in it. So the people
So
that do vote, usually largely black people that do vote, are from a certain social economic class, so they're voting that interest.
it don't have to be
And
a
it's not
socioeconomic class, though, sir.
largely it is. Largely
It
if you
doesn't have
look
to
at
be.
if
Well, I'm
we
saying
did
it doesn't
it
have to
doesn't
be.
have to be. No, it doesn't. But when you look at statistically, if you look at the participant of voters statistically from amongst African Americans, I bet you will find they belong to a certain, largely, the majority of them belong to a certain social economic class. You know what I'm saying? That
Working
even
class.
just from, not even just the working class, but also from um, a class that social meaning that they understand how politics is tied to their life. They was raised in a house that was taught how politics was tied to their life. You got the working class that just believe get a job. Get a
So
job.
let me ask you this, Yang.
Yeah.
You talk about Blackistan, right? Blackistan.
Yeah.
So you do know the difference between black people wanting freedom and niggas just wanting free shit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I
Yeah.
just want you to
But I
know.
don't feel
So,
like but I don't feel like this is a fair enough America's a fair enough situation to really assess that. You know what I'm saying?
it is.
Because
It
of
actually is.
I don't think so, man. Because of the deliberate
America calls
obsolete.
us wanting the free shit. America calls us wanting the free shit.
No, but what I'm saying is, it makes you think that you deserve free shit, but it doesn't provide the opportunities to achieve it legitimately. That's what I'm saying. America's not the right place for me to make that assessment. Like I go back to, if you got a felon, you can't get certain jobs with the government and stuff. You can't. You're regulated to a certain working
You can
class.
fight that. I looked it up. You can fight that if you have a felony.
You
You
sure
just gotta
can.
go
Yeah,
through a lot
okay,
of
okay,
research.
yeah, you
You
can
can
fight
get
it, but now we're
hold on,
talking
hold on.
about
You can get your passport back. You can get your gun rights back. I looked up all of
mhm.
that. You just
Oh, they
gotta
don't take
know.
away your passport. They don't take away your passport. That's child
Oh,
How
they
much
support.
don't.
is that?
But people
How
always,
much does that cost?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
what, a
Okay, but
passport?
are they
Passport's
are
free.
attorneys? No, to do what she's talking about. Are there attorneys to do it? See what you're talking about? That sounds good, GTO, but it's more capitalism. That's creating another job class called bureaucracy, attorneys, the bureaucrat. That's a whole
But
nother
depending
class.
on
Yeah,
what you
that's
did,
money.
that might have just been your fault though.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. You may have to pay to go get all that
Unless
done.
you're talking about
Why?
some Martin Luther King type mess,
No,
nigga, what you
yeah,
do, Tyrone? Like, no, son, let me stop.
exactly,
Because it could be
exactly,
a future.
exactly. That
But no, it
bullshit.
could be
What
a
you
future.
do?
But listen,
What you do, Tyrone? But I
but
feel
to me,
like
like,
when go ahead.
did I tell a lie though? That's
What's
part of
that?
the truth though. Like,
No,
What?
no,
unless
Trevor,
somebody was
Trevor,
wrongly accused of
hold
something,
on. Oh, Trevor, no, no, no. I agree with you on one. All I'm saying is you're part of the wrong party. That goes along with your values and system. All I want you to do is go down and register as a Republican, and Black Sun won't mess with you no more.
Man, see, I ain't
Mic
trying to
drop.
get you, Trevor. Trying to
No,
get you.
he
Register as a
doesn't.
Republican. How you know it goes
Trevor is
along
a
with his values and
Republican.
systems?
Trevor is a,
How you
a
know?
and how I know because he talks about it all the time. Oh, black
Well,
men and there shouldn't be
yeah,
gays and there shouldn't.
yeah,
It's all Republican
yeah.
talking points.
Oh
Let's
my
stop that,
God, man, they
man.
got
Stop
Trevor.
that.
They
Now
got
you make me
Trevor.
jump.
They got Trevor. Trevor,
No, Trevor got himself.
no!
No,
Damn,
Trevor
they
got
got Trevor.
himself. That's Trevor's
No, but
party, baby.
what I'm telling, like I'm
he
telling
came in and
GTO,
checked like not speaking my
what I
language.
yeah, what I'm telling GTO is like this. Okay, first of all, the fact that you have to pay for all of that shit is bullshit. Here it is. Here in Blackistan, when you do a crime and you do the time, that's it. You do a crime, you do the time, and you do the parole if you sentence to parole and shit. When you come home, that's it. Redemption. You don't have a scarlet letter. You're not
Sir,
be able, depending on the
Certain
crime,
people,
of
depending
course.
on the crimes,
Depending
if
I
you
on
can
the
mess
go
with a
crime,
there.
little
yeah,
kid in my
yeah,
state,
yeah,
you get your
yeah,
head chopped off.
yeah, depending on the crime, depending on the
You
crime.
miss
But what
it.
I'm
You mess
saying
with a
is,
little kid in my state, you getting your whole body chopped up, and we gonna watch
right,
you and laugh.
right, depending on the crime. But like I go back to look at the Reagan time when people were getting life sentences for crack cocaine and 6 months for powder. That type of disproportionate sentencing. That's
Yeah,
bullshit. So that's what I mean by the criminalization of black men and the benefit to the economy and to the state. It's all, it's all part of it. So I don't feel like America is the best place to make that assessment for those
So
who
yeah,
want free shit. And those,
that good
go
sounds
ahead.
good. So what's your dental plan look like?
Oh, we got dental.
You got dental?
We got
Okay,
dental.
okay.
Hell yeah.
You got medical.
We
You got
got dental.
medical.
My health facilities probably almost look socialist. Now that's why I might have a problem with the capitalists. You know what I'm saying? Because they may not want to pay them taxes for the socialization of my health plan. They like, man, so
Oh,
I can't
now
get
we
my own
talking.
private type of, so but yeah,
You hear this, MD?
my health
You hear this,
my health
MD? You hear
plan
this?
my health plan might almost look socialist. I ain't
No,
gonna
it's gonna
front
be
you.
socialist.
I
It's
came
gonna
in
be
on the back
socialist.
end.
Right. Oh, you came on. Okay, okay.
I ain't
Now
gonna
you talk.
front.
Yeah, yeah. You're
I'm a
talking about
taxes
his.
for that. I'm a taxes. Yeah, yeah,
You going in there? Okay, so as long as
yeah.
you let people know ahead of time that Yangaland is gonna be a socialist, you're gonna tax people. So,
No, I
so
didn't
you
say.
go.
No, I didn't say. No, listen to the
why
capitalist.
you
Listen to the
let leave the
capitalist spin.
crackheads alone,
Listen
Trevor?
to the capitalist spin. Listen to the
Listen,
I didn't say it was
leave
gonna
the
be
crackheads
socialist.
alone. Why y'all always want to get rid of the crackheads in the black state?
You know
Look,
what I'm saying? Hold on, let me see what's going on. Let me put
crackheads do
my health.
amazing work for free or damn near free, and y'all want to get rid of them in society. What did they do to you? They didn't do anything. They is the isolated people. That's why they
You
addicted to
say you
crack.
should get major time. Yeah, if you get major time, see that's why they
Why?
say that's why they trying to bring you to the
Somebody
Republicans.
want it.
So they should get major time for crack sales, but
For
Ronald
something
Reagan
that
get the fake.
somebody want.
But but Ronald Reagan get Ronald Reagan can get Alzheimer's and forget. Oliver North can get a show. Oliver North, mail call with Oliver North. The very people who brought the drug in, but you talking about executing or life sentence for black men and women who took advantage of what they believe to be economic opportunities. I say, yeah, if we're meting out punishment like on that degree, then everybody got to get it. So if they get life sentence for crack cocaine rock, then imagine what we giving to the people who flew the whole planes in, who allowed for that shit to come in. What they gonna get, the firing squad? I'm not mad at that. I'm just making sure that your justice is equally meted out, brother. You know, if you feel that serious about it, let that hatred of genocide not just, don't let it stop with us.
Jenga, why do they consider Reagan one of the greatest Republican presidents of all time? In their eyes, not in my eyes, but in their eyes.
Yeah.
Good question.
They come up with the term what? Reaganomics, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when
That's
the Iran Contra was going on, he killed two birds with one stone.
Yes, he did.
So at the time, you got to understand, we were talking about the privatization of prisons at that time. You had your CERTA-pros and CERTA-pros coming in privatizing the prison. He killed two birds with one stone.
Yes, he did.
He financed the Iran Contra, and on top of that, created an industry within the privatization of imprisonment.
Yep.
This is why they call him the master of Reaganomics. So in that aspect, yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah. I mean, he was the man with that. He did exactly what you said. You know what I'm saying? He funded an overthrow, a coup d'etat of a free people's elected state to install an imperialist satellite. He funded it by chemical warfare on the Negro. He funded it then, like you said, boosted the economy by funding the police, by privatizing prisons. Police funding went up. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying, who headed up? And then to tell the world to kiss his ass, to pour salt in the wound, who did he let be the drug czar or the spokesman for the drug war?
Nancy Reagan.
Damn. Boy, ain't that insult in there? And put my wife, this white woman, in your face and tell you, just say no. Just say no. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's insult to injury. That's no Vaseline. That is no Vaseline. So yeah, he's greatest. That's why the Republicans held his ass. Reagan was a beast. Right? And then he got up there. Then when he came to charge his ass, everybody watching. I'm watching, the world watching. So did you? I don't recollect. I don't recall. Nigga called Alzheimer's. Ain't this about a bitch? How convenient. How fucking convenient. How fucking convenient. Alzheimer's reminded me, I forgot that mob boss that did that shit. Started playing crazy when it was time for the feds to come in on him. You know, so yeah. So I mean, you know, the games are being played. The games are being played, and they're still being played.
Now you sound like Trevor.
What's that? Now I sound like Trevor.
Yeah, now you sound like
so
Trevor.
I don't need to be. So Trevor be echoing me.
No, I'm talking about this Alzheimer's. You got to understand that's a real condition there.
Man, Reagan better go ahead on with that.
So I don't disagree with you with Reagan. Reagan was cold-blooded when it comes to like GOP republicanism. And in some ways, he's the father of GOP republicanism. But yeah, and I get that. But on the same token, what would have happened if we would have had a grassroots effort politically to change the aspect of our reality and not get involved with the crack cocaine era? Like, just think about it. Just think about this for a second. You know, hypothetically. Had we would have had a policy-driven society at that time, we would have not only changed the reality of our situation in America, but abroad.
That's right. Yep.
When it comes to the Iran Contra, hell, Iran and Afghanistan and all that might be absorbed in the damn Russian government by now. We
Mm,
have the reality. We got the reality to change the aspect of everybody else's reality.
that's a
And
fact.
I think the cracker know that. So he
That's why they
used
gotta keep us distracted.
like
Yeah,
go
go ahead.
ahead, Black son.
No, no, go ahead, go ahead. You on the road, bro. You on the road. Go ahead, go ahead.
That's why on the grassroots level, policy, because policy changes the very fabric of what America is. You could tell that's culture.
Damn.
Spoke America with our culture, whether it be positive or negative. We are light bearers. I'm finna go dark side. We the light bearers. Everything. And I think the cracker know that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So when it comes to our reality from a political standpoint, it has the ability to shift or balance the scale in terms of social justice, not only here but around the world.
That's why I'm trying to get Yame to come on here so he can stop World War III. And Yame, oh, drop the link, y'all. Drop the link. You ain't get dropped off. Hold on, I'll do it. Hold on, Yanga. Dropping the link now. Is my stuff breaking up or is that me? Can y'all hear me? I dropped the link, Yanga. Hey,
Yeah, I
and
can
I.
hear you. Yeah, I can hear you
Oh,
fine.
okay,
I
okay.
can
It
hear
got
you
quiet.
fine. You
Okay.
sound good.
Okay, it got all quiet. Okay, okay. Yeah. No, no, no. That's why I wanted Yami to come on here, because, he was talking about complaining. Oh, there we go, Yanga. There we go. Oh, there goes Yami right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, Yami?
Peace and power.
Peace.
Man, I wanted to come in that other day when you called me patriotic.
Yes, sir.
I said he got me. I'm ready to go. Now I
Yeah.
understand the sentiments on my thoughts on the Constitution. I mean, I wouldn't do much different than what the Constitution had. I mean, I would have some difference. But this is where I would like to have a debate.
Is
I'm
that me
sorry,
or
I had
What
a
him?
happened?
phone call right in the middle.
Oh,
Okay,
I
oh,
had a
okay,
okay,
phone
okay,
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 okay.
call.
okay, okay, okay. No problem.
Well, I'm saying in America, there's a higher ideology than the Constitution, and that ideology is white supremacy. And I know that
Oh,
word is
oh,
overused. You had something, Blackson?
no,
Yeah,
no,
he,
no. Go
yeah,
ahead, go ahead. You on the road?
yeah. He's
No,
saying
I'm
he's
saying,
saying the system of white supremacy supersedes the Constitution. I don't
yes.
agree with that.
I agree with that.
I don't agree with that either.
I agree with
Oh,
that.
we got to do the debate. Set that up, man.
Y'all
Man,
don't agree with that?
I
Hell
debated
no.
7 times.
I don't know. I don't.
Man,
Yeah, he gonna win that. He gonna win that debate. I
that,
mean, it's
that
obvious.
that's my life's work right there. That
So
I mean, go ahead, go ahead. I don't want to
no,
say
no,
too
go
much
ahead.
because I want the debate. I want that debate.
I done dragged him out of
Well,
goddamn retirement.
you better be quiet there, Inyame, because the more they think about that, the more they gonna.
Right.
No, I mean
What?
I still don't agree with it. I understand. I understand where he's coming from, but I don't agree with it based on the reality in which we were in when the Constitution was written. That's what makes the Constitution so great.
Okay, you want to set that up, Trevor? Not Trevor. I'm sorry. MD.
No,
You want
no,
to set that up?
no. Oh, yeah. Hey, no problem. No problem. I would love to have that debate. Like I said, we can tag team it if y'all want to. You and Yang and me and Blackson. However y'all
I
want to
love
do
it.
it.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. I would love that one.
Yeah. Like I said,
I'm with it.
Yanga,
I'm with
you,
all that
Black
smoke.
Son and Yanga, go get y'all release forms. Look, we can do it.
Not release forms.
Go get your
I got.
SVDL release form.
Yeah. I got to renegotiate my contract.
Yeah, go get your release
But
forms. So y'all can have this non-sanctioned debate.
I'm with it.
yeah. I got so much fire on that on this topic.
Yeah, because like I said, what you're doing is you're convoluting white supremacy, which I agree with. I'm not saying white supremacy don't exist. That ain't what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is the inception of white supremacy is our reality. The Constitution is an eternal document that doesn't have any viewpoint on white supremacy. That's what makes the Constitution so great. And we can go more deep into that in the discussion.
Right. But I'm going to say this for everybody who's kind of wondering. Even with the Constitution, 1776, even with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, white supremacy still superseded what was written in the Constitution.
Okay. There it is. There it is. What you think, Black Son?
Hey, I mean, like you said, we have to get a further discussion because it's kind of more like a seesaw effect because I understand how 1776 went, but then when you go through the 1960s up till now, like you said, you got, I mean, a lot of stuff that didn't happen. A lot of stuff that happened. It goes back to the immigrants, women benefiting. It's crazy now. So no, we're not even living in the same world as 1776. But the Constitution is still valid today. White supremacy is scattered. It's not even about white supremacy no more. Like we discussed, the richest people in America are not white people. They're Asians. So that argument is almost obsolete when it comes to white supremacy. We got a black police officer beat up on a black man. Now Yango will say, oh, that's neocolonialism. I beg to differ. I believe, I'm saying that humans, when you say that one set of humans are more righteous than another set of humans, you're living in goddamn La La Land. That's La La Land. It's not because of white supremacy or neocolonialism. It's just because men, it's just, we're good and evil at the same time. That's just our nature. We kill, we do things. That's just what we do. We get angry, and black people are not immune to that. Black people aren't immune to that shit. No, man. We got police brutality in Tanzania. We got it in Kenya. We got it in Zaire. We got it in Zimbabwe. Come on now. I'm the wrong person to talk to about, only white people do that. The white man's the devil. I don't believe that shit. No, I don't believe in no devils and all that shit. No, I believe that humans by nature are violent. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, and real quick, that's not to say, because I know what the argument is. That's not to say that white supremacy wasn't to our detriment during the amendments of the Constitution. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is it's the identifying of the freedoms of our people specifically what makes the Constitution so great.
Right.
Through the turmoil, through the destruction. So I kind of know like the angle which you're gonna go, you know what I mean? And I get it. But I can show you examples and proof to show that not only us but other constitutionalists that were white realized the unconstitutionality of the whole event itself through the annals of history. So if you're gonna say that white supremacy supersedes the Constitution, you're gonna have to break it down on a legal level, and I don't think you can do that, Yame. I don't think you can do it.
I think I can. Matter of fact, I
Okay,
know I can. And
okay,
speaking now, this is why I like the ADOS movement, because before ADOS, black people lived in La La Land. But
right. You're
ADOS,
right.
Yvette Carnell, they came with facts, and they really started this, the wealth gap. The wealth gap. They kept saying it's about the wealth gap. What's that? I forget the guy's name. He says, I don't care about to control a people's government. I want control of the people's money system. I think it was a Rockefeller. I think it was a Rockefeller who said that. The control of wealth. If you look at the wealth of black people in America, it hasn't changed that much. And in 70 years, it's either stagnant or it has gone down. The wealth
Yeah.
of those white families increased. Even when we had a black president, I think I forgot how many percentage points white wealth increased. To make sure that those white families stay in power, they create these systems to maintain their power. And while we're still fighting constitutionally, and we should still be fighting constitutionally, there are still laws in nature that are higher than the Constitution.
Okay. I get your angle. Like I said, I totally get what you're saying. I ain't saying that I
Yeah,
ain't. What I'm saying
yeah,
what I'm saying is when we talk about the Constitution, you also have to take into consideration amendment by amendment subsidies what were given constitutionally to other people that weren't given to us. Especially when you talk about 13,
right,
14, 15 Amendment.
right. Matter of fact, those amendments was written for us,
They
but
were.
somehow it was it was made for everybody else, just for the fact, like Francis Chris Wilson says, white on top and black on the bottom. I mean, it's not a written law, but you see it played out in the nation. That here we are now. Now the 13, 14, and 15 Amendment wasn't given to us. we fought for it. The Civil War was
Right.
about us fighting for it. And it was a
Right.
promise made by this government: if you help us win the war, you will automatically become citizens of the United States and have all the protections of the Constitution, you and your children. And then they turned around and gave us Jim Crow. They broke the promise for this. Man, I'm talking too much. But you see where I'm going.
Yeah, I see exactly where you're going. I see exactly where you're going. Like I said, we can set that up, man. I don't mind having
Yeah,
that. Like I said,
yeah.
non-sanctioned, Black Son.
MD, I already see
Non-sanctioned.
holes. Hold on, I already see holes in his argument. When he say they, is he referring to the Union or the South?
The United States government.
No.
What the United States government was protecting us until after Reconstruction when the Democrats took over. So when we talk about policy at the end of the day. Policy is what changed the face of Reconstruction, right? Now we
Right,
know what the
right.
Constitution says. We know what was supposed to happen during Reconstruction. It never came to fruition based off of policy. Now that wasn't because of our doing. That was because a certain sect, which you could say was white supremacy. I give you that one.
Right. And
But
that's what I'm going to come with.
I get, and I said I understand your angle. But you're gonna have to equate that to the Constitution. You're gonna have to show through the Constitution how that white supremacy concept overlaps over the Constitution and which one's positive, which one's negative. That's what you're gonna have to do. I can show you through what white supremacy did to us, how the Constitution is on the positive and that white supremacy is on the negative. I can show that based off of examples, based off of Wilmington, based off of Tulsa, based off of Reconstruction, based off of Rosewood. I can show many different examples where I can show you from a Constitution aspect that those things were identified as being unconstitutional and breaking away from the concept of Reconstruction at that period of time, and also with the Civil Rights Movement. But like I
Right.
said again, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love to
Because
have that debate.
I would use the same examples to show where white supremacy overrode the Constitution. Like Tulsa, there has never been justice for Tulsa.
You're right. You're right.
So the Constitution doesn't guarantee justice, which means there's something at play that's even higher than the Constitution, and it has to be brought out. It has to be pinpointed. Like Blackson was saying that it's no longer in play today, and I'm saying ADOS brought it out like it's still in play, but it's not the overt. It's very covert. Power is still in the hands of a few families, and in areas where we live, we don't have that control. We have a little bit, just percentages of it. But if we're going to change our circumstance, we need more of the wealth in our areas. We need more of the resources. But you have to wrestle. You have to fight it out of the hands of people who is hoarding the resources. And that's where true liberty lies.
Yeah, I agree with certain aspects of that. That's why I talk about, and ADOS talks about the wealth gap. I believe if we can close that gap, I believe our whole reality in this country will change. And like I said, again, I always say it, it's not going to be in me, your lifetime. It just ain't. I'm talking about if we were to get reparations today, our reality, our perception of from a political viewpoint in this country would not change overnight. It just ain't. I remember the other night, Solar was talking about, we can, if we come communally from an economic standpoint, we can change our reality in 20 years. No, you can't. No, you can't. Because first of all, from an overall standpoint, and I'll break that down in the debate too. From an overall standpoint, even with our wealth, we have to talk about the spending power myth, which is a myth. We have to talk about our overall spending power as it pertains to other groups in this country. It's still not going to change anything. You have to change generational wealth through generations. That's the only way to do it. Ain't no lump sum is going to change that. What the lump sum is going to do is give you the ability to pass it down and create the wealth that way. That's the only way to create wealth. You can't create wealth through a lump sum of money, a big ass lump sum, but it's not going to be a big ass lump sum of money. You know what I mean? So, but like again, I love to have that debate. We can talk about all of that in the debate, or if y'all just want to set something up to have just a discussion one day with all us on there, we can do that too.
Right, we might can do that too, but and have all the evidence with it. I even throw in Ukraine, like what you just said. They know that too. The people with the wealth, they understand that if black people had more wealth, our the way we view America would change, and
Did
they do
somebody
nothing
mention
about it.
Ptolemy's name?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I was talking about what we was talking about the other night
Yeah,
about
so
about community wealth. Yeah.
Wait. Let me finish this point. We can give money to Ukraine overnight, by without even having the vote of the people, because that's the direction that they want to go. If they truly wanted to make black people better, they can do it overnight, but they choose not to do it. What is
I
stopping
get
them?
that.
We are Americans just like they are. What
Yeah,
makes them?
I'm just on a note, oh my bad, I got a delay. I thought you was finished talking, bro.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, yeah, it's a lot of work to be done in the community. I really, you say you can't change something, you can change a lot. You know what I'm saying? Within a matter of 10 years, really, if we were to unite. And you're talking about like psychological damage. That's like an excuse to me. If you're saying that we don't have the mentality to unite, that's an excuse. That's not like
No, I
really a reason.
understand that.
So if we talking about getting a group of people together, and it's a lot of work that could be done that could change the dynamics of the community if everybody's on the same page. If everybody's on the same page, um, I mean, and it's a simple thing, really. But niggas make it more complex. Get out. Get the foreigners out your community. You don't think that can instantly change the dynamics of the community and the economic wealth of the community? If we could get the Asians out of our community, you know how much they gross annually. You don't think that would instantly change the wealth in the black community? It would. They put their kids through college with that. So it's all about mentality. It's all about like black people understanding how to organize and how to compete, and that's even before we get into the stuff that was done historically to us that we're owed. We're not taking advantage of simple things that's right in our hands, our own communities. So that's what I was talking about. And
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
even the idea of how we I think that the conversation that you was having with um Trevor, what Trevor was saying was that why are we trying to emulate our oppressor in terms of how we conduct ourselves, even you know um putting our kids in college for useless degrees. We can have a focus, whereas though we're actually doing or putting them in a position to be an asset to community building. There's a lot of other things that we need in the community, but we're trying to integrate ourselves in with a system that really don't have a place for us. So that's what the bigger issue would be. Like this thing was designed off of capitalism and exploitation. There's really no place for us. If you could see from the time of that they began to um so-called emancipate black people, you see that this is, you could correlate it with the devaluing of the dollar. Like you see that the dollar eventually collapsed as they began to emancipate African Americans. Is because they wasn't supposed to be emancipated. This is why it was so much pushback. So the decline in the American dollar is a byproduct of them trying to somehow um, give emancipation to a group of people that was getting too rebellious, and trying to keep what they established alive. So it's just like this thing they had to maneuver. This is why they had to do all the stuff that they did with with the dollar. Because it wasn't really a place for us here in America. You know, so I think that would be like the elephant in the room. But I mean, Black people just need to organize. Really, that's just what the thing is now.
Yeah, yeah,
Organize.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and I agree with most of what you said. Here's the issue with the devaluation of the dollar, right? We're talking about industry. At the time of Reconstruction, the whole plan of the radical Republicans was to industrialize the South. With the end of Reconstruction, they didn't get the opportunity to do that. That's part of one of the reasons why the dollar devalued because, again, right, we didn't have a place in it because we didn't have our opportunity in industrialization in the South. Had that would have happened, I guarantee you, our wealth in this country would have been tenfold. Another thing you said, with getting the Arabs and the Koreans and stuff out of our neighborhoods, you would have to then replace those businesses with all black business. I'm telling you now, and we can debate this too aspect, Inyambe. I'm telling you now, we don't have the total value. We don't have the total capital with all us put together to do that. I'm telling you that now. The only way you're gonna get that equity is through policy change, through reparation, off the bat. If you want to bring up numbers, we can bring up numbers, and I'll show you how that's a falsehood. That's just the reality of the fact. That comes from us not having a piece on the table from generation to generation. So what I'm trying to set as a goal is for us to get that way through time, because again, it's not going to be in our lifetime. Through time, through that generational wealth, we will then be able to set up shop in our own community. We just can't do it right now. You can say if we pull all our money together, that sounds all well and good, but from a number aspect, with all us putting our money together, we still don't have the wealth in totality when it comes to our ethnic group to do that. That's just what it is. Like I said, we can bring up the fallacy of the black spending power. We can bring up the median wealth of each family here in America as when it comes to black. We can do that, but until you change that policy, you ain't gonna be able to do what you want to do. That's just the reality of the fact.
Yeah, I agree with the whole black spending dollar is a marketing campaign. It it was created. I forget the person's name. It was created to get businesses to put up ads and do commercials in black sectors. Like black people buy this much toilet paper, black people buy this much toothpaste, and if you advertise to them this how much money you make, they have this much spending power. But what people are trying to make that sound like is we have that much investment power that we can take our money and
Right.
invest and change a
Two different
neighborhood.
things.
Two
Right.
different things. We don't have that type of money to invest. We are surviving off of the money that we make. That goes to food, clothing, paying for bills, and hardly nothing else. Put shoes, buying shoes for the kids. That's not going into. That's why when it comes to regentrification, black people are getting put out of the neighborhoods, and white people are moving in because we don't have that type of extra income to revitalize the neighborhood. It has to come from these big businesses. They're coming in with 50 billion, 60 billion. And then because they know that, okay, the tech industry is getting ready to come into this area. And all of these young people coming out of college, these engineers and computer scientists are going to be buying these homes, are going to be buying these townhomes and shopping at these stores. That's why they invest so much money into they're doing it in Dallas, they're doing it into different areas where black people were, but we don't have that investment capital to change our neighborhood. That's where we are right now. And that's why I'm thankful for the ADOS. I don't like the xenophobia they come with.
I
But
don't either.
those,
That's why I don't rock with them no more.
yeah, yeah. But the part on the money issue, the issue of black wealth, they're spot on. They right on the money with it.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And again, that ain't to say that we don't have the ability to change our mindset as a group. I ain't saying that. I never said that. I think that'll help with our mindset right now. Like we can change our mindset right now. That's something that we got control over. You know what I mean? I ain't never said that. What I'm saying is from a political, even from a social economical standpoint, until you get the right policy put in place that's gonna benefit you, your reality ain't gonna change. You may change your mentality, and that's cool. Like we've been known to change our mentality. We did that all throughout Reconstruction. We did it through civil rights. We got a history of doing that. But changing your social your economic reality in the face of wealth, that's not gonna change because we ain't got the capacity to do that. That's all I was saying at the end of the day. Like, and the numbers show that. You know what I mean? Speaking of ADOS, so in Dr. Darity's book From Here to Equality, he gave an example, and that did go back to Trevor what I was saying about the hyper selective immigrant, right? So they actually did an experiment in Japan around the turn of the 20th century when the Japanese started to come over to places like San Francisco and San Jose and all these places that they start setting up shop at. So the Japanese actually was selecting the best and the brightest out of Japan and giving them access to come over here, immigrants, within that time. Did y'all know that? They called it hyper selective immigration. The best and the brightest. You just couldn't be no run of the mill Japanese farmer looking for a better opportunity. Like they was like, nah, like you good where you at, just keep in the system. We gonna select the best and the brightest to go over there, set up shop, and create generational wealth that way. These were already well-to-go Japanese people.
Yeah.
But they saw that through the system of capitalism, through the freedoms and the rights of America, that they were able to increase from generation to generation. The goal wasn't for you to be good. The goal was for your generation to be good. And of course, we know World War II happened and all that happened. But the funny thing about 1988 and the Civil Liberties Act, they had a standing and they actually fought for not all Japanese Americans to be put in that status in 1988 during the Civil Liberties Act when the internment camps happened. They was like, no, this ain't for all Japanese Americans. This is for a specific group of Japanese Americans to get these reparations. So they knew what they were doing from that aspect. But what I'm saying is when we're talking about immigration, immigration comes from a social standing of people. Yes, people here that's looking for better opportunity, but that better opportunity starts at zero, whereas ours and our social equity was already in the negative because we didn't get shit after Reconstruction. And that's what I was trying to explain to Trevor. That, like it ain't xenophobia. It's understanding my social standing versus your social standing. Two different things. You can't equate your social standing to mine here in this country. You can say that we both get racially profiled. Yeah, of course. And our everyday lives are some aspects are based off of that. But that's not to take away from what my people went through versus what your people went through from a social standpoint. That's all I was saying. And we'll talk about that later, Trevor, because I know you about to get ready to do a show too. We'll talk more about that. Black
Yeah,
Son, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just listening. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, all
What
right.
time was Trevor gonna get started? Because yeah, man, I definitely want to hear Trevor's take on a lot of stuff, man. But man, yeah, man, we can set that up, man. Like I said, but hey, Yama, you gonna have tonight? Time for tonight? Cause we gonna do a thing on Malcolm tonight.
I'll be listening in. Um,
Okay.
yeah,
You
yeah.
welcome to jump on. Cause Malcolm gonna make it plain. Once he make it plain, I know people gonna jump on the damn pen. I'm gonna have something to say. like your boy Lex. But I already know you done heard these speeches already in Yami, but this is for the rest of the folks. So I already know that you already know that I already know that you already know. You dig what I'm
Yeah, did
saying?
you? Yeah. Did y'all? I put up a post on Martin Delaney and his black nationalism. Did
Okay.
anybody? Yeah. So Martin Delaney is another good one, which they call the father of black nationalism. But yeah, what time is the show tonight?
6 o'clock. 6 o'clock tonight.
All right, yeah, I'll be listening in.
Because I want to challenge you on Martin Delaney too. I want to challenge you on that. Well, as opposed to Malcolm X's modern day black nationalism. So I'm glad you brought that up. So I want to. Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be a good one. So I hope you'll be able to jump on that panel and y'all make, because I got something for you. Well, no, Malcolm got something for you.
All right, okay,
All
all right,
right, sounds good. All right,
all right, peace.
peace. All right, so I think what Trevor said, what time did he say? 2? 1, 2?
Yeah, he said around 1:30, 2 o'clock. I think that's what he said.
Okay, okay, cool, cool. I want to definitely make sure we support his show. Um, yeah, man, I'm definitely ready for that debate, man. Like I said, I think, and I like the discussions first, because a lot of times when you have the discussions, you can actually come to a what's the word I'm looking for, guy? See, you can actually come to an understanding. Everything doesn't always have to be debated.
Well, I said Naimo. Naime, excuse me. It's so mature. Like you can actually debate, like have a see where both sides is coming from, get a clearer picture. Kofi too. I like Kofi.
Right.
Um, yeah, like they really good at what they do. They're having a discussion.
Yeah, and
So
then
Yeah,
Yame understands the numbers, and Yame
he does. He
understands the
does.
numbers when it comes to,
Yeah.
like I said, it's everybody thinks that if all of us get a big ass pot and put all our money in the pot, somehow that's gonna change It's not. We
No.
don't make enough money. Again, that's why when everybody try to come up with this black spending power, I got to shut it down because it ain't true. Again, I already broke the black spending power down. What they're doing, they're putting what every black person has and bunching it up and making a number out of it, but that number don't change every year. If I have a house that's worth $200,000, that's part of the spending power, knowing damn well I don't have $200,000.
That's right. That's right.
So you can't use that number and think somehow and and, and I might get shots at this. Y'all might give me backbite. This is part of the problem when it comes to Dr. Claude Anderson and Powernomics. Powernomics is a great strategy. I ain't saying it ain't, but it's not reality when it comes to what we have as a people. You got to
Can y'all,
change the power. Go
y'all hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you dropped off.
Yeah. I was going to respond to what y'all was saying about the black spending power.
Yeah, go ahead.
The spending power may not be 100% accurate. To far as with what the amount of wealth we amass in our spending habits, because that's another factor that plays into it. Our spending habits, um, make us live from paycheck to paycheck in a lot of situations. But we still, if we had put out, if we formulate a plan, a strategy to get a lot of those businesses out of the community, is not something that's going to be done. I say, like I said, within a matter of 10 years, I believe we could do that. I believe that we got enough black businesses. I go from business to business. There's a lot of black businesses out here. They're just not working together. I know in Philadelphia, that's what the case is. There's a lot of black businesses out here. Matter of fact, every day I find a black business every day to entertain, as far as, get something to eat. So it's a lot of black businesses out here. They're just not working together. The problem with black people is unity. I don't think that the us waiting for somebody to give us something, whether it's reparations or otherwise, that's putting the power in somebody else's hand. Well, until they give us the money, we can't do shit. Pretty much is what you're saying. Until well, we gotta wait for these reparations. We've been waiting for damn near generations for the reparations. They not gonna give it to us. At this point, I don't really see something that's going in the direction where we're gonna be able to get this like within this generation. So it's just like, okay, so we just sit around and wait and not do nothing at all until they give us reparations, or we want to formulate a good argument.
No, what I was saying was, if we were to get reparations today, it's not going to change our reality until generations on, because wealth takes time to build. That's what I was saying. Hey, we're supposed to be fighting for it right now. Now that's from the political aspect. Now from the social economic aspect, I'm not saying that we're not supposed to work together. I never said that. When people try to equate us working together with what our political strategy is, I ain't never say like don't work together. That's cool. That's what we're supposed to be doing as a people. But from a political aspect, we're not going to change that economic reality until we get what's owed to us on the back end. That's all I'm saying. Working together, that's all fine and dandy. We've been other groups have worked together. We worked together in the past. Our economic downplay has always been 3-1, despite deflation, inflation, housing crisis, depression. It's always been 3-1, and it's gonna stay 3-1, no matter if we work together or not, because our wealth ain't never changed. The wealth is not gonna change from us working together. It just ain't. We could change our community if we work together. Yeah, for sure. But your
Yeah,
wealth,
well,
it ain't gonna
I
change
think that
because
should
the
be the
money
focus.
stay the same.
I think that just should be the focus at this point, because a lot of people is not a lot of people is not politically savvy enough to even deal with politics, and you can tell just by how we vote at this point in time. I think what we need to do is establish a stronghold within the community. You know what I'm saying? And I believe with the with a proper agenda, with a written out, well organized strategy that we can implement in the black community, that it would change the dynamics of, you saying, you're talking about wealth. Well, first we have to have build an economic basis. Like it's to this day, like we're integrated. We're integrated into society. Like if a person come from Bangladesh, and say, well, okay, I checked out the all of the main attractions here in Philadelphia. I went down to Penn's Landing and seen all the white man shit. Where's the black shit at? Where can we go to see, like, what they do? There's no strong black community, whereas though it's properly structured, well organized, has some historical things there. Now we got historical museums, here and there, and that's for the most part in sections that's really dominated by other races of people. We don't have really like a stronghold where we have a community that's ran, organized, facilitated, by black people. You know what I'm saying? That's something that we have to be able to do. And to form an economic basis. Because if once you get an economic basis, you'll get into like historically, black controlled facilities, whether it's diners or facilities, etc., that is solely in the black community. That, okay, when I want to go to see what the black people are doing or get my black experience when I come to America, I'm going here on 52nd Street because this is a black community. It's black ran. We got black stores. They sell black food. This is where so you don't even have that shit. And we
So
talk,
so was that not Harlem?
Yeah,
was that not the West End in Atlanta? Was that not like
Sweet Auburn.
we had Sweet Auburn, West End. We had exclusively. Last I checked, those were at one time exclusively black owned throughout. And also last I checked, Harlem is gentrified now. Sweet
yeah,
Auburn is gentrified right now.
right, right.
So so again,
So that means
the
we don't have.
no, we ain't got it now. Yeah, I agree. But what I'm saying is,
My point though. We don't
from
have.
from wealth, you're able to maintain these things. It's one thing to get it; it's another thing to maintain it.
Well, you
So
maintain it.
go
So through
ahead.
you maintain it through unity and organization.
So you don't maintain it through wealth,
Yeah. Well,
because that's
you establish an economic basis and you make sure the money is residual and stay within the community.
and that's another thing. The money's circulating throughout the community still is not changing the wealth. If we circulate
Like you're never
five
going to get
thousand,
if you don't
go
have a
ahead.
you're never going to get wealth if you don't have an economic basis. You're never going to get to that wealth that you're talking about.
Well, like I said again, when you're dealing with wealth, first we got to define what wealth is. Wealth is investments. Wealth is assets. Wealth is lucrative that's passed on from generation to generation.
Exactly. So what I'm saying to you is that you're never going to get to wealth if you don't have an economic basis. Wealth just don't appear.
But does that wealth come through community or does that wealth come through lineage? Which one?
Lineage.
It comes through lineage.
Okay, so lineage is not based on the community.
It is so based on a community.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah,
No.
you got to establish a solid community in order for you to have in order for you to have solid families. In order for those families to form a lineage.
Right. You now you speaking my language. In
Okay,
order to get that family, you have
so,
to maintain that family. You maintain that family through wealth. We
okay,
don't have the wealth to maintain it.
so family, solid family, community will form wealth.
I,
That's just
I get I get what you're saying, and like I said,
so what I'm
that
saying is you
go
don't have
ahead.
economic basis within your community, you know, to form, like you say, well, businesses that starts out mom and pop businesses and it can, develop into something that eventually evolves into a corporation. You don't even have
You
community.
breaking up, Solomon. I think you got your mic too close or something. Am I breaking up?
Like this.
Yeah, I think that's you, Solomon. Or is it me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. My thing is like yeah, you can play this political game with it with these devils if you want. You know what I'm saying?
There it is. There it is.
I mean, there's so yeah, if you can play that. You can play that. But my thing is like what's the
Yeah.
shot at 18
Uh-oh.
formulated um, deal with that situation because this waiting. I'm hoping that we can like convince people of something. I mean, it's not enough
So, so yeah, you in the submarine a little
Yeah.
bit.
You breaking up,
Yeah,
Solomon.
yeah.
Space quiet for a little bit.
Yeah, Solar in a bad area. What I was going to ask Solar is you already have, well, I don't know if he's trying to talk. I'm gonna give him a minute. But I already see holes in Solar's argument. He said
Hey,
he already has.
you see how it went dark side? Talk about you can play these political. I knew it was gonna go there.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
knew it.
yeah. I know. I was just, I was just waiting on him. I was waiting on him. He had holes on his argument. First of all, these different businesses he say in Philadelphia, They all have different agendas. So, you know, you can blame the white man on the political game. We're not a monolith even when it comes to voting. Hell, my
Right.
interest is in the war in Ukraine. So then people can live in Ukraine and so then funds can come back to us. Because that Ukraine shit is draining us. So, yeah, I'm
You
going to
go.
vote for Trump. Yeah, that's
You're gonna
not, you
have to.
know.
You're gonna have to explain to me how my lineage benefits off of the community. You're
So
gonna have to
MD,
explain it.
Right.
like I think what MD is saying, and I see what you're saying, MD. It's like our money is just circulating amongst ourselves, but they're not
But it's the
using
same
our
money. It's
money.
the same wealth.
Yeah, that's weird. It's just like we still need to be given extra money because we still the most economically displaced. And then, if not for nothing, let's just be honest. A lot of black businesses, when they just get started, they have to sometimes overcharge. Like you find what I'm saying, I see, or they be like the quality. We're gonna be even overspending the money.
Black.
Then people gonna be
I,
going, look, let's keep
you
it a
just
buck.
hit it on. You just hit it on the head, Gyno. Black
Yeah.
son.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I go to the West End right now, I go
Right.
to and I go to what's the name? Soul Vegetarian.
Yeah.
If I go to Soul Vegetarian in the West End compared
Yeah.
to any other vegetarian place around Atlanta, which
Yeah.
one is going to be higher, Soul Vegetarian or the other black vegetarian place?
So, vegetarian?
Soul Vegetarian is going to be higher. Why are
Yeah.
they higher?
They
Shit,
trying to make that
because,
profit. Black people is,
yeah.
Because they trying to hit that. Gyno, you an economy. They trying to hit
Yeah.
that pocket because they know I'm a black-owned business, nigga. You black too. Come to me. I'm gonna charge you a couple more dollars higher,
Yeah.
but come to
Yeah.
me
Yeah.
and get your plantain plate from Soul
That's right.
Vegetarian.
That's a fact. Yeah. Yeah.
They
I'm
not thinking
guilty of
about
that.
no community, and the
No.
whole West End is all black.
Yeah. That's a fact. That's a
no, that's
fact.
not always. But and then I'm not gonna lie, black people when we put our hands on shit, it do be more high quality. But it's just like,
But
you
but
trying
but
to get
Gyno,
all
this is the
confused.
thing though.
Hold on.
Remember what Solar said. Solar said circulating the money in the community, right?
Oh, shit.
If I circulate the money in the community and I charge you less, what's happening to the black dollar? Is it increasing, decreasing, or staying the same? It's actually staying the same because
Yeah.
you're offering a service to the people at a lower rate than you would outside of the community, but the dollar is not increasing, not any shape or form. So you still got that same wealth circulating throughout the community, which is fine. Like I said, we're a community of people. I ain't got no problem with that.
No,
But
no.
what
See,
I'm
see
saying,
what? See, the thing is, like when you establish a solid community, you'll have people wanting to come into the community and entertain your stores. Like Chinatown in Philadelphia, everybody goes into Chinatown. It's controlled by Chinese. They have their Chinese community there. They have their Chinese schools there. They have their Chinese businesses and their Chinese residency in Chinatown. But other people come in there when they want to have a specific type of Chinese food. So they go in there and they entertain their businesses. So, but people don't want to come into the hood because there's a lot of crazy shit going on in the hood. And we really don't really have a solid community and a network of stores that's kind of in conjunction with each other. Whereas though, okay, I could go on Fifth Ave and, they got the soul food restaurant here and the Caribbean, Jamaican spot there, and they all spread out into different neighborhoods. So that's what I'm talking about. It's not just the black dollar. When you form a solid community and you have it so that it's well organized and it's safe, then people will want to come into that community and entertain your businesses.
I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying. Like I said, I don't disagree with the communalism. I don't. Like I'm an individualist when it comes to that's what I am. But the
And
communalism
this
when
is
it
not
comes,
this is not this is not dark side philosophy. You said dark side. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I was just I was just bull jiving with you, man. Like when you said the politics, I was like, oh, there it go. But
I'm not well,
but
well,
for real,
well. Well, I don't really know what the dark side believe, but I
oh,
mean, look at
they ain't fucking with no politics.
look at from the beginning. Like every time we got involved with politics, we got the short end of the stick every fucking time. So I mean, like George Bush said, fool me once, nigga, you ain't gonna fool me again and shit. You know what I'm saying?
We
Like, you say, you keep on playing this political game with these people that always maneuver. They'll change the rule here, and they'll do this here, and they'll manipulate this here, and they're fucking with this there, and okay, you're voting in there. So now they have it so that they have this psychological political game that got the black community under some type of authority now, whereas though we just vote Democratic for the majority, and they throw certain stuff out there to pretend as if they're supportive of the black community when they are actually not. So I don't really like I said a couple of days ago, Asians vote less than any other group of people here. They don't even. I mean, it's starting to grow now, but they don't vote as much as other groups of people and shit. Matter of fact, we vote more, than any other group of minorities, black people.
But we voting for the wrong party.
It ain't about
yeah,
parties.
we
It
vote
ain't
because
about
we
parties.
gatekeep.
It ain't about parties. I mean, it ain't about parties. It ain't got shit to do with no parties. Because really, for real, you shouldn't be supportive of any party.
I mean, that's easy for you to say, Solar, because you up
No,
in
no.
the.
What? I mean, see, they got black people thinking like ass backwards and shit. Like when that's why these motherfuckers campaign. These motherfuckers campaign because they're supposed to be convincing you to vote for them and shit. So I wouldn't so it's almost like you and you and
So what
MD.
party? What
It's
party?
almost like it's almost like you and MD coming to me to get my vote. I want to hear what both of y'all got to say, and whoever's in my best interest, I'm gonna vote for. So the first
And
year
that's how
it
it's
may
supposed
be
to be.
yeah. So for the first year it may be MD. He may have a better plan, and then you may come out and have to reevaluate shit and come with a better plan, and then I'll vote for you next time. It ain't who
Right.
we. It ain't no set vote. You know what I'm saying? So they got to think of ass backwards. Like, oh no, you voted for the wrong party. No, it ain't no right party. The right party is the one who has my best interest.
Right. And what I'm saying, as a person that lived in a blue state, as we're moving to a red state, these politicians down here in Georgia had my best interests at heart, is what I'm trying to tell you. So I don't know how it is in Philadelphia, but in Georgia, I see the politics how it's played night and day. Because I came from a blue state where everybody kept voting Democrat, 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 Democrat. When I got to Georgia, when I got amongst these black Republicans, they're moving and shaking and making things move, and they make these politicians move. So I can't speak for anywhere else, but in Georgia, oh yeah, the politics work down here. You just got to participate. But I can't speak for New York or New Jersey or Philadelphia or DC or
Well,
Chicago.
Georgia is an anomaly because it has a large
It
population
is.
of wealthy black people down there, and that's what I'm talking about. When you look at Georgia and the development of Georgia, you start with the communities and you build wealth and you build enterprise from there, and you could grow. It didn't have political leverage. That's a prime example of what I'm talking about. You look at Atlanta from the time of the '90s up into today. Because around that time, that's when they begin to start to grow economically. And then you have black entrepreneurs beginning to go down into Atlanta to begin to find a better life and a better place to live. That's where that shit starts, bro. Community. So
I disagree with that because if we gonna talk about Georgia, you got to first talk about the '70s with Maynard Jackson. He did it through policy. He didn't do it through community. He did it through policy, saying you got to have a specific number of black contractors working on these contracts. That's how the wealth was built here. And that's why you had the entrepreneurs coming to Atlanta because they had the opportunity from policy change.
now you said what? You broke up a little bit. You said in 1970 what happened?
I said in the '70s, the policy changed in order to build that wealth for black people down here. It didn't start with community. The community was fucked up. It started with the change in the policy to create better opportunities for black folks to gain wealth.
Now you saying how? So you saying that what policy was passed?
The policy where Maynard Jackson said there had to be a certain amount of black contractors on all state, not all state, all city contracts in order for you to even move in the city.
Now you
He was
said
telling that
black.
to white folk
Now you said black contractors, as far as in what area?
in all areas, construction,
Okay,
service, all areas, anywhere where it was a city
so
contract.
you saying for
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, bro. No, I no, it's a delay. So go ahead.
No, I was saying not just in construction, in all areas. When you're dealing with city contracts, you're dealing with legal contracts, service contracts, construction contracts. You're dealing with all aspects of city government when it comes to the infrastructure of the city. He said a certain amount of black people had to be. If you don't want to hire more black people within these contracts, don't do business here. That came from policy change. He was the mayor of the city at the time.
All right, so you're saying that the black contractors,
Came from
the
all
black.
over the U.S.
Okay, all I'm saying is that in order for you to even get that, you have to have a solid community, bro.
No. Where was the community at? It wasn't no community.
Where's these black contractors coming from, bro?
All over the United States of America.
Okay, so they come in there, they come into Atlanta for what?
To build wealth.
All right, so as a result, they develop what? Communities, right?
They developed opportunities in which created the black
So
entrepreneurship in Atlanta.
there's no black communities in Atlanta.
Yeah, well, we all black.
All right then. So I'm confused. What are you talking about?
I'm saying is you can't equate that to the communalism is what I'm saying. That
What
was
was there
people
black
coming here for
communities?
opportunity.
There was black communities. No, like there were black communities in there in 1970, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so the mayor, right?
right,
The mayor said that, well, we want more black contractors.
right.
Okay, so
Because he wanted to create opportunity for black people.
okay, solid. So as a result of that, they was able to get more black contracts and be able to build up the community, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But how did he do that? He had to do it through legislative action. That's all I'm saying.
No, he had to do it. He had to do it to cater into the black community.
Through legislative action.
No, he had to cater to the black community so he could get elected into office.
Okay, yeah, they elected him. Yeah, they damn sure did.
Okay, so like I said, it starts with the black community, and then it'll trickle down from there before you deal with the politics.
That is the politics, though.
Well, yeah, you got to have a black community first.
Okay, I got you. Like I said, at the end of the day, you can't have politics without a political mindset throughout. That's a given. So I think at this point we're saying the same thing. But what I'm saying is you can't
I
build
think,
a wealth.
like I said, on a ground level, when you're talking about development of the community, yeah, it's certain things that you can do at this point in time to establish a stronghold within the community, and then people will see that. You know what I'm saying? That was a political. That person, whoever that mayor was, he seen a stronghold that he could take advantage of. It wasn't just a bunch of niggas just sitting there. He seen something that he took advantage of. So that shit starts with community, bro. You can't get around that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't just like a bunch of motherfuckers like just around and shit. No, he talked with community leaders. He seen where they were developing, because you talking about contracts, you talking about like in a lot of cases skilled labor jobs. So this wasn't just a bunch of niggas just sitting around and shit in the hood. No, these was motherfuckers that have. Yeah, so you had motherfuckers that had professions, and there was a asset that he knew he could take advantage of, far as to get into office in the first place. So that was already there before he even got became mayor, because he took advantage of that. So that's what I'm
Yeah, no
talking
doubt.
about.
I don't disagree with that part. On that part, we totally in agreement with. What I'm saying is, you can't equate the wealth of the community based off of the community itself. You have to do policy change in order to create the wealth that's going to build a community, like Blackson said in the chat. So that part, I think we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it on different sides of the lane.
Yeah, because I think that what you'll see is that and I understand more what you're saying, but because you have a thing where you would talk yourself into stagnation if you're just like waiting on politics, if you're waiting on policy to change, and you just got a bunch of niggas just there. No, you got to organize. You gotta formulate a solid core community in order for they're going to jump on it, because even within politics, they're trying to leverage themselves to get in positions, as far as with their personal careers and goals anyway. So they're assessing what motherfuckers is doing. If you just a bunch of niggas just sitting around and not doing shit, they ain't gonna give you the time of day. So you gotta have a solid community. You know what I'm saying? Okay, yeah, these motherfuckers is doing shit and they got their own little businesses in there. Let me go over here and then offer them some shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be looking like the person that actually built up this community. So that's all political bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But that shit ain't gonna work if you ain't got no solid community. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, you got to have some type of political footprint to stand on, like as a community, no doubt. Yeah, that ain't what I was saying. I was just equating the whole wealth thing to community. Like at the end of the day, your wealth is your wealth. Like I don't think it can be. I don't think it can be increased from a grassroots standpoint as within your community. I don't think that can happen. But we do understand that you got to have some type of community platform in which to elevate everybody on a political scale. I agree with that, no doubt. We were
And
just saying we were
that's
just
what I
saying the
kind of
same
equate
thing.
on in a way.
Yeah,
Like I
we were just saying the same thing in two different ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you went deep in. Like I was just saying on the surface level of just this channel, but and a few other streams, but you went in just now so long. But yeah, we definitely agree with that. Like because even just like getting the message out, I think it's important. But um,
See, but with Inyame, Inyame he'll agree with it too. But Inyame don't think it's possible. So Inyame want to go Mad
mm,
Max. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but
That and that was the thing. That was the thing with Inyame. He started
right.
laughing. Inyame understand the numbers. He just told you he understand the numbers when it comes to ADOS and breaking down the wealth gap and all that. But he don't think it's possible because the white supremacy so blow the whole damn place up.
What do you don't think
You
is
know what I'm
possible?
saying? Because he in Yame.
I mean, what is he challenging that it's not possible?
He's saying that because the white supremacy ain't never gonna relinquish nothing. And he'll use. I already know what he gonna do. He gonna use the improvements of the past, like Tulsa, like Wilmington, like Rose. He gonna use those examples and see. He gonna say, "See, look, we had this stuff already, but the white man came and blew it up." That's
That
what
not
he.
a,
That's what he gonna use.
that not a
Say
fact?
what? Yeah, it's a fact. But what I'm telling you is, look at the baseline reasons behind it happening. We talking
What?
about okay. Let's use Wilmington as an example. Wilmington was under reconstruction at the time. Wilmington didn't get built off the black dollar or black businesses, even though we had them. Wilmington was all black. We got built based off of the white people. The white people that influenced and invested in Wilmington. When they
Mm,
left from Reconstruction, that gave the reins for the Republican Democrat to come in and blow the shit up. It was essentially a coup. We had a black man, black politician, black state official, all represented in Wilmington based off of Reconstruction, because Reconstruction was the radical Republicans coming in and investing in these black communities. Why? Because they saw a block and they saw an opportunity to create industrialization in the South. That was the main goal. It
So
didn't matter if it was black people, red people. It didn't matter.
so you're saying that
Gold.
is the
Go
reason
ahead.
why Detroit messing around with the politics.
Oh, repeat it again. I ain't hear you.
So
You
you're
was
saying that
yelling.
the politics is the reason why it got destroyed.
Yeah, most definitely.
So that wouldn't that support his argument?
No, what I'm telling you is because they left the politics and abandoned the policies in those states, in those regions, in those cities. That gave the rain. That's what I'm telling you. So if you know about Reconstruction, what happened was Johnson he invoked the relevancy of Reconstruction and pulled everybody out. That left us with our ass in the wind. We didn't have like what we weren't even we didn't have a political mindset at that point. We were getting all our strategy from the radical Republicans. We didn't know what the fuck politics was because we were fresh out of slavery. Had we would have got the wherewithal politically to do what we had to do, it would have never happened. We didn't know nothing about 13. We knew about 13, 14 amendment making us free, but we didn't know the Constitution in totality. That's the debate with Inyame. Inyame is gonna have to prove how white supremacy supersedes the Constitution, coming from a people that didn't even supposed to have the Constitution in the first place. But the Constitution is so
Well,
blind when it comes.
but
Say
I'm
what?
just saying, you know, what you see is like, you're dealing with different eras, so different strategies to get the same result. So at that time they were ignorant of the politics. You could go to Tulsa, Oklahoma. You had, a whole different situation over there, but the same result. Same thing for Rosewood and you know what I mean, Harlem, whatever the case may be. So the commonality is that, they're seeing how you're moving and they just reacting to it. That's what you got. You know what I'm saying? Even from like, the the disparities as far as, with housing and the redlining. The redlining came at a direct result of, us, beginning to kind of entertain, certain liberties that we were supposed to have as far as with housing and different, things of that nature. So it's like so so you wouldn't get redlining if you haven't had black people just trying to get some some support and some loans for housing. So it's like when you move, it's not just like a solid thing that you're doing. I think what Nyame is saying is that understand that this is your enemy. If you understand that this is
I
your
get
enemy,
it.
then you will be able to properly maneuver within the whole thing and then be on top of what they're going to do.
I get it. And like I said, I'm not denying white supremacy,
Agree with them
but
on
is
that.
the Constitution the adversary?
Well, the Constitution, the thing about the Constitution is that it doesn't really specify anything based off of race and whatever the case may be. It says all men are created equal, but
That's my point.
we know that so in the lettering of it, say all men are created equal, but I mean at a point in time they called us boy here in America, so you really wasn't a man and shit, and they treated you like a second class citizen here, so it wasn't like you was getting inalienable rights. They designed the Constitution, it wasn't taking you into consideration. So those are the things that would be the issues with the Constitution. If I'm writing up a strategy, and I'm talking about um, Blackson, so and I'm designing it along those lines, and you know, uh, Ngame comes in and he's trying to reap some of the benefits off of it. If he's been here from the beginning, that's a whole. So we're trying to. So even though we design it a certain type of way, we said all men are created equal, but they don't even really consider you a man and shit at a point in time. That's what the problem would be. So they're playing with words. That's why they call him the devil, because he's tricky. He's tricky with the wording. He knew when he worded it in a certain type of way that because they written the time they had slaves at the time. They
Yeah,
written up the
we
time.
weren't in consideration.
Yeah, so you wasn't like they weren't thinking about the best interests of black people when they written that constitution. That would be the elephant in the room. Not focusing in on the wording of the actual constitution, more so their agenda behind why they written it. They had agenda, and they were dealing with their own issues, as far as with the British and all that type of shit. So they had a whole nother reason why they was making that shit up and designing it that way when they say
So
all men are created equal.
was their agenda with, to obtain freedom and fight oppression, Solar?
Yeah, they wasn't talking about you, obviously.
No, 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 no. I'm just saying the agenda was to gain freedom and fight oppression, correct? You're right.
Yeah,
They weren't thinking about me. They weren't thinking about us. But that is the overall agenda of the Constitution.
that would be the idea. Them coming up from the getting the foot of the British off their neck. Yeah,
Okay.
it really didn't have nothing to do with slaves. That was afterthought. That was something that you know, uh, wasn't even on the table.
But would you say that it now gives black people a fight to strive for when it comes to freedom and oppression?
Now you broke up a little bit. Right.
Oh, I'm
Exactly.
sorry. What I'm saying, Solar, is that does the Constitution not give a barometer to black people for freedom, something to fight for, and to fight oppression? Would you say that it gives them a barometer to work with? Am I
Um.
breaking up? Oh,
Well, like I said, yeah, I heard it. I heard what you said. Like
okay,
the wording of it does, but this is
okay.
constructed by people that were enslaving you. So
So,
for example, I could go in the Quran and you know find some shit that it said all humanity, but you'll be
mhm.
but they use that for Arab supremacy. They enslaved Africans. You know what I'm saying? They went in and did certain things like yeah. But if you read in the wording of what it's saying, the wording, like you can do that with anything across the board. You can read the wording of something. You know what I'm saying? Even you go with this to this very day. You know what I'm saying? Just dealing with a regular corporation. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why they have separation of church and state because, like you said, when it gets all Islamic and Quranic, then it's left to interpretation because nobody knows what's on Allah's mind. However, when you got the Constitution written by man, it's specific. It's as specific as Malcolm X saying, explaining black nationalism. It's plain as day. It's there for you.
When they,
To
why didn't they free the slaves when they constructed the Constitution?
they weren't thinking about the slave. They were thinking about themselves.
Okay, so that's interpretation, right?
I mean, well, okay, what you're saying, okay, so you're saying I'm trying to get your rebuttal here because they their agenda was to obtain freedom and kick off the oppression from the monarch, plain and simple. So now you got the slave saying, "Hey, what about what we?" I get that, but the point is that they had an immediate agenda, obtain freedom and fight oppression. Now you can say, oh, these motherfuckers are hypocrites, they're devils. I get that, brother. But what I'm saying is that because they didn't have this in mind, that's the beauty of the Constitution.
That's all I'm saying. That's
But
the beauty of it.
the elephant in the room, even why they began to bulk up anyway. They were showing their ass at that point. Now I'm saying with the taxation, without representation, and all the shit they was doing, which led to the Boston Tea Party. Like they were showing their ass because they knew that they were sitting on a pot of gold. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Okay, so you know, like so once again, that goes back into interpretation. When they designing the Constitution, they talking to the British. You know what I'm saying? Like, but because
Ah, so So come on, I
So,
got you on that. Yeah, yeah.
uh,
Go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry.
they like they began to complain about the taxation because they knew they had resources here in America, and they knew that they had free labor on top of that shit. It's
Right.
like, yo, y'all can't really tell us shit. We got slaves over here working for us. We ain't paying you all these fucking taxes. Kiss my ass. We got this. You know what I'm saying? And we'll fight for this shit. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't really about this humanitarian bullshit. It was more so about, yo, you know what I'm saying? You can't negate the slave aspect of that, because if they didn't have the slaves, you know what I'm saying, their ass had to work, for that shit, and they would have had to rely more so on the British. By the mere fact that they had slaves, that they seen that, oh, dude, this shit about to blow. Man, we not gonna continue to pay y'all, fuck y'all. We ain't paying y'all motherfuckers taxes no more. We ain't paying all that shit for tax. Fuck y'all. So that's what that shit was about. So the slave aspect was a intricate part of the whole thing. Now, when you're dealing with, the actual Constitution. Now, if they were humanitarians, they would say, okay, since these black men are working on these fields for us, let's include them in the Constitution. Let's write it and make sure that they are a part of, when we say all men are created equal. That when we say all men are created equal, we know that they are men. So let's include them. So they didn't do that.
Well,
They
at the
kept them.
time, we would consider three-fifths.
Right, right. So once again, that goes into interpretation. Like, okay, so they knew that these were men. Oh, so when we say, oh, all men are created equal.
No, no, I disagree with that. They didn't know they were the man. They actually thought they were
Yeah,
animals.
three-fifths. That's what we were at the time. Three-fifths of a human being.
They thought they were literally. They thought they. I've heard
That,
documents of doctors saying these are animals with three legs.
that's
They refer to
bullshit.
us as animals. No shit. I can get the documentation for you now. Come on now. You know how I roll, sword.
No, that's bullshit, bro. That's
Why is that
pseudoscience.
bullshit?
Listen
No,
to
it's
what
suicide. I agree, it's suicidal. But what I'm saying is that
no, no,
the
no,
Constitution is Okay, go
no,
ahead. All right.
let's not focus. They knew when they created it that it was a pseudoscience. It was propaganda and shit to keep them slaves. It was propaganda. You know why? All that shit is bullshit? Because they knew they was fucking them and producing children and shit. They was raping those women. Those black slaves was fucking those white women. And even the ones that weren't slave owners, when you're talking about the white trash, they knew that they were human. So that's bullshit. All that shit was propaganda to continue their enterprise. So they come up with these excuses. That's no different than them to come up with excuses about, well, so, it's a book called Black Slaves and White Masters, where it got a whole bunch of propaganda bullshit. The slaves, they were happy with being slaves, and when a slave escaped, that's because they suffer from some psychological conditioning. This is what they said. So they suffer from some psychological conditioning to make them want to run away from the plantation. All that shit was bullshit.
No, I agree. It's bullshit. But what I'm saying at the end of the day, that Constitution was beneficial because it was universal. It's universal. So I hear you keep saying, oh, well, interpretation, interpretation. Well, they didn't consider the slaves, which were. Oh, go ahead. All right. Sorry,
They're
go ahead.
not the Constitution for universal purposes. This wasn't a group of humanitarians that was concerned about the well-being of humans. Like, come on, let's just establish that shit.
I would have to disagree with you. So those
Okay,
people are dead now. So it was
so
unfortunate
you
for
saying that
them.
so you saying that
Huh?
the slave owners that were raping the women at that time, and
Hmm.
they were overly exploiting the men and killing the rebellious men. You know what I'm saying? That they were humanitarians.
No, what I'm saying is that
Humanity.
they what I'm saying is that they wrote a universal document that we benefited off later on in time that we were able to strive for. So it was actually a blessing in disguise that they didn't recognize us, or they would have put that amendment. Oh, except for these niggas here. But because they didn't do it, now we're coming back. We're coming back to bite them on the ass, saying, "Hey, this is what your document said. Oh, you didn't specify, not us." So boom, now we got it. Cause like, let me give you an example. The
That's what the
Ukrainians,
Confederacy did.
right?
The Confederacy, the same Constitution, except for niggas. They put that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had a slavery system. You know what I'm saying? This is like a system of chattel slavery.
In fact,
Of course the South was going to be more aggressive than the North because the South is dealing with the actual manual labor that was required to actually parlay this thing into a solid enterprise and into a nation. So they're dealing with the actual slaves, and the actual product being produced. This is where all the cotton and the tobacco, for the most part, was in the South. Now, the luxury of the North was that they only dealt with the shipping and the business of slavery, whereas though the banking and the exporting of the actual product was being done. So, of course, they were going to be a little more lenient as to how they word shit and do shit. But they were working together, bro. Make no bones about it.
they were working together, but they were killing each other during the Civil War.
Well. The Civil War was multifaceted, though. It wasn't really about freeing those
It
slaves.
was.
That, right?
Well, it played a part. It played a part. I wouldn't say it was solely freeing the slaves, but freeing the slaves played a big part because they no longer needed the slave because you had industrialization coming in.
Industrialization. That's what the war was about. Industrialization of America.
Yeah. Well, I think that what you had going on was, the expansion to the West. You had the South beginning to demand more control over the business of slavery. They began to demand that they have more control over the shipping and the banking aspect of slavery. So there's a lot of shit going on. It had very little to do with actual slave labor in itself. You know what I'm saying? That so that's why Lincoln said it himself. He didn't really give a fuck. I mean, that was just really like a strategy. It's like the Emancipation Proclamation was like um, all the slave states that were in rebellion. So if you didn't rebel to the North, you could keep your slaves. That's pretty much what the document said. So they had really shit to do with slaves. They had more so to do about whatever they was arguing about. Whether it was them wanting to like I said, expand westward and the control over the business aspect of slavery and all the little things that they were arguing about as they began to industrialize. Resulted in him saying, well, okay, so resulted in, the South actually separating and starting, the Confederate states. And when they did that, he said, well, look, I could just fuck up your whole economy by just making this Emancipation Proclamation. Freedom, all the slaves are free in the rebellious states.
Bingo.
So that shit ain't had nothing to do as far as with the humanitarian aspect of freeing the slaves. That was just a war of attrition. Okay, I'm gonna take their primary resource and allow them, and that's really how they won the war and shit. I'm gonna take their
They burned everything down in the South. That's how they won.
It serves two purposes. It gives me some bodies for the war, and at the same time, these are most likely the motherfuckers that's digging the ditches. Now they gotta get new motherfuckers digging the ditches and doing all the fucking labor shit. Like, so yeah. And at the same time, they're not producing no resources, for themselves. So that served like multi-purpose. So, that shit really, that's why when you see once the Union was restored, as I said during weekend, they pulled the Union out of the South. It wasn't really about the niggas. Okay, next time, okay,
and that's what fucked us over when they pulled them out.
Yeah, so once again, that's because motherfuckers was, playing with these politics, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? Once they got what they wanted, they restored the union. Okay, we pour the truth out, and really, when you dig deep enough, and you talk about like the formulation of these organizations, the Redeemers and the Ku Klux Klan, but the Ku Klux Klan ain't like what you see today and shit. You know what I'm saying? The Ku Klux Klan then was like with you know uh, Freemasons at the time, right? Freemasons at the time. Albert Pike, he's like a grand wizard. Like what I mean, his statue is in Washington D.C. to this day. You know what I'm saying? So it's more like a secret society. They give us a picture or image of what the Ku Klux Klan was. We already know at a point in time they were so entrenched with the government and things of that nature. It really initially was like a organization. You know what I'm saying? Once again, it's back in a place because it really wasn't about the niggas. So when you look at all those radical things that was being done, all the different types of stuff, through government, because they turned a blind eye to these military organizations that they constructed themselves. So once again, they're not going to word it within they're not going to leave a paper trail of the shit where it's worded within the Constitution or the laws. But that's no different than what they do today with the CIA and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like these people, the book, Economic Hitman. He gives you he this is nothing that they're announcing on the news. Like, oh yeah, we sent the CIA over to Bangladesh Nah, they got these secret motherfuckers that's going into these countries that they're not telling nobody about.
So wait a
You know,
minute, Trevor. Before I close out, we got to get ready for Trevor. So you're telling me it's possible the CIA blowed up the Nord Stream pipeline there? Is that what you're saying there?
or you say it's it's possible, but it's not
It's
probable.
possible. All right, man. You play your games. All right, man. Hey,
So, bro, I'm fucking with you, but like really,
I know.
when you're dealing with international politics, it's all a sham, bro. It's all a sham. They're like, what I mean, Russia versus the United States. I don't believe none of that shit. All that shit bullshit to me personally.
Oh, oh
So,
Lord.
is it possible that the CIA? I wouldn't be surprised if the CIA blew that shit up themselves. Because I
They
believe
did.
all fucking working together.
Yeah.
All that shit is bullshit. Like, okay, we'll get. And a lot of times, it was a movie that actually was showing that. What's the name of that fucking movie where, like, he was like a CIA agent, and they got these motherfuckers to do like they had these henchmen that were former military that they were under the table, and they would get them to do certain things like like a black ops type of thing, and they thought they were actually fighting terrorism, but when they went down to do the mission, they were shooting other CIA agents and shit.
Right.
So like yeah, that's the type of shit that's going on. You know what I'm saying? You got these motherfuckers that like it's called war games and shit like that. You
Right.
know, so they'll give two, But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, you got
All
an
right.
industry.
Yeah. I'm actually no. You can stay on. I'm just gonna hand it over to Trevor. That's all. So Trevor's about to come on. He's about to do straight talk with Trevor. And I want to make way for him. So yeah. He's gonna rebut a lot of things
Yeah,
we
come
said
on,
today.
that was a good rebuttal.
Yeah.
Like, but so it like how did everybody else get reparations except for us though? Like, I'm not understanding.
Because the reason why is because you know um this is what their problem is. Like um and that's why they try to go around the whole world trying to like act like they are the end of freedom.
Who
They
was
they
that?
know
Was
that
that
they know that America can't function without a permanent underclass. It just so, since we was the permanent underclass in the beginning, like, why change it? That's why it's so much pushback. It's so much pushback because America will fall. And that's what, and that's what they were talking about, far as, with Donald Trump, make America great again and all that bullshit. The status quo at the time was, we got the niggas in their place. They're exploiting black people for pennies on a dollar in, last generation. And then even before that, when we came over for free labor. So how can you maintain an empire that was based off of free labor? You know what I'm saying? You have to still continue to undermine that underclass. You got to create a system which will produce that underclass to be more conducive to the lower paying jobs. So now you get into areas of education. So why the schools are fucked up. This is why, and y'all may call it the system of white supremacy. So this is why we got to fuck up their schools. We got to fuck up their schools because we don't want them to be properly educated to properly compete. So let's get them to fucked up schools.
Yeah.
So you give them the fucked up schools. I was talking to a teacher when I was in college, and we were doing like a we went to the schools to do the the apprenticeship. You know what I mean? I was at my high school that I graduated from, Strawberry Mansion. So we sitting in the classroom. It was a white dude that I was sitting with. So he leaves out of the classroom, and it was like an assistant teacher up there. So the kids are going crazy because this is an inner city high school. One of the basketball players, he's big as hell. He's just doing what the fuck he want to do, standing up and walking around in the classroom. The teacher don't know what to do and shit. So we in the back of the classroom, like, laughing at him. And he was like, what the white teacher said was like, yeah, well, I'd rather put up with this than going to, a school in the suburbs. He said, because I would be more required to formulate, the lesson plans and all that shit. So he knew he had to choose the lesser of the two evils in his mind. So in his mind, I'd rather put up with these niggas because I ain't even gotta teach them shit. That's what was in his mind and shit. I ain't say nothing, but I just like, oh, okay, yeah. I didn't even say shit. Like, but that's the mentality, because they know ultimately that there's not going to be pressure being put on them to do that shit. So now you got under educated, underdeveloped children. So that debunks right there the whole bell curve bullshit. Because a lot of the teachers in the inner cities are white women that have that same mentality. Oh, I gotta work hard. I'm just,
Oh yeah. Oh, now. So Lord, you ain't tell no lie with that one, man. Listen, you ain't tell no lie. It's a complete it's complete two different things. When I was so happy when my son got a black teacher. Listen, she's so cool. Like I can't do the white one as teachers. They so fucking lazy and trifling. Or what? But what you were saying, I'm gonna let you talk because I'm learning.
Yeah, that's that's just the point. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about, I think what Inyami is making reference to is like a systematic thing being done before you even get to a motherfucker voting. You know what I'm saying? Because every year we're producing a group of young adults that's getting into a competitive world that's not properly educated and not properly geared to even compete properly. You know what I'm saying? They're not even positioned to compete. So what they do is they'll do government funded shit, but it's still low level shit, like Job Corps and that type of shit, which you could get like some type of a trade.
And yeah, people forget that trade school, Job Corps, they still put you through a lot. It's still kind of some type of suffering. Like when I hear, I mean, it's cool for what it's worth because
Yeah, I graduated from Job Corps.
Yeah, but I just feel like it's still a suffering the way they treat them kids. Like the food nasty as shit. Them kids don't
Yeah, the
really
food
have.
was nasty and shit.
Yeah, like why? Like it almost seemed like
Uh,
prison.
yeah,
Where they,
it was like a prison environment in a way.
yeah, it
Yeah.
reminded me of prison.
Yeah, so you're talking about once again like them trying to figure out little ways of okay, how can we make them think that they're getting equality? That's the game that's being played. Let's try to formulate something to make them think. Okay, so okay, they want school, give them a school. Okay, we build a school over here. But we know, okay, we had to get hip on the little games that they play. Oh well, damn, the books are not up to date. You know, these are the things that we now know that they were doing. The books weren't up to date. Okay, we're giving updated books. Damn, we reading the books. Oh yeah, a lot of this shit is lies in the damn books and shit.
Yeah,
Okay. So let them create a new curriculum, or we'll let y'all create your little curriculums with the black shit. Da, 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 da. Now is the clap back on that shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like they fight you tooth and nail, and they won't say shit until you figure out what they're doing. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Because now
They
they
never.
don't want to do the race theory at all, and it's like, why is that? Because we owe reparations, and you don't want our babies to remember what the fuck y'all was doing. You know what I'm saying?
I
What y'all
remember.
did?
I remember when I was in like fourth grade, and I think we was looking at Roots, and it was this white woman, Miss Hannah, was the teacher. So she was like, and mind you, this is like the late '80s, early '90s. So you're dealing with the teachers that's probably in their 20s, so they probably was born maybe like in the 1960s. You know what I'm saying? So you're dealing with the children of this of the civil rights movement. So they got their parents were racist as fuck. You know what I'm saying? So it was like very vanilla. Like
I can't
okay,
imagine.
it was like the slaves and the slaves, the masters and the slaves, and so I'm like, I raised my hand and was like, yo, so who were the slaves? 'Cause I ain't know shit about slavery at the time. I ain't know nothing. So she looked like, damn, like how the fuck you don't know? She looked at it like, what the fuck? She's like, well, yeah, well, black people were slaves. And then I was like, oh. And then I was like, who were the slave masters? And then she was like, white people. Her face like would turn red and shit. And she was embarrassed, for some reason. Like, yeah. She's like, well, white people were. So I was like, well, what was their names? What was the names of the slave masters? And she never gave me an answer to that question and shit.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to the Blackson Wax Museum when I learned about slavery in the fifth grade. I had a black teacher though, but but I remember I went to the Blackson Wax Museum, and when I went down into the part where the slave ship part, I cried real hard because they give you a little warning before you go down there. So I mean, I was thorough about learning that. That's why I thought it was weird now. Because even like, all right, my niece, she 15. When she first learned about it, she went home and told her mother, like, if you marry a white man, I'm never going. Like, I'm always going to hate him because what what happened to us. But like, it seemed weird now that they don't want to teach it at all. So I'm so shocked that they've been teaching it half-ass. You find what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
they
guess.
fucked up when they told us that shit. And then they knew that, like, no, we gotta wait a generation and then, find some way not to teach them this bullshit. Cause I know when I seen Roots, you know what I'm saying? When I seen Roots, yeah, that was like,
Amistad is worse. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Amistad is way more sad than Roots to me. You see Amistad?
I don't think I watched Amistad.
Watch Amistad. See if you don't start crying the first 5 minutes. Like,
Wait, Amistad is when they took over the ship, right?
yeah, but like at the end, the man he had got caught and he ended up learning English from scratch. And he came out the blue. He was in court like, "Give us free." Oh my god, like it was crazy. But yeah, you gotta watch it. Oh my God, Trevor going live in at 1:30. Let me end this dream. But so long, thank you for coming.
You gotta end this. Oh, okay. All right. It was a good conversation.
Thank you so long. You like that? Damn, you did a little drive by kind of. But yeah, peace, y'all.